And welcome back to the CCS, the Classic Championship Series. My name is Thunder. I am joined once again by my partner Oshi Dash here on the desk as we are about to bring you the elimination match, the 5-game series or 3-game series potentially. Either
Could
one.
be
I
4.
doubt it's but I think that's like on the 5th, on a coin flip, the chance of it landing on the side. So it's not either. I think that's about the odds of that happening here because we have a matchup today between MNG, Raijin Storm, and Moonstone Gaming, both out of Group B, and they have to draw blood from each other in order to move on in the lower bracket. Oshi, how are we feeling today? We've come off some exciting matches as we are progressing. We're about halfway through playoffs at this point, and it only gets more intense from here.
Yeah, and you know what? The biggest thing that if we can expect based on experience is the probability of game 5 is increasing every single week. So everybody get, that song everybody loves. Think about it, but don't say it. It's bad luck if you bring it up before it happens, so don't do it. In the meantime, take a look at the bands. That's a lot of supports that you can also play in other places, but for the most part, it is a significant support target band, which is almost expected when you look at the last-minute substitutions coming in.
Yeah, we have there's so many enchanter players in this game. I think both mid laners have some time on enchanters. The supports are pretty big fans of enchanters, and we do have a substitution at least for this game number 1. Where Fishing for Pike is going to be playing up in the top lane for Top Dream on Raijin Storm's side, and they have brought in Solbert. So this is going to be, I will say, this is going to be an see some exciting drafts, especially because we are on a new patch, right? Things are going to be different. Things are going to be exciting. And so hold on.
We've got questions about Maokai.
We all have questions about Maokai. We, in theory, we saw Maokai jungle happening. I don't know. So we're going to have to see.
Yeah, I think they're asking if it's legal. I don't know. We've got some questions in chat. No one's going to answer them. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't be.
But you know what? Go for it.
Right?
If it's not, look, according to CCS rules, if there's, I'm not in charge of that part, but I mean, I will say there has been no announcement in the CCS server about the new Maokai. We haven't had any update about it as far as I have seen.
So we are where we are, and
we are where we are.
It is what it is.
It is what. So, I believe actually it was I know what it was. Raijin Storm missed the ban and they were banning Maokai.
Oh, okay.
That's what it was.
I see.
We got there.
Cool.
Yeah, that was picked up.
You know what? That makes even more sense, though.
Yes, it does. Because again, Maokai is now a 3-way flex. I think honestly, there's a theory you probably in theory can play it in the mid lane. So yeah, ADC. I mean, heck, you can go farming Maokai with Senna 80.
Hey, you know what? AP bot lane carry. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So it's much more powerful after this. They called it an adjustment. It was a buff. I hate when they put on the patch notes over in the little adjustment side. Oh, we just changed some things. Really, they just outright buffed it. But Moonstone Gaming, they have picked up a fairly powerful bot lane in Senna Soraka.
So anybody who is privy to having watched the LEC this past weekend saw absolute insanity coming out of Soraka's in this bot lane. And like you said, it's probably the lasting center mid. Right? We saw Sentiment 2 weeks ago, I believe.
Yeah.
So there is kind of the flex threat, but also not really.
Yeah.
But the Soraka is going to be the thing to pay attention to. If you follow me on Twitter, which you better follow him too, but you better be following me on Twitter. If you did, you probably saw me talking about all of the attention that the commentators brought to the Sorakas being played and all of the
Mhm.
love that they got. Very, very important and very tide turning champion, especially when you have all of this damage built into the gangplank.
Right. And that is going to be the gangplank pick up for Moonstone going into the Ornn, which is also a matchup I believe we've seen a couple times throughout playoffs. And I believe the one time we saw a GP, it just absolutely dominated, at least in LCS. It just absolutely dominated. So I expect it to be rather strong here. But I mean, Amumu Callista, like, Oshi, you've been around for a while. I feel like this is a bot lane. Again, it could be a Mumu jungle, but like I feel like this is quite a strong early game bot lane.
It's going to be devastating, especially with the changes. We can't talk about it too many times to the bandage toss, right? Because when you have a
Hmm.
champion that has back to back, it's pretty vile, honestly, is my favorite word to describe it at the
Right.
moment. The big thing, though, is later in the game, you have a Mumu able to get in with the engage himself. And if he hits a bad bandage toss, Callista can pull him out,
Right.
right? Or if the bandage toss is on cooldown, Callista can throw him in. And just think
Hmm.
about that. You get a big knockup right into the Curse of the Sad Mummy, into the Ornn Horn. That's a
Yep.
lot of CC.
Yeah. It there will be I guess that's why you have two healers, right? So if one of them gets CC'd up, then you just kill the other one. And if, one of your teammates gets CC'd up, you just heal them infinitely. So we'll see how it works. But I will say I like Moonstone's bans. They banned the Silas, they banned the
Mhm.
Vladimir. We were actually talking about Silas a little bit in the pre-show about, in theory, it going into something like a Gwen mid potentially for Moonstone, but alas, the victor gets picked, and Raijin Storm, they are not going to have the opportunity for their mid laner to pick up the Vladimir, Chovy to pick up the Vladimir. So they pick up the Kale.
Ornn Jungle.
Don't tempt me with a good time, Oshi. Don't tempt me with a good time. I love those
Kale
stupid jungle picks. This is Kale
Kale
mid
could
though.
go mid here too. Um,
I fully expect Kale mid
it's
unless
not a good time into Victor though.
Oshi. Is this Kale support? No.
Dude,
No,
why
it's
would
not.
you play that instead of a Mumu?
You go a Mumu jungle. But instead, it is Wukong
A
jungle. No,
Mumu
never
top?
mind. A Mumu. I'm
Wukong
Nah, it's a
support?
Mumu support. No, it's
Yeah.
no, no.
So
I
we're
was
gonna
trying
have
to get a little cheeky, but no, okay, it's pretty much locked in.
oh,
But
it's
that's a
it's
Kale mid Oshi.
Kale mid. That is a Kale mid. And that's not gonna be it's not definitely not gonna be my go-to pick in terms of winning mid lane.
Right,
Uh pre-level 11, really. Right?
right,
Like Kale doesn't just need ultimate, Kale has to ascend to really be able to even just keep up with the push that Victor's gonna be able to put down. And I expect a lot of roaming on Victor's behalf as a result and the
right.
Kane coming in as well. This is
Ooh.
a very, very aggressive Moonstone with a whole lot of healing power to back them on it.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because Sutek over on Raijin Storm plays quite a bit of Kane themselves, so they'll know, if if any Kane players are in solo queue, there's some wars that are just like a little bit too annoying. You have to be creative in terms of tracking the Kane, but if anybody's going to be able to do it, it's the Kane player. So Moonstone are going to have to be careful with that. I'm interested to see though, and I mean, for Raijin Storm, honestly, it feels like the win conditions are fairly obvious. You either snowball the Callista lane super hard, or you go
Yep.
with your kind of late game insurance policy with the Ornn and the Kale. For Moonstone, seems maybe a little bit more.
Moonstone is going to have to execute a 1-4 or a 1-3-1, honestly.
Right.
Taking a look at the whole thing, they are very light on CC,
Hmm.
right? So team fights are going to go in the favor of Raijin Storm. Even if Raijin Storm is a little bit behind, I still expect a lot of the team fights to go in their favor simply because of the lockdown and the Kale invulnerability, right?
Right.
Moonstone wants to be able to pop someone. That's what the Gangplank's for. That's what the Kane's all about. They want to be able to get in and get one person. Unfortunately, when you have the Kale ult on the other side, and then, I mean, we talked about the Amumu combo with the Callista, with the Ornn, throw in Kale AoE at level 16. and Wukong AoE on top of that to just to add to the CC, especially if Wukong, heaven help us, if he picks up a Black Cleaver like they used to do.
Yeah.
Well, because you used to just build 4 Black Cleavers on Wukong ult and you'd
Right.
kill anybody. It didn't matter. You couldn't build anything against it.
Yeah.
So definitely need to see some very good communication, very good team play, and ultimately very good lane play out of Moonstone Gaming. And again, like you were mentioning, that Amumu Callista in the bot lane is going to be difficult for a Sinistera.
Right. I mean, they'll just have to play safe, play comfortable. And I mean, if you're Moonstone, you're not terribly nervous. I mean, well, it's both a disadvantage and an opportunity for the Kane player to come in and start slicing things up because, Kane gets some very creative flanks, but can literally just, if Epic Fail Guy and Solbert just have perma push in the bot lane, it's going to be real easy for Gaoshao on this Kane to just walk up, surprise them, and start slicing away. But I will say, really, other than the Callista, I don't we've all seen those Kane clips on TikTok. We've seen how strong Kane can be. It's not easy for Kane to just go in and one-shot a lot of these. I mean, really, there's like, what, 2.5 tanks on Raijin Storm, and then a Kale that can just say no?
Exactly. And then on top of that, like, do you still expect to see red Kane? Are we going to see blue Kane? Like,
Purple?
it's... Right? It's what are you getting in terms of burst versus sustain here, right? What do you want out of your Kane? Do you want to cool down on your CC, get your knockups a little more? Probably not. That's not normal. A lot of the time you're looking for him to really finish somebody off. He's not. He's an assassin that can build a little tanky, but he's not a tank. Right? And that's really what's lacking on Moonstone's side.
Exactly. So we'll have to see how this game 1 plays out. Remember, this is a best of 5 series, so first team to get to 3 wins will take it home. The other team will be eliminated. But if you want to get better at this game and you want to figure out what your opponent's win conditions are, what your team's win conditions are, even, you can take a look at our wonderful sponsor, ProComms, an all-in-one drafting tool for players and coaches alike. Tells you insights on your opponent's teams, their picks, their win conditions, what you should pick, counter picks, items maybe that you need to build. Take a look. It will help you improve your solo queue and competitive gameplay. You can use code CCS at checkout for 30% off. Go check it out while we go on a brief break before we get into game 1.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Summoner's Rift between game number 1 between Moonstone Gaming and MNG Raijin Storm. Moonstone are, in fact, on the red side. MNG Raijin Storm are on the blue side. I think I got that right. If I got that wrong, I don't know what I'm doing. But we are already seeing a fairly sneaky level 1 here to see if they cannot catch out Alan and maybe Gaoxiao in the jungle. But Solbert is leading the charge. Throws out a bandage toss, does not hit it, but teams put a ward down on the blue buff. And they disperse. Nothing too crazy, just a very, very, just a team jungle invade, Oshi.
Well, you mentioned it quite a few times in the draft. There's no better person to track the Kayn than the Kayn player, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you think their conversation would have been as soon as they were loading in? Hey guys, we got a 5-stack in the tri-bush bot lane, get a ward on blue. We have to know where he's starting, right? So that's exactly what they did. They 5-stacked. It was safe. If they got someone, they got someone. If they don't, that is great information. Knowing where your opposing jungle starts is incredibly important. They know that bot lane is going to be the danger zone in the interim.
Right. And we'll have, and to be fair, Epic Fail Guy and Solbert are getting to the lane a little bit late. They're actually faking a leash, notably. Sutek is starting on the top side, and Epic Fail Guy and Solbert were starting, they just sat in the jungle. Notably, this is one of the fun things. If Alan and All for Love are smart, they can see that Solbert and Epic Fail Guy used no mana and took no damage while in the jungle. So there's a pretty good shot, especially considering Solbert is melee, that they did not actually leash. And then they can actually figure out that Sutek actually started on the top side.
Yeah, that is definitely a gamble of a call to make, but altogether possible, without question. In the end, though, we have, as things tend to go, some favor in the direction of what? Of Ornn.
Yeah, but Slumber Pig was down to what, 1/3 of that early? Epic Fail Guy is already trying to get some engagement, but I'm gonna, that was, hey, you know what?
Ornn passive, man.
That is true. That is true. So I'm interested to see how well this first strike rune does for Slumber Pig, though. I know that's been the thing on GP recently.
Incredibly important. Early gank in the mid lane here. Sutek probably just walking in, hoping to pop a flash. They've got no real CC. Amumu's there too, though.
Yeah, Ovo does burn it. Gaoxiao is here to help just in case, but it is not needed. Hey, effective gank. Flash is burned, though it does take the roam timer. That said, I don't think Callista is too scared of that Senna Soraka.
No, I mean, what's the worst thing that happens? You get snared, and then you get snared again. Highly doubt that she'll be dying anytime soon. Tons of mobility, just, built right into that character's auto attacks alone.
Right.
So, definitely interesting. Or definitely kind of a dull lane in the interim is what I wanted to say. Not too interesting down there for now. Really, this mid lane is the one that we have to watch. I see chat is very up on the Chovy tonight. They definitely are leaning deep into the Kale pick. Meanwhile...
Gaoxiao goes on the wall and then goes back only to get stunned up and taken down for first blood. Ova was on the run from Chovy, and I don't know what Gaoxiao got overconfident there or just got kicked out of the wall somehow.
I think he dove into wall, saw the Amumu on the south, had it like thinking he was going to go up to blue buff, said, I don't want to get caught by this monkey, and ended up trying to turn back and go to the blast cone instead. Great flash by the support. Solbert, it is your first time showing up as a stand-in for this team when I've been here at the very least, and that's a great opener to make.
Yeah, we have seen Solbert. You know, we've seen that. I've recognized the name for sure. Solbert has performed in every game that he has shown up in, most certainly. And Chovy, while low on mana and health, still wants to push forward. Sutek is here. They consider the dive, but they do not take it. And remarkably, Allen and All for Love actually get the wave pushed all the way into the turret.
Yeah, it's, you know, this bot lane is going to be annoying, but not scary. That's the thing about the Senna Soraka, right? You're not going to kill them. But at the same time, they're not going to kill you.
Yeah.
Right? But the thing is, between the Starkfall and the Senna Q, they're going to push lane very easily, and they're going to stay sustained. And, I mean, Senna has a lot of range on Callista, at the very least.
Right.
And even at that, Callista is not particularly threatening early on. They're definitely going to be able to pop someone, because heals don't help you against Callista stacking.
Right.
Like, no, it doesn't even help Baron, so, you know.
It just shreds.
Great bait.
Hold on. Gaoxiao is here. It's currently a 2v2 up here on the top side. Sutek flashes in. The Kayn gets a little bit of a slow down along with some damage, but all that is burned is Sutek investing the flash to try to get the kill.
Yeah, altogether, you know, just back and forth, you know, slap here, slap there, some showing your double buffs, and nothing all that important. Looks like Kane's going for a bit of an invade here, maybe just getting some vision. Yeah, just hits the cone or the flower and walks away.
Yep.
Got a roam coming out of Amumu again, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is what kind of, you know, we've seen is Epic Fail Guy doesn't really need that assistance down on the bottom side of the map, so Solbert can roam around. We do see a disconnect for All for Love, but we have it. There will be a very brief pause, I believe, as they reconnect. I think we should be fine. We'll see. We might see that in a bit because of the delay, but we should be good to go for now. And again, yeah, Amumu went back to base, is coming back now. Now, notably, I will say, despite the kill and first blood at that going over to Sutek on this Wukong, gold is even, and that's mostly just because Moonstone is out farming right now. We'll have to see how that translates to team fights, but right now, generally, they just have more money.
Yeah, and okay, right? I mean, a huge part of that is going to be the Gangplank, right? Crazy farm, a whole lot of excess gold as he gets the last hits with the Qs, and then the Q into the barrel explosion. Somebody pointed out Thorn bot tier. Oh, no, yeah, that's actually very standard now that there's a mana-based health item. Not uncommon to see, especially when you end up trading with a Gangplank like that, and that often it's going to be very important for him to be able to keep up against the Gangplank, who has, you know, both the refillable pots as well as his oranges that make absolutely everything K. But the first drag does go down.
It does. That's what you get with that bottom lane priority. There's not much that Allen and All for Love could do for that. And I mean, that's kind of the thing that you have to do for Moonstone right now. It's just charge up. GP ult is invested to try to get the slow down. They force fishing for Pyke forward, and the first kill does go over to the first kill on the top side goes over to the GP.
Yeah, absolutely wonderfully placed Gangplank ult. For those of you who are like, oh, but it didn't do much damage. It wasn't supposed to do damage. It was zoning. As you mentioned, it forced the Ornn forwards, secured the kill. Kayn being up there was a level down. It didn't matter. Now Gangplank is still a level up. The teleport has been invested by the Ornn. That should catch him up just fine. The big thing, though, Gangplank does have teleport. So not only is he able to assist in team fights later on with the ultimate if he's across the map, but he can also teleport in to help. So very important to pay attention to that. But on the flip side, Ornn has the ability to interrupt teleports. Gangplank does not.
Yes.
So we'll see if that matters.
I mean,
later.
if you just kill them, that interrupts it.
Does it? I feel like the teleport goes off. It just changes your it just changes your destination, right? So
exactly.
6-1, half dozen.
But now we do see Sutek Solbert goes in, doesn't have Curse of the Sad Mummy quite yet. Epic Fail Guy tosses him in, gets the knockup. Allen has to flash away, but other than that, they don't get much. Epic Fail Guy and Solbert are taking quite a bit of damage. Alanin and All for Love are still on the chase down, but it is Alanin's flash that they get for the Callista ultimate.
Yeah, and, you know, small trades, right? Anytime you can blow an opponent's flash, it's a victory. as long as you don't also blow one, you know, or die or what have you. So definitely worthwhile for them in that situation. And this is where Chovy starts to get to have a bit of a better time on this Kayle. Victor has not been pushing the way I expected, actually down in farm, which is very surprising to me. But Kayle is getting to the point now that the 6 is there, the 8 through.
Chovy is going to have to be careful here. Gaoshao has been doing a lot of work so far, but again, still makes it out. Junglers are forcing flashes all over the place. And I will say, notably, you know, this is definitely kind of the Kayn diff, but because Kayn is so mobile, Gaoshao is actually able to go for the Ignite over something like a Ghost or a Flash.
Yeah, and also, you know, not just mobility, you know, being able to go through a wall instead of over a wall, kind of great. Wukong has the same thing, but not really. The cooldown's a little different, and it's nowhere near as useful in the overall. The big difference, though, I mean, still up in farm, has an assist, right? So the fact that he's perfectly even with gold, with the summoners that you mentioned, is impressive.
Yeah, and Chovy is very, very low on mana for now. I honestly thought we were going to see a kill there, but, you know, we talked about the Kayle level 11 is level 8 right now, so that will come in due time, but also Gaoshao will start scaling, and again, I think some, you know, Ornn, Wukong might be a little bit difficult to kill, but if Gaoshao can get on those back lines, there's a really good chance, I think, that Raijin Storm just might not have the damage, but well, you know, we've seen all sorts of games where we're like, will they have the damage? Are they going to be able to do that? And then they just win the game. Solbert does go in, gets silenced, gets chipped down, and that is that for the time being, as it looks like MNG Raijin Storm want to get this wave shoved in as quickly as they can.
This is the advantage of that Senna Soraka bot lane. Take a look at this. Solbert is the one who engaged, right? Yep. All for Love is the one who was stunned for a period of time. Yeah. Solbert is the one who walked out with half health and has to slow heal back up with pots. Meanwhile, within about 15 milliseconds, both All for Love and the Senna were full health. No care for damage whatsoever.
Yeah, and it looked like, you know, Epic Fail Guy was trying to get some damage on them, but like really it looked like they were trying to get the wave pushed in. They just weren't able to. It's now pushing back towards them slowly. A good old classic slow push, and All for Love and Alanin have been performing quite well, but Solbert was playing masterfully, does have the Curse of the Sad Mummy now. The healing is coming through from the Wish. Dawning Shadow not popped yet. Epic Fail Guy with the Ren takes down Alanin, and that is kill going over to Epic Fail Guy for now. Slumber Pig getting aggressive. Barrel Chain does some damage. Ultimate invested. There's another barrel forcing Fishing for Pike back. The ultimate comes through, gets the knockup, but this is still a GP. Slumber Pig gets the kill, 1-for-1 in total across the map.
Absolutely beautifully played by Slumber Pig there, ensuring that the Ornn went quietly into the night. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, the difference that we saw in that engage to the first one is the Soraka silence did not come out fast enough to stop the Curse of the Sad Mummy.
Right.
Massive how simple, just that one split second before your ability activates and causes the silence can turn into your teammate dying, right? The lane partner fell there. We have this Shelly in the top lane, huge charge. That is split gold, but you know what? I think they'll take it considering Slumber Pig's level 10 right now. Compared to, let's go all the way to the lowest you possibly can. The just now level 7 of the Amumu. That is, however, second Drake taken on the team that we say has the team fight advantage. So definitely something to be scared of.
Oh, we see Ovo get knocked up. The Cyclone, the second trigger goes through now, and Ovo gets taken down. The Chaos Storm is thrown down, but it will do nothing. That is Victor falling, even with investing the flash.
Yep, that is the horrifying thing of CC, right?
Yeah.
That's really all it is right there. That was the difference maker, and that's what this team has on their side. We see a great kill in the bot lane, right, where it was CC stack onto stack onto stack, and then the Rend coming through for the overall percent health burst, which is, as I mentioned, incredibly beneficial against the Soraka lane. But then on the top side, we saw a solo gangplank kill. No CC needed, just absolutely rips you to pieces bit by bit by bit. And that's that in its own is the story of these two teams. Soraka caught out here.
No, this is not what you want to see. We do see the root coming through. A fair amount of damage onto Sutek. No summoners were needed for All for Love. So, you know, nice attempt. Nice attempt, Wukong, but it does nothing. Mid laners are duking it out. Chovy is not level 11 yet, and they just back off for now.
Yeah, Ovo also just level 10 here. Finally picked up the mask. It's going to be beneficial, but I mean, I have not seen out of him what I've been expecting to see out of him in terms of burst and overall control in this mid lane. So, I mean, Chovy got away scot-free.
Absolutely. And Fishing for Pike gets hit by an absolutely massive barrel. The double crit clip coming through, and another zoning ultimate from Slumber Pig forces Pike to fight. The support swap to top lane falls for the third time.
Yeah, this Gangplank, I mean, Slumber Pig did not come for fun. Take a look at the build. He didn't go for the Triforce, right? He didn't go for anything. He said, forget it, Essence Reaver, we are going to see 100% crit Gangplank if I have my way. Take a look. Like you called, the 2 cloaks already in the inventory. The Essence Reaver is there. I mean...
Oh, no.
Well, but then Ovo.
Soulbird, you know, just making an impact across this bottom side of the map. It's top side versus bottom side right now. It's Slumber Pig. This is looking like it's going to be Slumber Pig versus the world. And if you have 2 supports, you can make just about anything happen as long as the GP can stay alive. But again, Oshi, you were saying, for Moonstone, this isn't really the team fight comp. Like, I guess if you're going to, you know, 4-man push behind Slumber Pig, it's not a terrible idea, but like they really want to split push. So I don't know how well this is going to work in team fights unless Slumber Pig really land a few awesome barrel chains.
Well, and that's what I'm thinking about now, right? They're going to be forced into a situation where they can't split push, right? It's just not going to be a thing. Yeah, of course, Slumber Pig is going to be able to 1v1 anybody, fine. But as it stands, the rest of his team cannot 4v4. Yeah. So until the Senate picks up enough souls and really starts coming in, dealing a whole lot of damage, they need him. In which case, how do you play this out? You play, like you said, a 4-behind-1 instead of, 4 in the lanes. You play a 4-behind-1 where you're looking for the Gangplank barrel chains. You need that big crit to come through and force the opposing team away. That's the only possible chance that they have at this moment. It looks like the only possible chance that they have, rather.
Yeah, and, to be fair, it's, Ovo is farming fairly well into this KL 120 CS, but, currently the items are about even. Gao Xiao is just bullying Fishing for Pike. I mean, this, like, the top side of the map is Moonstones. That is all thanks to Slumber Pig, who has arrived as well. Fishing for Pike is just getting chopped down by this jungler. Slumber Pig gets very weak, very, very fast. The Divine Sunderer putting in work. The Dawning Shadow comes through a little bit too late. Gao Xiao gets out of there, but cannot say the same for their teammate.
You know what? All the damage in the world isn't going to save you when you have a Kayle, a Wukong, and an Ornn all standing on top of you, dropping all of the CC that they have, one after another after another. Well played. Great collapse right there. And you know what? How many times have we seen it every single week where there's just that one piece of overconfidence? They take one step too far, and that can be the tide turner.
Yeah, and that kind of comes. Moonstone have a small gold lead. It's about now it's about 1,500, close to 2,000. It was slightly more before the shutdown came through, but Chovy now level 12. This Kayle is online. Not completely. It's not the scariest Kayle you've ever seen, but I mean, Moonstone, they're not gonna be able to walk into this dragon pit.
No, it's not a safe place. Slumber Pig has to hit one of these barrel chains. Just barely misses that one on Chovy.
Fishing for Pike is just walking forward. Does need to be careful. Is an Ornn, level 10. Doesn't have the next level of the ultimate yet. And this dragon, it's not going down super fast. We'll have to see if Gao Xiao gets a chance to go in. It is indeed Red Kane. We see the silence come through onto Soulbert. Goes in, gets silence with the Fate's Call again. Fishing for Pike is the front line still, but Ovo gets the first kill onto Soulbert. Because the Sad Mummy wasn't able to do much. Slumber Pig is coming around onto the backside. A single barrel will take down multiple members here. Slumber Pig has the barrel set up. Gao Xiao is getting dove on. The Kane is popping off. Chovy and Epic Fail Guy there on the back. They were dealing with Slumber Pig, who is very, very weak right now. Epic Fail Guy and Chovy, they have plenty of help, but their summoners are burned. This is going to stop the dragon stacking. Moonstone Gaming pick up the first Hextech dragon of the game.
The devastation of this bot lane was shown in true prowess in that fight. You couldn't focus Gao Xiao because he wouldn't die. You couldn't focus Slumber Pig because he wouldn't die. They had a great Amumu set up there. They had all of the CC they could ask for. They were in there first. They had Callista on the drag. They couldn't rely on the Ren to secure it because they didn't have enough force to take anyone down. Callista was on the Drake for so long that that's where all of the spears were. She wasn't putting anything into the other team, and they didn't focus the Drake down hard enough to get the burst through it. In the end, they tried to take the fight, and like I said, you saw Gaosho go low, and then you saw some heals come out, and then you saw Slumber Pig go low, and then you saw some heals come out, and that is the back and forth. They rotated the heals very well. They overlapped everything perfectly. Slumber Pig had a great flank that didn't actually result in anything else, but it had the potential to result in a full 5 ace, and it looks like Gaosho is going to catch them here at Shelly.
Yeah, Gaosho has, 1-1-3 on the Kayn is only going to get stronger. We do see the Prowler's Claw out of Slumber Pig as well, so has that full item advantage over their top lane opponent. Notably, the only healing cut on the side of Raijin's Storm is the Executioner's Culling on the Wukong. Slumber Pig can affect the map on the cross side right now, has the ultimate up. Chovy would have to TP in, but it looks like Moonstone Gaming are just going to give up the Rift Herald. They don't want to make another overconfident push and potentially throw away this now 3,000 gold lead they've been able to accrue.
Slumber Pig has picked up a Prowler's Claw for his legendary, or for his mythic, sorry. For those of you who are ever so slightly unfamiliar with it, that is 5 lethality and 5 move speed per legendary item. Lethality being the new armor pen, again, for those of you who may be old like me. So we have a crit build focusing on lethality. He is going to rip through you whether you are tank or not. And he's got a great little barrel chain going on in the bushes here. Jovi's got to watch himself.
Yeah, Chovy is playing very, very carefully. Does have the ultimate to try to save themselves, but that has a casting time, and the barrels, you just have to shoot them once. So Slumber Pig is in a very, very good position. The Rift Herald does get dropped on this bottom side, so the GP will be slightly less safe, although that was a ton of damage onto the Herald. So Slumber Pig almost, very nearly got that thing dead before it charged. So this Gangplank, as you said, it can 1v1 anybody. The question is going to be, are Moonstone Gaming going to be able to repeat what they did in the fight around the Hextech Dragon, where Alan and Alpha have just kept healing up the GP, or do we think there's going to be enough good target selection from the side of Raijin Storm that they just blow up Slumber Pig and that'll be the game?
Well, so this is the fun thing about Gaosho, right? You mentioned it is the red Kayn, okay?
Right.
Again, red Kayn. Red Kayn is the healing Kayn, not the burst Kayn, right? So red Kayn heals for 26% of physical damage dealt to champions. That is healing. On top of healing, on top of healing, on top of healing at this point for this team. I mean, he is going to be able to tank and do damage as long as he can survive through the CC. And the silence is going to be so important, but they just can't shut down the siege.
Right. I mean,
it's...
Go ahead.
I was going to say they don't have the range yet, right? So
Yeah,
then he's
exactly
picking up the souls.
Yeah, and it is notably it is the farming Senna, so this is our good old 80 carry Senna. Gaosho is okay. Does manage to scare 2 of them off, but I will say I'm getting a little nervous, but we'll have to see. Fishing for Pike, I will say 0-4-1 on this Ornn pick is the support player for Raijin Storm. Ornn is definitely a more supportive champion. Look, if you go 0-4-1 on a support, it's not the worst thing in the world as long as you have a good late game impact, which is kind of what Ornn's all about.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be able to play his role in the same way that he would in support, right? Sure, 4 deaths, okay, but that's 4 deaths with only 3 kills on his lane opponent, right? It's not massive. It's not like he fed the whole thing. It's not like he ran it down the entire early game or whatever. And besides, Chovy is the one that we need to pay attention to, right? Epic Fail Guy's a fallback at this point, right?
Yeah.
He's not even the main source of damage. He's not the main threat, and he's not going to be. He's going to be the main objective, secure with the Rend. But otherwise, everything is going to fall on Chovy. Not just in the damage that Chovy is going to be able to deal, but in the ultimate and his use of it, his timing, and his placement.
Yeah, and notably, this kill is at 2 items. Riftmaker, Nashor's Tooth picked up a pickaxe as well. So this is a lot of damage very quickly, and the challenge is going to be if they can out-heal it. Slumber Pig does get jumped on. This is what we were scared of. Solbert knocked him up with the lock-up, and Sutek gets the kill. The Divine Sunder chopped right through it. Did not even get a chance for Slumber Pig to put down a barrel. That is going to be Drake, certainly number 3 over to MNG Raijin Storm.
Yeah, Moonstone has to pick up this tower. It's their only consolation prize here. That drag is down so fast. They have to pick this up. They have to rotate back up to the top side and they have to get vision on Baron, because if they get caught out here, if a single person dies, I guarantee you that Raijin Storm is going to be looking for that big worm.
Right, and with Callista Kale, that thing goes pretty quick. So they do manage to get out. They don't actually really drop that much vision. They just clear out some wards, put a couple down in the river, and we're seeing a fight now on the top side of the map. Slumber Pig comes alive now. Sutek heals up, but Alanin gets the kill with the Dawning Shadow. Slumber Pig throws down the ultimate over the top as well in the mid lane, just to zone them away even more. The rest of the team still wants the smoke, though, still wants the fight. Slumber Pig doesn't TP into the fight and is just walking into the mid lane. But now that Sutek is gone, Moonstone, they feel like they might have the advantage here. Chovy is not with the team for the time being, and well, Moonstone, they actually end up getting a trade back, winning the fight.
Yeah, ultimately not awful. They had oh my god, that did 1,009 damage to the minions.
This is a 3-item GP with also another crit cloak.
Oh my goodness. Anyways, what I was gonna say, they just turned a Baron. Wow.
Yes, they're just doing it.
Ballsy. I was gonna say that Moonstone Moonstone should have been able to pick up additional kills in that situation, but Gaoxiao missed so many knock-up opportunities. It was very unfortunate. Yeah. But that's how it goes, you know. That's one of the things. Not everybody's perfect. You're going to miss some skill shots here and there goes Slumber Pig.
Everybody is not perfect, and that includes Slumber Pig's KDA. Now 3-3-2 on this GP. Keeps getting picked out. Wasn't even able to invest the flash in time. Ovo is laying down a lot of damage over the top of the pit, though, has to flash away from Solbert's engaged. The Death Ray gets one in trade, and Sutek goes weak. Gaoxiao is coming around. One kill goes over to the center. Alanin is making it happen. Can enough healing come through? The Kane is trying to get the executes laid down, but Gaoxiao, even with the ignite, it only becomes a 3v3. Fishing for Pike is rather low. Alanin still has plenty of health. It's the healers and the Kane up. Everybody disengages from the Baron pit, trading evenly.
Yeah, all in all, a 2-for-2 trade there from Moonstone is incredible. Not only did they manage to hit the kills both sides, trade the kills off, but they managed to force them away from the Baron. Raijin Storm should have had a clean Baron pickup there after Slumber Pig went down. Ovo showing that, sure, I didn't have the best laning phase. Whatever. It didn't matter in the slightest. And of course, it is everybody's favorite color change.
The sepia tone screen. We have a brief disconnect. Remember, both teams have 10 minutes of pause time, so hopefully Alanin can get whatever it is figured out on their PC. But hey, there they are. They're back now again. Once we get back into the game, there will be a very brief stutter, but don't you worry about it. It'll be fine. But yeah, Oshi, like notably, Moonstone are going even in the fights where Slumber Pig gets blown up instantly first. And is that partially because Raijin Storm are investing so much into killing Slumber Pig that they don't really have a lot for the follow-up fight? Or are Moonstone, Ovo obviously is performing quite well. Is Ovo just okay? Well, we see another disconnection, so we'll just keep hearing that noise. But as we talk about this point, but is kind of that 4-man squad for Moonstone maybe stronger than we originally considered?
Yes. Right? It's a combination of all of these different things, right? When Slumber Pig went down in that last fight, we saw the Wukong ultimate invested. We saw both of the bandage tosses invested. I believe we saw the Orange Charge and Knockup invested as well. That's a significant amount of CC that they have thrown into killing a single member when there's still all of these other people that are there with a significant amount of healing. That said, All for Love did not blow the wish when Slumber Pig was getting low. They saved it. Why? Because it is significantly more important to use for multiple members in a team fight than it is to save one person. They were confident in their ability between Gaoxiao and Ovo's damage that they could force Raijin off the Baron, and they did perfectly. They played it incredibly well. They picked up 2 kills in return. And again, that was 2 kills in a 4v5 situation, right? Because Slumber Pig was already dead.
Yeah.
So a very, very strong team fight capability out of the players. It's not even the composition that we're seeing for Moonstone Gaming here, right? It's the players that are succeeding in an individual metrics and in a team-based metric outside of the champions that they selected and outside of the abilities that are being used. Now, if they can survive all of the CC of Raijin Storm, which there's a chance that they can, because again, we see 1 healing cut item in the Chempunk Chainsword right now. If we don't see more of that, and that Wukong isn't able to hit a multitude of people, then this game could go very, very well for Moonstone.
Yeah, and it is already going somewhat decently. Again, they're down 2 dragons, but they're up 3.7k in the gold lead. Now, again, notably that's something that players don't see. They can look at items and, get an idea of, yeah, Slumber Pig is way ahead of Fishing for Pike. But in terms of, the actual gold value that they have, they don't exactly know it, so they have to guesstimate. But I will say they're definitely probably feeling pretty good about this, save for Alan and disconnecting. But I mean, other things I think to take note of that didn't get used in that team fight is All for Love, the exhaust. I'm not sure if it just came up or if All for Love didn't feel the need to necessarily use it in that team fight. And Slumber Pig still, Slumber Pig and Fishing for Pike both still have their flashes.
Shovi's ultimate is up.
Yeah.
Epic Fail Guy's ultimate is up as well, right? So also very important things. The 2 teleports on the top laners are both up. Ovo has teleport. Shovi does not yet. It's not too far off. It's probably about a minute away, not quite a minute away.
Right.
So we're going to see all of that coming up quite soon. But the biggest thing that I really want to draw attention to on... Oh, that's nice. All right, Alan, let's stay connected this time.
Third time's the charm.
Moonstone Gaming, your highest level right now is a level 14 Slumber Pig, right?
Right.
Raijin Storm has a level 16 Shovi. That is the 3rd tier ultimate for the KL coming through. This is what I called the turning point when we were talking about draft. This is the scary level for Shovi.
Right.
You don't want to be facing a KL that gets full stacked up in this situation.
And like, well, I have now realized this. It's 26 minutes and 7 seconds, and Shovi has 267 CS. I don't know if this is like divine intervention or divine judgment being cast down upon Moonstone, but this is Chovy is putting on a Chovy-like performance, quite frankly. Again, 10 CS a minute, more CS than anybody else in the game, including the ADCs, has those 2 kills. We see that, CS jump by 5, and well over 10 CS a minute at this point if he wanted. So this kill is only going to get stronger. Here's the brief stutter, and if this divine judgment gets used to actually save somebody next time, again, we're going to have to see where these damage numbers lie at the end of the game, because I feel like this is where Shovi's going to start to just go absolutely bananas.
Yeah, I have to say that it's tough to call Shovi on not using his ultimate in these fights, because he himself, as we keep saying, is the linchpin, right? He's dealing so much damage. He's so far ahead of his opponent that he's going to want to use the ultimate on himself, and understandably so, right? Who else on his team is he going to ultimate? I mean, I guess he could keep Epic Fail Guy alive at some point, if under the assumption that all of those spears are stacking and he's able to get a massive rend coming out, but there's no hurricane out yet, right? So that's only going to be a single target that he's stacking these spears on for the most part. So as it stands, keeping his ultimate for himself is the best utility of it, under the assumption that he can ult himself and have it become a turning point in a fight. And a fight is probably what we're about to see.
Yeah, we see the TP coming through. That is from Ovo. Has arrived up here on the top side of the map. Has the Banshee's Veil up and ready to go to block some of that first bits of any CC. Raijin Storm want to try to lay down. We are seeing Slumber Pig back. Has a TP to join quickly, but it looked like it was just a little bit of a scare tactic, keeping Moonstone Gaming on their toes, and Raijin Storm, they go for backs themselves, look to start buying some things up. We see a Spectre's Cowl get purchased for the Kayn, and notably, Callista has now bought a stopwatch with the most recent patch. One of the other changes is that essentially all of those stasis items, stopwatch, Zhonya's Hourglass, Guardian Angel, even, their prices have been increased to hopefully, make these items a little less prevalent in competitive play overall, but I don't think that's going to happen. We might see a fight here. No, the knockup does not quite hit, and Sutek and Solbert are probably not the 2 you want to be knocking up anyways.
So, Shovi was sitting on a pickaxe and 3,000 gold, and I'm going, what's he doing? Let's go. And he went back and bought a death cap.
There's no more pickaxe. either.
No more
So
pickaxe. It's gone.
just wanted the item spike for the pickaxe, and now goes and gets a full Rabadons while Ovo is still on the 2 needlessly large rods. And this looks like it's going to be the team fight. This is for Soul. We see the barrel onto Sutek's clone, so we can estimate how much damage that does, which is well over half. Alanin and Gaosha, they're currently frontlining right now. Slumber Pig is the main damage, and Chovy just gets so much onto Alanin with the swords. And Chovy's continuing to push forward. The shutdown comes through. The Callista pops off, gets 2. Slumber Pig is still alive, though. Currently, it is a 2-4-1. Double knockups come through on either side. Divine Judgment is used to keep the Kale alive. Chovy doing everything they can, but Gaosha, with the healing from All for Love in themselves, is popping off. But Kale doesn't care. A double, a triple with assistance from the Ornn. Chovy takes the team fight in their hands, and they win Soul Point for it.
We have heal cut on the one team. We do not have it on the other, and that ultimately is the difference maker in that fight. That Rift Maker is applying currently, what are we looking at? 4% plus 7, 11% Omnivamp for this Kale, who is dealing disgusting amounts of damage at the now level 17, all right? 3 levels over top of Ovo, 4 levels over top of Alanin. This is a terrifying lead for the Kale, who apparently is more than confident to solo start the Baron, and who can blame him?
Yeah, I mean, it is now the Akathia's curse. The Rift Maker, the Ornn upgrade, comes in very, first and foremost, after Pyke gets the upgrade themselves, comes in for Chovy, and there's going to have to be a hero play, some type of steal. It does not come through. This is now Hextech Soul. The Chaos Storm is thrown in because why not? This is now Hextech Soul and Baron for the side of MNG Raijin Storm, and we are seeing just why they were able to 2-0 Moonstone Gaming in the regular season.
Yeah, they absolutely dominated when they played earlier on in the season, and the draft this time around really showed, kind of rather foretold the same situation in this, right? So we're taking a look at it, and what did we call from the start? We said they've got a better team fight. What have we seen so far? I mean, yeah, we've seen some incredible team fights coming out of Moonstone Gaming, sure, but when it comes down to all cards on the table, all the dice get rolled, every single ability is used, I mean, Raijin Storm walked through that fight with a Kale who is now way ahead.
Yeah, and this is now, this is a Flame Horizon on the Kale. They are going deathless. They are absolutely stomping. Chovy is popping off, is performing in this match for sure. And again, this is only game 1, so MNG Raijin Storm, they've already had to make a comeback, and they're feeling good about it. Fishing for Pyke does get a turret. Slumber Pig and Gaosha are trying to get the kill. This might take a minute, but this is a full crit GP. Fishing for Pyke, invest the ultimate. Slumber Pig is not very bulky. Almost would have gone down. Wait, might still go down. Fishing for Pyke doesn't quite get the kill. The oranges come through in time. The key knockup came through from Gaosha, but that is a kill for a ton of turrets. This Baron power play is doing damage to the turrets and structures for the side of Moonstone Gaming, and there is not much that Moonstone's going to be able to do other than sit and watch and get that one kill on Fishing for Pyke.
Keep in mind that Fishing for Pyke is 6,000 gold behind on this Ornn, and almost 1v2.
Indeed. I mean, that's Ornn, baby. That's Ornn. We see the Fates Call used very, very well to keep Soulbird alive. The Divine Judgment comes through for Chovy to keep themselves alive, but the kill goes down onto Sutek. It is currently a 2v4. Gaosha falls. Ovo, All for Love, Alanin, Slumber Pig, they are on the chase, but Epic Fail Guy and Chovy get on out of there. Moonstone Gaming, though, they are absolutely still kicking.
I really wish. I'm taking a look at the whole build on Slumber Pig at the moment. I love what you're thinking here, but you have no individual sustain beyond your oranges, right? And at this point, taking a look at it, your oranges are healing you for 95 plus 13% missing health. So you're averaging like 230 health max on your W's right now. And that, I mean, let's go ahead, click on the Kale, take a look at this Celestial Blessing. That's 305 on Kale right now, okay? Like, so that's what you're comparing between the two of these. These are your two carries, right? They both have a little bit of built-in sustain into the Champions kits, but you take a look at the two of them, and Kale is in a significantly better position overall.
Right.
If Slumber Pig had just a little bit of sustain on his own, he would be significantly better off, I say.
This might be it. Slumber Pig, Second barrel chain doesn't quite make it happen, and the Divine Judgment has to get used. Cannon Barrage and Divine Judgment are traded. Chovy is very, very low on health, and the engages are coming through now. Fishing 4, Pike with call up Forge God. Knocks up 2, but it's not enough. 2 fall, 3 fall. That's the double kill. There is no Divine Judgment. The triple kill. The 4K comes through. Solbert's going to be the last one to fall. That's the ace for Moonstone Gaming. They may be down a soul, but they are not out of this game. They're going to take these tier 2 turrets and reassert control over game number 1.
Baron? Right?
Baron?
Take a look at the look at Slumber Pig's positioning here. Flawless in the start of that fight. I mean, yeah, the 1v1 didn't go well initially. He definitely could have, and in my opinion, probably should have died to Chovy there if Chovy had just stood and fought instead of kiting as much as he did. But in the end, Moonstone Gaming turns that entire situation on its head. On Raijin's Storm, they managed to pick up the 5-person ace. They have 1 drag, no Barons to their name, and they're going to take game number 1.
That just turned so quickly. I think if you're Raijin's Storm, you're probably like, I mean, I know I'm still, because look, I'm going to be honest. I thought they were going to take the tier 2s. I thought they were going to get the tier 3s. I thought they were going to get a few inhibitors. But no, they just walked down mid lane and won the game. So, and to be fair, they were down dragons. It definitely felt like Raijin Storm were in control, but they had a consistent gold lead. And again, Slumber Pig was 6, almost 7,000 gold ahead. Like Slumber Pig was the entire gold lead.
Slumber Pig only hit level 17. Chovy was level 18 for 4 minutes before that fight. That, you know what? That was the perfect storm.
Yeah.
Right? Think about that. You had the 2 carriers go heads up in a 1v1 where all of the ultimates were blown for both of them. Right. And it comes down to what? It comes down to who can get back to full health faster. Guess what? That's going to be the one with a Soraka and a Senna. Right? And then who can output AoE burst damage, right? Sustained AoE damage is going to get healed back up, right? The Wukong ultimate, if I remember correctly, it hit 1 player.
Right.
1, maybe 2. The Ornn ultimate hit 2 people out of 5. Slumber Pig was in a great position over the wall, able to get a huge barrel chain in, and then flashed over the wall in order to pick the fight with the kill and the heads up. Picked up the kill there as well. Ultimately, tide turning situation. I expect to see a very different draft in this next game. Right. Out of both teams, though. Right. I definitely expect Raijin Storm to still look to invest in the mid. I think we're going to see a Kale ban. That would be my first go-to if I were Moonstone. Right. But I think Moonstone is going to invest in a little more CC.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I'm a little. I'm like I was shook. I absolutely expect to see some changes. Also, Slumber Pig has 29,000 damage. I fully anticipate. Like if you were looking at like the charts of where the damage came from, I expect that there would be probably about 8,000 of that came in the last 2 minutes of the game. So again, we'll see some changes. Personally, Raijin Storm, you're going to have to earn me back my points that I invested in you in Twitch chat because you just lost all of them. I am down to 7. So we'll have to see if they can make up for it. Again, this is a best of 5. That was only game number 1. So we will take a brief break while we get everything set up for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Game 2 of MNG Raijin Storm versus Moonstone Gaming. We'll be getting into draft like right now, and Oshi, you had some calls for what you want to adjust. Do you think that changes now that Top Dream is back up top for Raijin Storm and Fishing for Pike is back down in the bottom lane?
No.
At support. No.
Okay. Not at all. I honestly don't expect anything super different to happen here for them.
Right.
Sorry, I shouldn't say I don't expect anything different. I don't think that they need to change or make any different changes than what I listed initially, right?
Right.
Because think about what the changes were overall that were being looked for. It's going to benefit you one way or the other. I mean, Fishing for Pike did not do a bad job. It was a terrible lane, right? You said so yourself. We saw it in the LCS. Gangplank won those. That's how it goes. So be it. Unfortunately, they had to experience the same thing. And ultimately, what did we see? We saw the Ornn almost 1v2 and pick up a kill while he was 3 levels down on the 2 people who were ganking him. So the only difference that I expect to see, honestly, is the Kayle ban. And if it doesn't get banned, I think Raijin Storm first picks that.
Right. We could potentially see it, but the other notable thing is, of course, for Top Dream, this is not a support swap to top lane. Top Dream is a very competent top laner for Raijin Storm. Plays things like the Camille, just various carries across the board. One thing that I do want to keep an eye on, we do actually see the GP ban for Raijin Storm. We'll have to see. We see the MF, we see the Seraphine bans. We're not seeing anything too different. They're considering what this last ban is. Maokai was banned last time. If that's left open, again, the buffs came through. It can be played in several positions. Do we think that that makes it into the first phase of the draft?
I think it should. Full stop. I don't think it matters which team it is. I think it definitely should, because in terms of what we've seen out of throughout the season of the supports, of the jungles, of the top laners, they could all play it, right? Do I think it's necessarily going to go well into anything in particular? No. So that's really what it comes down to. I think I think you could almost see it in the bot lane as a counter to a Mumu, right? In the sense that it provides not just decent CC on the enemy AD carry, but a lot of damage.
Right. And of course, the ultimate feels pretty strong as well. But so far, we're just getting a little bit of a run back. Moonstone, they pick up the Senna. Soraka is still open. It seemed to work fairly well. But again, we know, Moonstone know that Raijin Storm are probably going to go for that Kalista pick. But we've also seen, just last week, we saw a little bit of a bait and switch pick with, jungle support kind of flexing, where, Amumu could very well still go to support if Moonstone decided to try to counter this. But Moonstone, they go with the same Senna Soraka pick. Raijin Storm, they're going with the Amumu. The bands changed a little bit, so we know inevitably Moonstone's team comp will have to change as well. But for now, we're seeing the same things.
Yeah, and there's no reason not to, right? Both of these teams, in terms of their bot lanes, were comfortable, right? Neither bot lane really destroyed the other one. Vladimir, I love this pickup when you're fighting into a team of Senna Soraka. Right. I want to talk about the bot lane just for a second longer, because it doesn't matter who the AD carry is. It's going to be an incredibly similar bot lane, right? The only difference would be if maybe it was a Caitlyn that gives you significantly more kill potential. Twitch, not in the lane alone, but later on in the game definitely gives you that assassination potential, under the assumption you can pick up an individual who is nowhere near their team, because if they are within spell range, they're fine. The heals are definitely going to come through. The Vladimir, though, I mean, we talked about sustain how many times, right? Built into this champion. And then on top of that, the sustain, as you build it, you're building AP, which means you're getting HP, which means you're getting more sustain. There you have your tree man.
Yeah. So just to let y'all know, Chovy has been playing, has been spamming Vladimir in solo queue recently. Again, I say spamming, has like 6 games in the past week or so on it. But in all but one of the games, got some sort of multi-kill, including a quadra kill. It looks like, going for that Night Harvester style of build. So definitely feeling pretty strong on the Vladimir. Feels like something they've wanted to practice and they've wanted to pull out for this series. We saw it in the bans last time, but there's the Maokai pickup. And Oshi, I think that probably locks us in for the Maokai jungle.
Does it though? Right?
Like, I mean, in theory,
what do we see in the top lane? If we see an Ornn in the top lane, there's no reason not to play Maokai into that, right? Think about it. What's the trade-off? You know, you're gonna trade auto attacks, which means you're gonna heal and he's gonna lower your armor. And then if he decides to dive in for the knockup, you W him. Right? You completely void all of the damage and the knockup with that W because you temporarily remove yourself from game. Then you get the root, and then you kill him, and then you walk away. And it's whatever. And otherwise, you're what? You're throwing saplings at him the entire time. The Ornhorn comes out. All right, throw your roots down. Ult's traded. You get knocked up. He gets snared. Nothing happens. It makes a totally safe lane. And a fed Maokai is going to perform in a team fight exceptionally similar to a fed Ornn.
Yeah, and again, especially with these buffs, it's just everything is generally better about the champion. So we'll have to see how that works. Again, it could go, in theory, could go top, could go jungle, maybe mid. I don't know what the Maokai Vladimir matchup is particularly like. I don't imagine it's great for the Maokai, so I doubt Moonstone picked it into that, but we'll have to see. This does give Moonstone the flexibility option, and they actually go ahead and pick up the Swain, which, again, should be mid lane. So we're going to get to see some good old bad blood between Noxus rivals duke it out in that mid lane. We're going to have to see what Raijin Storm want their response to be to this Maokai pick.
Swain, the big sustain, right? I mean, the number of times this season that we've seen, oh, there's 4 people mid lane, Swain pops the ultimate and just doesn't die.
Yeah.
You're just like, and they burned everything. The Ignite's ticking. He gained 9,000 health. Wow, he's level 6. Like it's...
Moonstone Gaming is called Moonstone Gaming, so it makes sense.
Oh,
I mean, well, like Moonstone Renewer, the support healing item, they're all, there's like a bunch of sustain and healing.
I have a 1-track.
You know what? That's fair. I have Pokemon cards behind me. I understand where you're going with it. These are League of Legends players. So, but anyway, it is what it is. We actually see the Kayn get picked up this time on the other side of the rift. This is the Kayn player playing it. Sutek picks it up again. I'm no shade onto Gao Xiao, but this is the Kayn player. So I'm a little bit, we'll see if it'll be red Kayn or blue Kayn. I'm anticipating this might get a little more bloody, but that is also the Mordekaiser pickup as well. And I think this is a perfectly fine response for whoever goes in the top lane. And Moonstone pick up Graves. So we still have some flexibility, Oshi.
Nah, we've got Maokai jungle, Swain mid, Graves top. No questions asked. Yeah. Who do you want to have get pulled into the death realm with the Mordekaiser? Swain, I guess, right? You pop your ultimate and at least you'll live. Maokai, no, not particularly. Graves is going to kill him 9 times out of 10. Oh, you lift your big hammer up overhead and he just dashes away. Okay, great. And now I get to shoot you for free over and over and over. This Graves, if this Graves goes even, no matter what lane he's in, if he goes even, he carries this game. Just looking at the Raijin Storm team. Yeah. He carries this game, right? Amumu, Mordekaiser are going to be the only tanks, and Mordekaiser is, just like the rest of Moonstone Gaming, sustain-based tank. So it's that.
Oshi, I don't know if you might be too old for this, but there's a TikTok series where there's this dude that's power scaling all of the league champions according to lore, and Mordekaiser is like one of the strongest ones, and then there's Graves who's just a dude, and this is I don't think this is about to prove that one right, because it's amazing what a shotgun can do to like a semi invincible, semi immortal being with that literally goes into the death realm. But hey, look, shotgun superiority. All right.
Here's the thing,
Fortnite
right?
Taught me that one.
Let's just take a quick look at medieval history and weapon history in the overall, right? You had the way that it developed is you had swords. People didn't like dealing with swords, so the bow came about. Well, how do you deal with the bow with shields? Well, okay, shields are one thing. You can shoot around or, miss. So armor became a big thing. How did they counter armor? First off was with a club, which is why you have someone like Mordekaiser who is armored with a club, right? Yeah. You never sliced through plate mail. It's not a thing. However, when did people stop wearing armor? Thunder, tell me. What invention came around the time that people stopped wearing armor?
It was my wonderful history friend. It was gunpowder, which makes things go boom. And we saw gunpowder work pretty effectively in the last game.
Yeah, did it ever?
Yeah.
I mean, that's something that I'm gonna love here if it does end up
Gunpowder is
happening.
the most powerful champion in lore in League of Legends. Aurelion Sol, no, it's gunpowder. Makes things go boom. How do you think the Big Bang happened? All right, it was
Gunpowder.
gunpowder. It started it all. We'll have to see.
Why do you
Again,
think
it's
God and gun start with a G?
they're basically the same word. 3 letters. They start with the G. I don't see the problem here. But
Both of them are graves.
oh, no. God. We will have to see how Gaoxiao wants to start this one off, though. We saw Gaoxiao go pretty farm heavy on the Kayn last time. We'll likely see that, somewhat farm heavy on the. Wait, hold on.
On the grave.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, okay,
Explain
fine.
to me. Was that 100% you said really like a 99.9?
No, we knew. Honestly, I had no idea. I was hoping for it, and I said 100% just because the overall concept of Slumber Pig playing Gangplank, destroying the way that he did, having it banned, and then saying, "Well, I guess I'll play the other pirate then,"
Right.
was just way too good. Instead, we get to see Gao Xiao going in on the Graves, the GG there, if you will. I'm very interested to see how Maokai fares against Mordekaiser now after these changes, because before didn't have a drop in the bucket.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the theory is if Mordekaiser ults you, you just send out the roots and say good luck. You have to walk at me through my name is Maokai and I speak for the trees. And for some reason, I can't say that word on here. But no, I will say,
Say what?
Uh, they're speaking Vietnamese. Y'all know that meme, but that's
No, I
besides.
don't.
You're not on TikTok enough. But no, oh look, the zoomer energy. I'm so sorry. The age gap is showing. The age gap is showing. But no, I will say I do. I don't think that Maokai. The Maokai Mordekaiser matchup is probably as bad. I think Maokai probably survives pretty all right into this matchup. Again, assuming Maokai can keep up in farm. I think if Mordekaiser can hit level 6 first, that's probably a kill, maybe 2 into Slumber Pig. But again, we saw Slumber Pig pop people with those barrels. These saplings will be doing a lot of damage. Not as much barrel damage, perhaps, but once again, we do kind of have Maokai definitely can still be a support. We kind of have that 3 support system again, and Ovo on this Swain can with the demonic ascension can pop off, start doing a lot of damage. But I think we're looking at now kind of again for Moonstone really kind of one main source of big bursty damage, which is the point you were getting at.
Yeah, and then the other side of that, though, is they have a significantly more sustained source of damage in the Swain to follow it up, right? In the last game, they had the Victor, who is also... Victor's kind of in that weird spot of between a burst and control and continuous damage character, but he's not any of them. Right? It depends on how you build, and ultimately he built Burn last game, I believe. So, right? It just kind of it plays how it plays. This time around, though, like you said, we have the 3 support system. There's going to be a significant amount of sustain behind Gaoshu, and then if the Graves picks up a Bloodthirster, for example, or a Shield Bow, or something of that sort, that is a disgusting amount of heal that the character or the champion gets on their own just based on their AoE auto attacks, right? So add in all of the other sustain behind them, the fact that there shouldn't really have to be healing Ovo in fights. Swain should be able to handle that themselves. And it's a much more rounded composition on that side this time. However, the other side scares me, man.
Yeah, I think I will say I do like both of these drafts. I expect them to start going, to just barrel into each other, go face first into the fights if last game was anything to say about it. And we'll have to see who can, neutralize the opposing team first. But if you want to be able to neutralize your opponents, again, please check out our wonderful sponsor, ProComps, an all-in-one drafting tool that you can use in your competitive and casual games. Because look, we're all casual gamers at some point in our lives. You can take advantage of it to analyze your opponent's drafts, analyze what you should be drafting, get counter picks, figure out how they're going to play, and more. Use code CCS for, get this, 50% off. That's right, the big 50 at checkout for Pro Comps. Link is down below or in the chat. We got a couple of minutes before we're going to be getting into the game. We will be right back to see who gets this second one.
Everybody I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser. Always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Rift. We got both teams actually grouping up for a level 1 on opposite sides of the map. This is always my favorite thing to see because they all just look kind of silly. Look at them. They're walking into Pixel Brush. They're both going to get the invades. Oshi, do we think we're going to get the split map here, or is this just vision?
No, it's just vision, hands down. Think about it. Kane is as Kane does, right? What did we say last time? They wanted to push in. They wanted to figure out where the Kane is. They got in there. Graves stepped around, saw that there's nobody at the red buff. There's a ward sitting there. Okay, cool. Now they know where the Kane's starting. The thing is, as you can see by these 3 staying stacked here, they're expecting the Graves to have been pushed in down there, see that he would see that Kane was starting blue, and go to his red to try and match him in the bot lane. This is actually either going to end up in a steal, which would be massive,
right,
or a big waste of time.
They are just staying there. They're playing very, very carefully, and notably, Gaoshao is starting on the bottom side with a leash. Looks like they're going to get the Raptor camp. I think that might be it. I mean, if you take that away, there's a fair amount of CS. Sutek can get out of there fairly quickly, so we'll have to see how this goes and how these junglers play it. I mean, Gaoshao has no information that Sutek is in his jungle. It is only the ward on that red side buff, so they can assume that Sutek is on the top side, but it's in that far northern quadrant, not the actual top side of the map, which might actually give Sutek to get, I mean, kind of all 3 quadrants here if Gaoshao can't make note of it.
Yeah, we did just see it ping onto the enemy red buff, though, so it looks like Gaoshao is actually headed over. There's the on-the-way ping as well, so he is going to look for his on-invade, going to dash over the drag wall, which I respect. In a straight-up 1v1 at level 2, my money's on Graves for sure in this matchup. And it looks like they're actually are going to be splitting the map. I don't think we've seen this in any of the series that you and I have casted together. Not even close.
Yeah, not this committed to it, where it's not just like, oh, actually, no, the invade
top
happened,
lane.
somebody got a kill, and you went for it, and Sutek is taking advantage of this split map already. Slumberpig was playing very, very aggressively on this Maokai, but is quite bulky, manages to be, I mean, fine, doesn't even have to flash away since the wave wasn't anywhere near him.
Yeah, you know, that's the advantage of that W ability, right? It's like Master Yi's Q. You remove yourself from the game temporarily. You can't be CC'd, and there's the sustain of the Maokai coming through as well. Again, some of you might not be as familiar with the champion, so a quick rundown of what they do. The passive gives you a heal on auto attacks every couple of seconds. I believe it's a 12 or 16-second cooldown. Your Q is a knock up in a single line. Looks like Chovy.
That is, yep, that's a dead Vlad. That, you know, invested the ghost, and I mean, there, Gao Xiao just this is that's a preview of what Graves is also going to be doing later in the game. So Chovy falls, and again, you know, Slumberpig didn't have to invest the flash, low on mana, and Gao Xiao gets the first effective gank.
Yeah, and effective is an understatement in that one. Not only did he blow the summoner, but he also picked up the kill, which is massive naturally there. And this time in the bot lane, we see a couple summoners go. The exhaust and the heal on one side and the ignite on the other. I have to say, I think Fishing for Pike is going to play this significantly differently than what we saw like out of, I forgot his name already, which makes me terrible. Thank you, Solbert, last game.
We won't forget you, Solbert.
No,
oh, good.
Nobody else will. I'm just a terrible person. Don't worry.
Gao Xiao and Sutek. I mean, Sutek can just go over the wall, but there is a ward there, and the chase will not continue. Just Gao Xiao getting some damage in. Continue your point, Hoshi.
All I was going to say is I think Fishing for Pike is going to play this significantly more aggressively, right? Simply because that's the type of player that he is. So,
right.
You know, All for Love and Alanin are going to have to watch themselves a little more in this bot lane in the straight up 2v2s. And I'm not even going to try and predict which way that'll go because it's going to entirely depend on how the skill shots are landed. Speaking of Gao Xiao.
Yeah, Gao Xiao is coming up to the top side of the map. Top Dream is continuing to try to deal damage to Slumberpig, but between the Grasp and Slumberpig's passive, which, you know, the cooldown gets reset the more abilities that Slumberpig hits. So this Maokai will just heal so much. Maokai has the health advantage on Mordekaiser in the top lane with no jungle interference, no ignites, no nothing. Has TP'd back, but that is, I will say, that's, you know, points to just how powerful this rework, or just how strong this. It wasn't even a rework. It said like an adjustment in those patch notes, but I'm starting to really hate that. Every time I see adjustment, I'm realizing it just means buff.
Yeah, like ultimately, you know, that's like that guy you went to high school with who said he's made an adjustment to his routine, and it turns out he just started chewing creatine. Like, yeah. It's like, oh, I see.
Yeah, that is an adjustment. Things have definitely changed, but in one significant direction. Top Dream has to flash away, is only level 5. Gao Xiao and Slumberpig were trying to make it happen before the ultimate came through, and because of that, MNG Raijin Storm are going to be able to pick up the first Drake of the game yet again.
Yeah, through all of our jokes and everything, Gao Xiao was sitting there on top of a ward the entire time. Top Dream knew he was there. They still did blow the flash, but it did cost them the dragon, and more important than that, it cost them a significant amount of experience, right? Gao Xiao was not farming. Slumberpig was splitting his CS experience there as well. So Slumberpig now only level 5 to the level 6 of Top Dream. This is not going to be the best situation if he gets death realmed in a bad spot.
Yeah, again, is only level 5, so what should be leveling up here rather soon. Yeah, it is just that minion right there that takes him over, so should have the Nature's Grasp to, you know, disengage as needed. The Death's Grasp comes through though, and Slumberpig again is very weak, should have some sustain, and we see the passive there proc. So, but again, it'll take a little while for that to come back, and in the meantime, Top Dream is just laying down the smackdown. So Gao Xiao should be careful up here on the top side to keep their top laner alive. But as you said, in terms of farm, this is a nearly 20 farm lead for Sutek, and one of the advantages of Kayn. And oh, that is Slumberpig going in. The Nature's Grasp comes through for the root, anticipating the gank, and Slumberpig preemptively denies Sutek the gank.
I definitely thought another tower shot was going to come out there. My goodness. Slumberpig played that perfectly. And like you said, anticipated the gank, managed to get out of it, is still alive as well, by the way. even now. And on top of that, Kane had to back off too. Kane not level 6 yet, not able to use his own ultimate to get in there for that assassination. So really the power of the Mao coming out right there.
The power of the Mao, indeed. You know, like Oshi, what language? Like, how do you like? Does Maokai just like speak in English to the saplings they pick up? Like, what's the official language of the Shadow Isles? Do you think?
The official language of the Shadow Isles is historically listed as Ixtali, Shuriman, and Ionian.
Interesting. You know what?
I went and looked it up.
I didn't know that. Hey, you know what? We got some league lore here, so I'm surprised. I didn't. You know, I thought Ixtal was. I feel like Ixtal's like Latin, where it's a dead language at this point, but we'll have to see. We're rumored to get another champion for them in the next year. But that being said, speaking of various regions, this poor crab from the void is going to get taken down, and MNG Raijin Storm, they have a phenomenal neutral objective advantage.
I don't know if you saw what just happened up in the top lane there. Swain just dropped a random E, just trying to catch Top Dream for no reason.
We've been seeing those happen, and now because they couldn't kill Slumber Pig the first time, they've brought 4 members of the team up here to do it. I imagine they're going to be dropping the Rift Herald shortly. Fishing for Pike goes in. You said this Amumu was going to be playing aggressive, but there is no follow-up. This turret is already getting fired up, and they managed to back out, trade it off. This will be first turret before 9 minutes, and Slumber Pig smartly just walks away.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be just about at 9 minutes. That's a lot of plate gold traded around to everybody there. They're not focusing this on any one person. They spread it. Unfortunate situation here, though, is that
Chovy is just walking forward. Might still have the blood pool if he wants to go down into it. No. Okay, goes into it now and puts Gao Xiao rather low. Slumber Pig did manage to stop the Rift Herald, although it got a second charge. Goes in now. The Nature's Grasp locks down 3, so Slumber Pig can get on out of there, along with the Wish coming through to keep him alive. But again, that is 2 ultimates used. Slumber Pig is going to have to be careful. There are still 3 members up top, and notably, Chovy was able to get back to base without getting killed.
Yeah, what I was going to point out is that we now have a Mordekaiser who is going to be in a rather stressful lane, right? Because Mordekaiser is not the best roam champion. Doesn't have any move speed on their side or mobility on their side, right? No finished items on this Mordekaiser yet either. Only sitting at a total of 32,000 or 3,200 gold, 32,000. Can you imagine? 3,200 gold right now. So it's going to be a situation where he has to play very smart. And if Slumber Pig decides to take this, slow it down, ward it out, farm it out, then you're going to see a Mordekaiser slowly start to fall behind and really have to kind of gamble on being able to be an influence in this game, while Slumber Pig should be able to just sit up top, farm away, and teleport in when necessary.
Yeah, that's, again, you know, Slumber Pig kind of playing the role that Fishing for Pike was playing in the last game, where, you know, an engage tool as the ultimate doesn't really, you know, need to do too much other than that. But again, this Maokai, this could be the chance to really pop off on the champ. I don't think it's going to be kind of the, you know, 1v9 carry potential that the GP had in the last game, but should still be effective. We're actually seeing Slumber Pig on the roam down, ganking like a jungler would, and does happen to, you know, does have the actual jungler here on the back of it, but they get spotted out on the ward. So Fishing for Pike and Epic Fail Guy back up for the time being. However, that will be second Drake now going over the side of Moonstone Gaming.
I panicked for a split second there just because of the Drake setup. I saw Slumber Pig start teleporting top lane because I don't want to trade the Drake for that tier 2 turret. And I thought Top Dream still had his teleport. He did not. However, Top Dream is on his way down to get engaged in this fight.
Yeah, the dragon goes down. Gao Xiao manages to claim it. The Hemo Play gets popped. Chovy is doing quite a bit of damage. The Dawning Shadow comes over the top, but the Curse of the Sad Mummy goes in, and the Mummy is put into his grave. Top Dream has arrived to the team fight and has Gao Xiao locked in the Death Realm, lays the hammer over the top. Hammer does beat Shotgun, gets the second kill onto the Soraka. Slumber Pig is at the team fight now, but it's too little too late. The Nature's Grasp does nothing in a 1v4. These saplings don't have enough damage, even with the buffs. 4 kills to none for this, or 4 kills to 1, my apologies, for the side of Raijin Storm.
Yeah, and quite frankly, that one kill that they picked up was fishing for Pike on the support. Amumu, that is who you want to have die right there. Curse of the Sad Mummy, unused due to the silence field that was dropped by All for Love. We saw the same thing happen the last game on the engages. It was very well done. However, it didn't ultimately matter. Chovy dealt so much AoE damage on this Vladimir early on in that fight. Dropping the Hemo Plague over the top and then getting in with the pool, getting in with the E, just ultimately bursting everybody down. Top Dream had the fight of his life getting into the Death Realm against a low Gaosho. No flash here for Top Dream.
Yeah,
that's assists for everyone.
Indeed. And I mean, yeah. Top Dream goes down. Ova was the only one that did not get the money on it. The range was not quite there, but Fishing for Pike is up here, and that's probably just going to push Ovo back. Does not want to deal with the support. That's probably not alone.
Yeah, definitely not alone. You could see the question mark ping coming out there.
Oh, Slumber Pig goes, untargetable very, very briefly, but between a Vladimir and a Twitch, both popping their ultimates on you, that is a very dead tree. So Gaosho has to clear the wave.
I mean, you can be as untargetable as you want to, but DOTs exist and continue to hit you. That was a 300 damage Q out of the Vlad right there, by the way. So Gaosho feeling some pain for certain. Picked up the Eclipse as his first buy, in case you were curious. So that is the Omnivamp. So that's going to kind of perform the sustain that we talked about in the early game, as well as the draft that we wanted to see him have, so that he can, get into these 1v1 situations, but also not be 100% reliant on always having the supports solely healing him, which is the ideal, but it's not always going to be the case. So Gaosho looking to get into some duels. I would love to see some healing cut come out of him in that for those situations as well.
Yeah, and that was one thing we were missing a little bit last game that might have had a little bit of an impact. Slumber Pig goes in, but untargetable plus untargetable means not a lot of action. But Nature's Grasp comes out. A TP follows up on this gank. The Dawning Shadow over the top. Gaosho is the one that picks up the kill, but Top Dream takes Gaosho into the Death Realm once again and is here to prove the might of melee weapons and does just that. Gaosho falls yet again in the Death Realm.
Turns out that
and instantly picks up the Quicksilver sack.
Oh, that's yep, that's lesson learned is what that is right there. I appreciate the pickup, Gaosho. It's definitely going to benefit you because now Top Dream has to pick someone else to target. Right? That's the long and the short of it. Either he has to pick somebody else or he has to wait for you to pop it because a Mumu CC'd you or something of this sort. Either way, the tenacity that comes through after popping it is going to be very beneficial one way or the other. But as you said, the man of metal himself, the might of the mountain, dropping the hammer on the shotgun lord once more. And I don't know how many times we're going to have to see this before one of us eats my words.
I mean, hey, look, it's not going to be me. I'm not eating your words. You can keep those in your mouth. But Rift Herald, again, used for the side of MNG Raijin Storm. They get another tier 1 with it. Moonstone, they're not able to put up too much of a fight. Again, you can't do much against the Twitch that just instantly clears your wave. So just a brief item check-in. We're approaching the 16-minute mark, so we're getting another Drake in about 40 seconds. Everybody has their mythics on the side of Moonstone, including the one Moonstone renewer for All for Love. So, team name, item synergy boost. Notably, Slumber Pig does not have an item yet. Has, about 800, 900 gold, so it shouldn't be too far away from completing the first one. Wouldn't be surprised if it's Frostfire or something. And Epic Fail Guy, only one without a mythic on the side of MNG Raijin Storm, but that's because they bought a Bork, which is basically a mythic.
Yeah, and quite frankly, when you're playing the Twitch into a team like this, the percent-based damage is very worth it, right?
Yeah.
It's a nice early pickup. It gives you some sustain. It means you can fight the 1v1s a little bit better. And it's, what's your other option? You're going to pick up a Kraken Slayer, which does the same thing. So.
Yep. We're going to have to see how effective these items are going to be. We're going to have to see if Slumber Pig not having that mythic is going to be important here. That is the front line. Shutek goes in, wants to try to get the knockouts, but gets silenced. Notably, that is not on the Amumu. Shutek wants to go for the execute onto Ovo, gets a ton of damage. Slumber Pig is not going to be able to tank up this much. Is not even on the actual front side of the fight, protecting the carries. Has to flash over. All for Love and Gaosho. They are on the run. That is 3 kills. Gaosho and All for Love. They have to turn tail and get out of there. Dragon number 2 going over to MNG Raijin Storm.
Sustained diff in fights really only matters if you are holding equal. At this point, there is a 5,000 gold difference. I mean, take a look at the top lane alone is 2,300 on this Mordekaiser over top of the Maokai. You can't out-heal the burst that is coming out of that Q. You can't out-heal the burst that is coming out of the Vladimir Q when he has the full blood pool as well. That's doing 400 plus damage when it goes off. So at this point in time, so long as the target prioritization coming out of Raijin Storm is good, they will keep getting kills.
Yao Xiao is doing quite a bit of damage here, is getting low themselves and falls. The Dawning Shadow takes out the Amumu, but that is support for jungler. There are no neutral objectives to take for the time being, but Chovy is on the bottom tier 1 without teleport, so the rest of his team disengages from the mid lane, and Chovy is getting free time on this turret. Will get really close to being able to take it. Actually, yeah, should just get this turret gold outright.
Yeah, so the real issue here, like you said, Chovy free firing on this bot turret, about to take it out. And then you've got Top Dream up in the top lane, just about putting the same thing down. And that was, I mean, that was a 5v3 where they traded 1 for 1. So definitely going to have to pay some attention here because as it stands, nobody can 1v1 this Mordekaiser. And it's getting to a point, seemingly, that no one can really 1v1 the Vlad either. Not until there's some healing cut that comes in, and I don't know who's going to be the one looking for that. I'm guessing they want the Soraka to pick it up, question mark? But yeah, I'm concerned.
You know, we could maybe see it on Slumber Pig. Lots of AoE on the Nature's Grasp, lots of AoE on the Saplings, but we'll have to see. And notably, Chovy, Night Harvester, Sork Shoes, Dark Steel. This is the build that Chovy has been building in solo queue. This is, I'm pretty sure this was banned in the first game. And again, had a quadra kill, had multiple triple kills. I think there was only one game that Chovy played that they only had a double kill. So this is definitely a very powerful champion in their hands. They're popping off on it. They just bought 2 needlessly large rods, just straight up, just bought 2 of them. And finally, Slumber Pig gets the Sunfire Aegis. That is a 19-minute mythic, mind you.
Wow.
That was after both supports.
And here's the thing, like, I want to say, well, yeah, you're playing weak side top lane. Was he, though, right? Like, think about the early game that happened here. He really wasn't playing weak side top lane in the straight heads up. Unfortunately, the jungle pressure that came through, not just the jungle pressure, the full team rotation that came through to get that tower take was so important. And I said that Top Dream might struggle on this Mordekaiser to get out onto the map and really push in and provide a lot of pressure. He has shown that no, he's not struggling to do that whatsoever. Look at that. The grasp did absolutely nothing, and then there goes 30% of your health bar, Ovo. I mean, this is not a friendly situation for Moonstone Gaming at all. Yeah,
you know, Top Dream has a 5,000, 6,000 gold lead over, you know, like 5,500 gold lead over Slumber Pig. That's like 70% of the gold lead right now, and it's only going to get bigger here. The Dawning Shadow cannot even trigger in time. I'm pretty sure Alanin started that the second the dive happened, and Ovo was already dead by the time it finished channeling.
By the way, the wish went off there as well. Still killed them.
Like, that was 3 ultimates used to try to stay alive, and it just didn't happen. In Slumber Pig, I don't know what you're thinking, buddy. I mean, you can survive for a little bit longer, but that's the death realm. Top Dream is taking turret shots. Nature's Grasp is used now. Slumber Pig gets a shutdown kill, and Top Dream is going to have to start backing up. Alanin has arrived. The Dawning Shadow no longer the only way to provide support here. Hemoplague, nope, not going to be invested yet for Chovy, and, you know, recouping some gold now for Moonstone Gaming.
Yeah, it's okay.
That
like
hurts.
that's a little bit of greed, and that turned around on him, right? But I mean, ultimately, like, you take a look at the numbers here. The Maokai passive is healing him for about 280 to 300. Is what I saw right there. Meanwhile, the Mordekaiser Q, it hit him for 4 to 5.
Right.
So I'll take those odds based on the cooldowns alone.
Right.
That in a normal 1v1, you know, at this point in time, the Mordekaiser's doing pretty okay. Yeah, I think he's feeling all right.
Yeah.
On top of having the sustaining of his own through the Riftmaker, he's sitting on an additional 7% Omnivamp right now. Once he finishes the item he's building, he's going to go up to a 9% Omnivamp total. I mean, it's a situation, right? What did we see as the main game changer in the last game was the sustain, but we saw it out of 2 specific champions. This time we're seeing it out of 3 champions on one side, 3 champions on the other side. One of them has a lead and has stronger champions.
Right, and also the team with the lead has bought heal cut. You can, that can be a bit of a chicken or an egg debate, but we're not having a debate right now because Sutek wants to end this game. Goes in, gets a lot of damage, but the sustain is there. The Demonic Ascension heals Ovo up, but Ovo falls just as quickly, and a massive chunk from the Spray and Pray to fall quickly to the Twitch. All for Love and Top Dream are duking it out in the queue over the top. Top Dream smashes the Soraka, and it is only 2 members remaining. The side of Moonstone Gaming, that is going to be Soul Point as well for MNG Raijin Storm.
Every third attack deals an additional 104 true damage. That is what we see coming out of the Twitch with the Kraken Slayer on his side, as well as 8% enemy current health physical damage on hit from the Blade of the Ruin King. Throw all of that on top of the Spray and Pray, which gives him an additional 300 range and 55 attack damage, putting him well over the 250 attack damage marker. And that was the destruction that we witnessed Moonstone Gaming have to suffer through. The speed at which the Rat shreds through their team is devastating, let alone everything else that is happening right now. As long as this Twitch has someone standing in front of him, he is ripping through this Moonstone team.
Yeah, and like notably, one thing I'm seeing here is with, between Sutek and Fishing for Pike just going in, getting these knockups and getting the lockdown at CC from the Curse of the Sad Mummy, like, unless All for Love hits a really, really good silence on both of them, like, unless that Equinox radius is just perfectly placed, the team is getting locked down one way or another, and just a couple seconds, not even a couple seconds, just a second is all Epic Fail Guy needs to press R.
Yeah, exactly. And the biggest thing is All for Love should never be anywhere near that Twitch. Right? So you're never going to get the silence off on that Spray and Pray. What you're trying to do is silence Chovy, right? That is the biggest thing that you can do. Silence Chovy, silence Fishing for Pike, keep that extra magic damage and that extra AoE CC away. Keep it down just a little bit longer in hopes of maybe popping somebody in return. As it stands right now, though, like, Alanin is not really coming online yet. Ovo is living, but the burn is not right. Think about it, think about how little damage it appears that he's doing in these fights, right? Yeah, he's definitely doing damage. He's sustaining, he's living for quite a while, but he's got 1,800 health right now. So
yeah, and notably Alanin currently rocking 49 stacks on that passive. So I mean, it's not, not the worst, but you definitely want your center ranges to be increasing, maybe at a slightly more dramatic rate. But I mean, for now, it's just kind of sit and wait. See if the neutral objectives spawn. Nobody really wants to take the Baron yet, but I mean, if you're Raijin Storm, you're probably, you're probably thinking about it. It's probably a consideration, and we can already see Moonstone. They're trying to set up vision on that top quadrant of the map, anticipating the, inevitable Baron play.
yeah, I mean, the Baron play here really is just going to be Suteki, Epic Fail Guy, and Fishing for Pike. Just 3-person the Baron. You can definitely do it in that situation, without question. Top Dream just keeps all this pressure bot lane. No one can do a damn thing about it. Right? Like, this Mordekaiser is so far ahead. And honestly, the fact that Mordekaiser isn't banned every single game blows my mind, because we bring up the tax that you have to pay just for letting him through. So unless you're going to pick him first pick when you're on blue side, then, really? Is it worth it? Are you sure?
Right.
So, because this is what happens. How often? Like, I would say 70% of the games that we see a Mordekaiser come in, this is what we end up seeing happen. Because you can't really keep him down forever.
Right. It is inevitable that he will look, your face is going to get smashed in one way or another. He's coming for you eventually, no matter who you are. And And because of that, Summerpig has even invested in the QSS despite being a significant amount of gold down. Is currently rocking 1,000 gold. So as soon as they get back to the base, I wouldn't be surprised if they buy something a little bit worthwhile. Gaoxiao wants to go in, throws down the smoke screen and some auto attacks. Slumberpig dashes in themselves. Doesn't even have time to throw down the Nature's Grasp yet. They throw it going vertically, but the spray and pray takes one down. The prey outdoes the wish. A double kill comes through. That's the healer's gone. Slumberpig is at negligible HP. A couple of autos will take it. Fishing for a pike goes fishing themselves. The Maokai falls. Gaoxiao is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Another double kill for Twitch. That is an unofficial quadra kill. And Ovo is on the run. It's not even popped the demonic ascension. The TP is coming into the mid lane, and that is a concession from the side of Moonstone Gaming for game number 2.
That is, again, something that we have not seen yet this season. A forfeit at one point in the game. I'm not going to sit and talk about that very much.
Right.
That is a decision that you are well within your right to make as a team. It must have been well discussed, and it's a great way to just kind of persevere and push through and reset, right? It saves a little bit of the mental strain of having to sit there and watch your whole base get taken bit by bit and just lose slowly, especially if the other team decides to draw it out. They go take the Baron and then they get the drag, right? So you save yourself a little bit there. So respect if that's what you're going for. Okay, I'm all for it. It happens. But, I mean, the amount that there is to talk about that happened in that game, to put it in a single phrase, it would have to be that divine is greater than arcane. Right? Think about that, right? You said so yourself that the prey outdid the wish.
Yes, that is true. That is true.
So,
the
God greater than gun.
Weird. Yeah. Look, we talked briefly. We were kind of joking about gun v man in metal suit, but the man in the metal suit had his way with the entire team. That was ended up 6-1-4. Epic fail guy though 7-0-6 on this Twitch. Still didn't do as much damage as Top Dream.
Oh, it's 300 difference. Come on.
But it's, again, this was a Twitch. We saw how much damage Epic fail guy was doing in those team fights. Epic fail guy was chunking everybody down to a third at most, autoing them a few times, and they were dead, especially with the Runans there at the very end. Like, Top Dream still having that much damage from kind of those early game fights is absolutely bonkers. And I will say this didn't feel like a great debut for that Maokai top, because it didn't look like anything changed about it, quite frankly. It, like, the early laning phase looked strong.
First half.
Yeah, like the first 5 minutes looked strong. After that, it looked like Maokai again.
Yeah, because here's the thing. You buffed the kit.
Yeah.
Okay? But the problem is the kit. Right?
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
You know,
that's like saying the problem is you when you're breaking up with somebody. It's like
but
you are
here's
actually the problem.
You can take a Volkswagen Beetle, and you can tune the engine and put put a fresh coat of paint on it and put slicks on it. It's still a Volkswagen Beetle, right? You didn't gut the engine and build a new one in it. That is the difference between slight buffs and a total rework. We didn't get a total rework. We got some buffs to a kit that just aren't compatible in the current meta. His ultimate is too slow. His root is not enough. The knockup is not big enough. It doesn't CC long enough, right? The saplings don't do much damage, and the saplings are on a very long cooldown as well. They're really just like slight vision tools that don't last that long. They're not that useful. Take it from somebody that plays a lot of Maokai in ARAM. They're not that useful.
Yeah, I can see how vision would not be that useful in ARAM. Well, I mean, yeah, you got bushes, but whatever. It is what it is. Well, I mean, the Maokai, it was banned in game 1, left open in game 2. We'll have to see how it plays out in game 3. I have a feeling it's going to go from a lot of priority to no priority. But, I'm going to have to see, is this Senstraka bot lane going to change? Fishing for Pike performed much better on this Amumu and is now going to be able to be in this position for the rest of the series. And guess what? It's 1-1. We're down to a best of 3 to see who gets to take on the winner of CB Rush and Hard Hat Zone, which happens on Sunday. But you're here It's now. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for game number 3. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is game number 3 between Raijin Storm and Moonstone Gaming, and notably, Moonstone Gaming have elected to switch sides. They are now on the blue side. Raijin Storm is on red side, so might see some shifts in some pick priority. That Amumu first pick could get locked in with whatever Raijin Storm want to grab with it. But honestly, I think if you're Moonstone, you probably don't want to see that.
I think if you're Moonstone, you don't ban Mordekaiser now.
You don't ban Mordecai because you can pick it. Because you can pick
Exactly. And here's the thing. Like, Top Dream is amazing. right? He's a very good player. I still think Slumber Pig is the better player of the two of them, and that is bold. That is an incredibly bold statement. I understand that. I don't say things like that very often, but from what I saw in that last game, Slumber Pig did not make many mistakes, right? He did not play poorly. He tried the new Maokai, and like we said afterwards, it's still Maokai. On top of that, consider the gank that he turned, right?
Right.
Consider the gank he denied, and consider the fact that he had a 4-man tower push that he survived, right? He played incredibly well. I think if you give him an even champion matchup, because he had a bad champion matchup and held his own until all of that influence came in. I think if you give him an even champion matchup, or even better, in the case of Mordekaiser, it is almost always going to be a good champion matchup.
Right.
He will thrive. So we see the Vlad ban, we see the Kane ban, the Hecarim stays banned, Gangplank banned again, Seraphine Misfortune never going to see the light of day. There's a lot up that has been played, and that was incredibly influential in both of the games that we've seen so far.
Right. So like so we really like the Mordekaiser pick. Oh, there is the Lux pick. And again, Lux support, Lux ADC, definitely a thing, but OVO, that is a signature OVO champ.
Yeah, you know what? We already got to see Chovy play his.
Mm-hmm.
Now we get to see it come the other way, right?
Exactly.
Almost guaranteed.
And again, it is still technically a flex for, all for love, enchanter support, still absolutely a thing. And I will say, that's what I kind of like about this. But MNG Raijin Storm, I think this is the first Tristana game that we have gotten to cast. And I'm going to be honest, I'm really excited for it.
We had Trist last week.
We did. Look, I have an ear infection.
I'm pretty sure we had 2 Trist games last week.
A little pull behind the curtain here. Okay, there was the Tristana mid lane game. I remember it now. Little pull behind the curtain here. Your boy's on like 5 different things for a wild ear infection I've got, so my memory's a little shot. But Raijin Storm, Moonstone Gaming, they left up the Mordekaiser, and Raijin Storm said, "Okay, thank you. We'll just take it again. You didn't have an answer for it before. What have you got this time?"
Hopefully not a tree man, let me tell you what, because at this point in time, I'm pretty sure Top Dream's a lumberjack now. He took the downtime in between the games. He went to the store, picked himself up some flannel, got a good Canadian accent, and he's out making bank.
Look, anything is an axe if you chop hard enough, but Moonstone Gaming now pick up the Zilean. And guess what? We're still flexing, and the Caitlyn gets picked up now. What do you like more, Oshi? Zilean Kate or Lux Kate?
Oh, Zilean Kate, big time. The range that you have down there is incredible. If you happen to hit a Zilean stun, you get a trap underneath it, guaranteed headshot follow-up. Nice, easy, bursty. I mean, sure, you get the same thing with the Lux. It's not as safe. And quite frankly, Zilean mid versus Lux mid, no thank you. Even more so now. I don't like either of them mid against Sylas.
Hey, it might be a Sylas top, maybe, but no,
Mordekaiser jungle, yeah.
But no, you can never count out the Zilean mid. Bjergsen, Jensen, they both popped off on it last weekend. People have been playing it in solo queue. People have been trying to match the skill of the 2 best mid laners in North America.
And how well does that normally go?
Look, I'm not going to say anything about it, but they've been doing their best. We'll have to see if it can happen here. And so the bans are going to continue to come through. Raijin Storm do actually ban the Graves, so they felt it was somewhat intimidating. So they've banned the GP, banned the Graves. Moonstone Gaming take away the Pike, the signature pick for fishing for a Pike. So again, looks like they're just going for some comfort now. Moonstone, I mean, what are you looking for them to round out the draft? Raijin Storm honestly feels pretty good. They just have to get their support in jungle to round out the comp, but it seems like they have the tools at their disposal. For Moonstone Gaming, though, feels like they still have quite a bit that they need to fill out.
You know what? Okay, not banned, Aatrox. Right?
Yeah.
If you're going to go fight into a Mordekaiser, Aatrox. Under the assumption that Slumber Pig can play Aatrox, which I have all of the faith in that he knows how. If he's a top laner, he damn well better know how. But we need health, we need defense, we need CC, right? Sejuani wouldn't be bad in the jungle. A Trundle wouldn't be bad in the jungle. Just being able to steal that away. We need that CC though. We need that tankiness. Yeah, a Jarvan actually would be incredible. Yes, take the Soraka
Wow.
away.
Okay.
For sure. Soraka Tristana, if that's bot lane, great lane.
Yeah.
Incredible lane, especially as the later it gets, the more range you get. It's almost better than the Senna. Sure, you don't have the return sustain, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean,
Man.
again, Raijin Storm now have a ton of healing. Again, I didn't see Moonstone Gaming pick up any heal cut. Maybe they did in the last couple minutes when I wasn't really looking at items, but I was talking about some ways to round out the team comp. Good hard engage with some nice tanky meaty stats with the Lee Sin. I like it, but notably, that's now another really good ult for Silas to pick up.
But what are you gonna do with Lee Sin? In against this team on Raijin Storm, your ultimate is a disengage, not an engage tool.
Yeah,
right?
That's true. That's true.
Okay, so you get a ward hop or you land a Q and you're looking to be insec. You want to get that big kick. Who are you gonna hit?
Whoa.
Okay, that's a lot of supports for some stuff.
This is, we've been, we were kind of saying it. They've been going like 4 supports, 2 kind of damages, and one kind of main source of damage. This is just 3 outright supports. I mean, Lee Sin isn't gonna exactly be farming kills here. Like,
yeah, I mean, if this was a Zeri instead of Caitlyn, oh my god,
this Moonstone Gaming have put themselves in what I like to call a bit of a pickle.
I dare say it's the damn danger zone, man. Like, call hard hat and get their headwear because you guys are in a construction area right now. It is going to be full demo the way that Raijin Storm looks in this
OSHA
draft.
violations all over the place.
Come with me. I know that one.
A world of OSHA violations. Oh, we can't get DMCA'd, right? We can't get DMCA'd. But I mean, honestly, if I'm looking at MNG Raijin Storms, I will say the Soraka, I like it. It feels a little, feels maybe a little strange, but like they have plenty of engage. Otherwise, Moonstone Gaming, I just look at this and wonder how quickly can they run away?
Yeah, basically, right? Here's the thing. Moonstone has an incredible poke comp.
Yes.
Right? And that's why I love the Jarvan pickup, right? Jarvan is that hard, almost guaranteed engage, right? Who can get out of the Jarvan ult right now? Caitlyn and Lee Sin. That's it. And it's not easy with Caitlyn. Like, using your E to hop out, that's not easy, right?
Nope.
So Lee Sin, whatever, go ahead. He's not after you anyways, right? And then you take a look at absolutely everything else that's going on here. First off, who from Moonstone is even getting into your back line? Maybe Lee, nobody else, right? So
There's
the Soraka, so Soraka has the time of her life keeping Tristana alive, while Tristana sits behind a disgustingly high damage, high health front line.
Right.
Free firing, right? This is very akin to the Twitch. Very akin.
I mean, I guess if you're Moonstone, you're just trying to outrange overall. Like, you have to walk into Lux bindings, you have to walk into Karma roots, you have to walk into traps. So I guess this is one of those games where Moonstone are going to be trying to say, hey, we're going to get to objectives first and lock down these choke points for you to try to get to us. But like, I mean, that being said, Jarvan, Silas, Tristana can all literally just hop over walls. They don't really have to go through choke points.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, it feels very, very similar to the last game that we just saw, right? Where, I mean, even then, Raijin didn't have problems getting in. How many times did we see the Death's Grasp land, right? It was gross. His accuracy with it was phenomenal, including hitting Graves, who has a dash to get out of it. Like, we talked about that beforehand. We were like, oh yeah, he throws out the Death's Grasp. Graves just dives sideways and whatever, no big deal. No, we never saw it because his timing and his positioning on the Death's Grasp, it was incredible. Like, Top Dream played so phenomenal. The fact that they didn't pick up Mordekaiser or ban Mordekaiser says Moonstone Gaming didn't even think about it, which I think is a massive problem.
Whoa. Moonstone Gaming. Okay, look, they've done this. They did this to us in the series that we saw them on a stream during the regular season. This is becoming increasingly more bonkers. That's Zillion top against the Mordekaiser.
No, it's not. Yeah, it is. I'm just kidding.
No, it is.
I know.
Yeah,
I was
it
like,
is.
no, they're gonna change it. Really? No, but yeah, it's
Is Slumber Pig just like, okay, you can kill me in the death realm and then I'll just revive myself?
okay. So revive yourself, and then I'll just death grasp you, Q you, and you die again. That's all I'm seeing, right? Like, I understand that theory, of course. You trade
Right.
ultimates, awesome, sure, I guess. Maybe they're just looking to outpush him and outspeed him, and just kind of bombs and walk away and bombs and walk away. But I don't know, man. I mean, I guess Karma wouldn't fare great either, but I feel like she'd fare better just because the W sustain.
Right. And
Um,
there's the Q pokes. I'm checking just to see, right? I'm gonna try to pull up these stats, but I mean, I will say otherwise everything for Raijin Storm is proving to be pretty effective. They're not drafting anything crazy or wild. And in the last game we saw it proved pretty effective, even with kind of the funky Vlad pick, but they're just drafting normally, and I don't know if Moonstone's really gonna have a proper answer to that.
well, like I can't, I'm not even going to say that the Vlad pick was funky. Vlad mid isn't unusual,
Right.
right? We've seen it probably 5 or 6 times already in this, like just in the season, let alone ranked play and other casual play, right? It's a
Right.
big normal thing to see. Jillian Top is not.
Okay, so in solo queue, I can't see what role they played. But there are 2 games for Slumber Pig of Zillion.
And
They're KDA 2, 7, and 11. They accrued a total of 10,000 gold. It's
2711.
It's not the worst. It
So
could be worse.
another thing I don't do too frequently. Chat, if you have channel points, I know some people don't. Some people are in the the low 20s of channel points because they screwed it all in game number 1.
Okay.
But
All right.
if you have channel points now, do me a favor and make sure that you check out our sponsors.
Yes, we do indeed. We have 2 wonderful sponsors. Look, you know where he was going, but if you couldn't figure out where Oshi was going with that, you probably do need to download our sponsor ProComms and also our sponsor Metafy, because you either need some assistance on analyzing what draft is better and who can win where, or you need some one-on-one personal coaching. For ProComms, you can use our code CCS at checkout for 50% off and an all-in-one drafting tool for players and coaches that can help you in your drafts. Or if you want some more personalized experience with an actual human being, you can check out Metafy. Use code CCS10 for a discount at checkout for your first coaching session. Again, links are in the chat or down below. Again, we will be getting into game number 3 in just a little bit. We'll have to see how quickly we get out of it. We'll see you on the other side.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is game number 3 between Moonstone Gaming and MNG Raijin Storm. Fishing for Pike gets a little bit of damage on for All for Love. Again, we're seeing some level 1s come through. The ward actually does die, so notable experience. We see a little bit of a bomb onto Sutek, but shouldn't do too much damage, and we are out of there. But hey, you know, ward kill goes over. You love to see it, but Oshi... Oh, hold on. Hold on. Do you see where Top Dream and Chovy are?
I wish I didn't.
I
I mean, things are already looking bad. I don't want to.
Sutek's
He's
coming
gonna show.
around.
He's gonna show though.
This is taunting. He's taunting them. The Zillion Bomb comes through. Gao Xiao's trying to follow.
There's no
We
CC
see the
until
flag
Chovy.
come through. Chovy wants to go through, get some damage down. Gao Xiao has to flash out. Top Dream tries to go for the blind. Death's Grasp is still here in the jungle for the time being. So Flash already forced out of the Lee Sin, a mobile champion, but that is one piece of utility already gone. And Slumber Pig is starting with the leash.
I mean, in a lane you're already going to be behind on. You're going to give a hard leash on top of that. This is a situation.
Oshi, walk me through. All right.
No.
I need you to, I need you to put yourself in the shot caller in the potential coach position for Moonstone Gaming. And your team calls for this draft. You make this draft. What is the game plan? How do you win?
So, if I were the coach for Moonstone Gaming and they said, Slumber Pig sitting there and he goes, all right, you know what? I see that they picked the Mordekaiser, but I want to play Zillion top lane. I'm going to go... So, I'm going to go post a job ad for my position.
No.
So the theory behind it, like I was saying, bomb them out, use the move speed to get around, and like you pointed out, trade ults, right? That's the general idea behind it. How it's going to go, I don't know, because you're definitely not going to harass him out of lane once he finishes his mythic. It's not going to happen. We saw how much he was healing for. We saw how big the shield gets. This whole thing is incredibly reliant on Ovo doing well. Really? Like, that's your main source of magic damage, and Alanin doing well. And we have not seen Alanin show up today. We have not seen Ovo really show up today, right? Like, we saw bits and pieces here and there, but he's been very inconsistent. On the other hand, though, we have seen Chovy show up massively today.
Right, absolutely.
I mean, if Silas gets big...
Silas gets big, Silas gets wide as well. Oh, has to flash away, but Chovy trades the flash as well. I'm on the Silas, maybe a little bit more escapability than the Lux, but Ovo was pressing pretty hard, so we'll have to see how that turns out. But that is the first gank from Sutek, already paying off. Top Dream.
I'm just sitting and looking at this because, like, this is exactly what we saw last time, right? Is Slumber Pig was up in HP because Top Dream is pushing hard or what have you. You know, the trades are going one way, but it's Mordekaiser. We know that as of level 5, level 7, everything changes. The whole script just gets flipped, and that's it.
Yeah.
So I'm not reading into it.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the team fights at the end of the day, as it always does. Again, by CCS rules, they must fight, and Sutek wants to make the fight happen again. There is no flash for OO to get on out of there. First blood goes over to Chovy. Lee Sin goes in. Gao Xiao's just going to have to walk this one out, though. He's in the middle of the minion wave, so not under too much pressure. Makes it out of there in time, but was not able to disengage for his mid lane.
There is a teleport on the mid laner, though, by the way, so Ovo is going to teleport back in. Not going to lose too much out of it aside from the first blood gold. Going to be able to keep up an experience and hopefully catch up a little bit in the CS differential. Going to lose some to the tower. I'm watching the CS numbers, and they're not going up for the rate that the tower shots should be coming down at. So it looks like he's missed a little bit there. Some good harass in this bot lane, you know. Very different from what we saw the first 2 games out of Moonstone Gaming's bot lane. So, let's see if they can kind of turn it around. Fishing for Pike, I feel like this Soraka is very not normal for him to be playing, right? We mentioned last game when he was on the Amumu, he's a very aggressive support player. And now we've got Gao Xiao actually looping around looking for something.
Yeah, wants to try to make something happen. Notably, Top Dream does not have a teleport to come down and try to join this, but Chovy does. So far, no kills yet. Fishing for Pike is weak. The auto attack from Alanin does it. Chovy goes in, uses all for love to get to Alanin. There is no blast for them to get over. An epic fail guy hops right over the wall, doesn't land the Goomba Stomp, but lands the kill, gets the reset on the light binding, comes through, but again, it does not hit the Tristana. Elise in Q goes wide. Chovy gets the second kill, all for love down. It is OO and Gaoshao on the run. The auto attack from the Tristana gets it done. OO is trying to run out of there, but this is Silas. You're not escaping the chains, and Chovy locks it down. 5 kills now to 1. 4-1 in that exchange. MSG Raijin Storm are feeling good.
We had about 45 seconds of DJ Khaled right there, and nothing more will be said.
Look, if you put your bets, look, the bets have been placed where they were. If you put anything other than Raijin Storm, I don't know what you were doing, and it's already paying dividends. This is a 2,500 gold lead. They're getting the Dragon. They've been getting the Heralds consistently. I mean, if their previous drafts had enough dominance to get Gaoshao has disconnected.
Super unfortunate caught in the death realm now.
They did not pause, so they just continued it. Gaoshao has reconnected. That is extremely unfortunate on top of an already bad situation.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. I will say Top Dream did apologize. He didn't know the pause happened after the fact. So that is, like you said, that's kind of on his team for not pausing immediately, or at least not saying anything in chat, etc. Top Dream didn't know. He did what anybody else would, which is pick up a kill. Okay, yep. Right? That's sure. I mean, if I'm in a game, I'm picking up that kill too, right? It just is what it is. We really need to see this bot lane go off. We need Alanin to turn all the way up. We need to see this volume at 11, and Sutek is having absolutely none of it.
He's just walking forward, doesn't have the Cataclysm yet, goes for the flag and the drag. No flashes were needed, just the flag, you know, just wanted to test them. Just wanted to see if they were staying on their toes. So we'll have to see. Again, that's one of those things that can really be a mental boom for a team that already had to FF the previous game. You know, sometimes it is the GG go next angle, but Chovy is able to just push in here, and like Gaoshao can't even challenge the Silas. The light binding goes wide. This is no longer Gaoshao's jungle. He was disconnected from the game, and now he's getting forced out of it. This is not what you like to see.
This whole thing is just a tough situation. I'll give it to Slumberpig. He's doing very well right now. You know, he is keeping Top Dream away from his tower for the most part. He's tanking a fair amount of minions on average, but he's staying alive. There's been no ult that he's had to trade or anything of the sort. He's keeping up in farm. I mean, Zilean is going to keep up in experience, right? That just is. Once he gets back to his team, he'll be able to help them keep up in experience as well as he stores, but
Sutek with the fast fingers managed to use the ult just in time to dodge the ult. All for love is the one that falls. Gaoshao, one auto attack will take him down, but Epic Fail Guy takes a couple of turret shots, fishing for Pike, heals them up nice and quick, and Alanin's the only one here to defend. Again, another quick kill going over to MNG Raijin Storm.
Yeah, and I mean, Alanin, there was nothing that he could do there, right? You're Caitlyn, you're only level 6, you've got a Noon Quiver. That is not a fun situation to be in. Take a look at the health bars in this top lane all of a sudden. What happened, Slumberpig?
That's what I'm wondering.
What?
The ultimate wasn't even used from Top Dream. The bombs are going to be doing quite a bit. Chovy taking some damage, but Sutek is just everywhere again. Throws down that Demacian standard just to let them know who is running the Rift right now. Epic Field Guy fishing for Pike, maybe getting a little overconfident, and they have to back up for now. Top Dream is on the run from a Zilean. I didn't think I would see this scene, but hey, maybe Slumberpig knew more than we think.
There's a possibility. I don't like it, if it's, but it is there. Here comes Sutek, though. Not going to land the flag and drag. Doesn't have Cataclysm up. Just kind of forces it away. The question mark ping comes out from Slumberpig. Anytime I see a question mark ping on a failed gank, I feel like it's not to tell your team anything because you're all in chat, right? So I feel like it's just, oh, you're going to watch the VOD and you're going to see that and it's disrespect. Like, that's kind of just how it feels to me. It's like, what are you even doing here?
Yep, you got to, you have to, morale, you got to keep it up somehow. And if knowing that the enemy team is going to look at the VOD later and tilt a little bit because you mocked them in a way that they couldn't even see during the game. That's the small victories that count. It's the small victories that count. And that's probably the smallest victory you can have, but it's a victory nonetheless. Now,
I mean, it's a small victory in the same sense that you're a small person for doing it.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. Now, I will say, I'm pretty sure Chovy got this Everfrost at like 8.5, 9 minutes. This is a very, very fast mythic. It was a complete rush to it, along with those paper. Yeah, 925, along with the paper bags on their shoes. So, looking pretty good on this Silas. And again, you know, I'm expecting these teams to get pretty aggressive. But again, I do want you know, Top Dream did have the TP last time, hasn't invested this time. Are we thinking this is just going to be a split push because Top Dream has full faith in the team to do the 1v4?
That, without question, that Top Dream does not expect to be forced out of lane in a situation where he's going to have to teleport back in. He does not feel that his team is going to be in a situation where they have to worry about him not being with them. Additionally, he probably expects to be able to simply push lane in at some point with so little regard for the Zillion that he can just walk away afterwards, right? And that's what we saw happen in that last game after they dropped the Herald and they took that turret. I wanted to give him the benefit, or didn't want to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Ooh. That is the Death Realm. The second bomb does not stun. Slumber Pig, the resurrection comes through. Death Realm times out. Top Dream, this is a half HP Zillion. Another bomb comes through, taking some turret shots. Is underneath the tower. Pops the heal. The second bomb is going to take him down. It's a 1-for-1. Slumber Pig gets the trade. The theory becomes fact.
I mean, yeah, when he takes 7 tower shots. Like, I'm sorry, but that ain't it. Like, if your whole game plan is, if I just sit under tower and he takes 900 damage from it, no, like, come on. I mean, yeah, okay, he killed him. He played it well. Top Dream could have very much said, all right, you have 500 HP when you come back up. I hit you with a 300 damage Q. Go back to base. Just leave. It's okay. Right? He could have just taken it and then taken plates. He could have gone to Herald on his own.
Nah, just keep talking. Ain't nothing happening here.
Nah, of course not. But no, instead, you know, he continues onwards. He forces under the tower. I love little things like that.
However, something is happening now, and this ain't no little thing. Epic Fail Guy goes in, hasn't used the Buster Shot yet, invests it now, but All for Love just is safe under the turret. We see a TP come through from Ovo. The range from this Lux, as well as the Light Binding, are going to provide a lot, but we do see the Dragon's Rage on the Silas get spotted on Vision. We'll have to get away for now. The Lux ultimate used as a disengage, and we move on. Flashes, TPs, ultimates used across the board. The only summoners left from that bottom side scrap are the Exhaust and Heal on Tristana and Soraka, respectively.
Yeah, I have to say, there is only one actual, I guess 2 if you count the teleport, but one aggressive summoner spell up on the side of Moonstone Gaming right now, and that's the Flash on Kaoshu. That is a tough situation when you think about it. Top Dream in there taking the Gromp now as well. Just, I mean, Kaoshu's had his jungle brutalized. Not just this game, but every single game. Even the game that they won, he had it brutalized. They have just been in his face all the time. Not able to deny the cannon minion there, even with the slow. Unfortunate. Well played by Top Dream to make sure he got that. You know, he's a little behind in farm right now, but he's up 2 kills to 1. I'm sure he'll take that, and quite frankly, so would I, because of these 2 champions, when you look at it in a scaling situation, I'll take a Mordekaiser on my team over a Zillion. Right? You put 20,000 gold on both of them, I'll still take a Mordekaiser.
Exactly. The Everfrost root comes through. Allen is not under the turret. Chovy goes in with quite a bit of damage, but All for Love is here to bail out the ADC, and while action is happening on the bottom side of the map, the Rift Herald is getting taken yet again for Raijin Storm. I believe they have a 100% Rift Herald take. I think they maybe missed one
Baron
in the first game, but yeah, they have been dominating these neutral objectives so far. Oh,
yeah, it is what it is, right? I mean, we saw in the first game, there was a single dragon on Moonstone Gaming side. That's it. That's the only neutral objective that they took. And they won that game. Yeah, okay, off the back of an incredible series of team fights and one very massive team fight at the very end. Meanwhile, here we are in this game looking very similar to last game where there's a 3,000 gold difference, give or take change. That's first turret gone down as well. Plates shared across a bunch of members. It's looking very similar, except this time rather than going and doing it in the top lane, they've done it in the mid, which I adore because they're opening up Chovy, who has been the star of so many of all of the games so far for this team.
Right.
I mean, yeah, of course, Top Dream has been doing great, but I mean, Raijin leans on Chovy.
Yeah. And we are seeing, like, yet again, this happened in the first game, happened a bit in the second game, where Moonstone Gaming, they are ahead on CS, generally, in the general sense, in terms of, their laners. But in terms of gold, they're actually still down for the time being, coming from those kills. Notably, Alnid now finishing the Kraken Slayer. Got it from getting first turret gold, and I believe it was, Alpha Love might have been there as well to pick up on some of the local gold, but I believe Alnid got most of that local gold. So, if you, again, Alnid's the damage, right? Caitlyn is, kind of going to be the late game hyper carry if they want it. We see the TP coming in from Chovy, though, where the silence comes through as well, and Moonstone Gaming, they're trying to run away. Again, this was the question. How fast can they run? Not fast enough. Chovy gets the root. They're getting out of there now. Slumberpig is on the back. Neither of the bombs hit. Sutek goes in. The Zillion ultimate has been picked up by Chovy, and Sutek wants to keep running forward. Top Dream was walking down, but Raijin Storm, they decide to disengage. The bomb comes in. Top Dream is going to clear this wave and start pushing the turret. Gaoxiao goes all the way in. The Lux ultimate comes through, but it doesn't do enough damage. The Dragon's Rage kick comes in as the disengage. Chovy takes the opportunity to dash over to Slumberpig, and this fight is continuing. It's not done yet. Dragon spawns in 15 seconds. There's a bomb on Sutek. Slumberpig waiting for it to cool down. Sutek takes quite a bit of damage, but again, the healing coming through from the Soraka is quite huge, and for the time being, Top Dream is just going to be taking this top turret. It's a 4v5, 5v5. Lee Sin is on the Raptors to try to heal up for this dragon fight.
I have to say, overall, I understand Gaoshu wanting to push the build, really wanting to get his foot on the gas pedal there, knowing that Top Dream isn't going to be coming down, but
Sutek goes in. They think they can win the 4v4. Sutek goes down, but the stolen Zillion ultimate is invested. The jungler gets healed up yet again by the Wish. Sutek is very, very low, is taking so much damage. They do not have this 4v5 right now unless Chovy can pull off an absolute miracle. The dragon has reset, and Top Dream is still in between the turrets. The Lux ultimate doesn't hit. We're starting to see the backs now, and Top Dream still doing a ton of damage, getting a lot of extra farm, denying CS, but that is Dragon for a ton of CS and what should be a top lane tier 1 turret.
It's not going to be a top lane tier 1 turret, and if they can get up there soon enough, nobody has the teleport to get up to challenge it. That instead is the mid lane turret on the other side. This will be the top turret now. Top Dream could have taken this turret significantly sooner, obviously. He denied so much farm. Instead, though, ultimately, yeah, he's now 30-ish or 27-ish CS up, right? Okay, it's still just a Zillion. The Zillion isn't here to keep up with you in gold. The Zillion is here to be that ultimate bot, like you said. He's there to do some poke damage, like we keep saying. In the end, I almost wish Top Dream had taken that turret sooner and started pushing on the tier 2. It would have put a lot more pressure on Moonstone Gaming. They wouldn't have had the same amount of time to posture. Moonstone engaged 4 different times in that fight before finally picking up a kill, which ultimately got reset by a great play by Chovy having the Zillion ultimate in hand. I thought Chovy was in trouble, but he's still Chovy.
Might still be in trouble. The ultimate cooldown should be coming back online in a second, but the shutdown comes through. It comes onto Slumberpig, though. That is a kill in return. That's what they had avoided before. Sutek trying to get out, but Gaoxiao landed the Q, takes the long range, carries it all the way over into the river. Kickback comes in, but Gaoxiao keeps on chasing. Ovo is on the opposite side now, is pinching them a little bit. Oh, that is 1 kill. That is 2. Fishing for Pike has fallen. Sutek is the only one still alive, absolutely in range of getting blown up rather quickly. Gaoxiao ward hops over, Q's in, and yet again, the jungler v jungler trade goes in the favor of Gaoxiao. That is 4 kills for none. Top Dream again. We pan down to him soloing the turret. This no TP is having a massive impact.
Gaoxiao is dodge, dip, dive, dodging right now, 100% all over the map, while also being in one place at a time. Phenomenal usage of the abilities. His energy management was perfect. He was never locked by energy, by cooldowns, by mobility. His teammates supported him flawlessly. We saw Gaoxiao all 3 games so far playing a champion that wanted to carry. He did his best on everything that he could so far. And this time around, it's on the blind monk of everyone that manages to keep up this way. This absolute insanity coming out.
Yeah, and notably, half the kills from Moonstone are on Slumber Pig. This Zillion is performing really, really well into top dream. So I think I will say, I don't know if I can speak for you, but I can say at least for myself, you know, I maybe take back my doubts about it a little bit because it's performing quite well.
Take a look at his items and take a guess at how much damage one bomb does.
A lot, like probably 200 damage, 250.
Try 5.
500?
500 damage per bomb. So if he stuns you, you're taking 1,000 damage before magic resist. He has 2 items.
Okay, Slumber Pig knew something that I think all of us didn't, notably. So something
AP ratios.
AP ratios, I guess. So we done learned today. Yeah, this would be probably the biggest caster curse ever if we were, you know, so leading hard towards Raijin Storm on this game and Moonstone win. I mean, Oshi, I feel like you frauded everybody in chat. Top Dream wants to make the action happen. The Everfrost comes in and Slumber Pig just gets out of there with a Zillion speed up. Top Dream can't touch him.
Ultimately, it's okay though because I'm Canadian, so they can't come after me for gambling laws, right? So.
Right. Of course.
They actually, if I remember right, they just legalized esport gambling in my province. So I'm totally fine. I didn't fix anything. I didn't even gamble myself. So
fair enough. But I mean, I will say, speaking of gambles, Moonstone Gaming, it feels like they definitely gambled on this, and the gamble is paying off so far. Again, you know, they're still behind on gold, but it's only a couple thousand now, whereas the gold lead was growing quite a bit beyond that. So seeing them be able to come back and really fight, and this is what we were talking about. They have the choke point. Sutek is walking in. He's in the river. Gaoshao wants to go in. Top Dream is here, and Gaoshao dashes back to the team for now, and Pinch is coming through. The double bomb lands. That's a double stun. The Everfrost comes in. The root comes through, and the Lux ultimate takes one down. Sutek gets in, has trapped 3 of them in the Cataclysm. The Caitlyn ultimate, actually lands onto 1, gets the double kill. That's a triple kill. Are we going to see a quad? Top Dream is in the middle, is in the death realm, but is doing absolutely no damage to Alanin for the time being. Chovy is trying to come around the back, trying to get the flank. Top Dream still is not dead and finally goes down. That's a quadra kill for the Caitlyn. Unofficially, Chovy is the only one still standing. It's 4 kills to none. This draft is apparently goated, and Gaoshao has reconnected.
This is why you don't listen to commentators. This is why you go.
We have to keep our jobs, Oshi.
You go to pro comms, man. If you see a weird draft like this, where you're like, why is someone playing Zillion top lane? Go to pro draft. I mean, for all I know, it's on there and it says, yeah, Zillion, hard counter Mordekaiser, guaranteed win, dub. Sure, I don't know, right?
Wait.
The biggest things here.
Wait.
What?
This is a Rocket Belt
Shadow.
Mordekaiser.
I was about to talk about that.
Okay, talk about it.
This is not. So I was what I had been saying, what I've been talking up as to why Mordekaiser would have no problems in this lane against the Zillion, and why he didn't care about taking the flash taking the teleport, is because he was just going to out sustain everything, right? He was going to go, he was going to build the same thing that we saw in the last game, and he was just going to roll through it. He's not doing that. He's building for straight up assassination, right? That's the entire concept behind this. He's got some mobility to make sure that he doesn't get stunned up or snared, but otherwise he just wants to burst you. He's not trying to live in a team fight. He's trying to kill one person. And quite frankly, if he manages to get onto Alanin in that death realm and can actually get in and hit everything, he will do that. But right now, Alanin has 5 kills, right? Alanin's sitting on he's just short of 10,000 gold. He's 1,000 gold over Top Dream, right? And way more over every other person on Raijin. So this is not the build. This is not it. This is not the play. And Slumber Pig, I hope you bet channel points on yourself, my friend, because you have conned everyone.
Absolutely. And I'm like, it's one, like, also, by the way, Alanin's ace in the hole, that does 963 physical damage.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, another level or two and another item or two, and fishing for pike is probably just gonna die, or Epic Fail Guy will just die to an ace in the hole, which is back up. So, again, this Caitlyn, we were questioning the damage. We're at 25 minutes. The scaling is starting to come through. Once that third item comes in, Alanin will just be able to delete somebody.
Huge setup right here. Everybody is stacked and ready. They both have wards here. Neither of them want to admit anything to one another or show their hands at all.
Oh my goodness, Gao Xiao goes in, but is in the middle of 3 right now. Lee Sin is tanky, has a lot of sustain, but that is just a clean shutdown. And Gao Xiao, for all of the lead the team was recouping, when the Baron is up, goes in with no follow-up, and dies.
Yep.
Sutek does take a lot of damage. Hold on. Wish comes in. Sutek has to get out of there. Is taking a ton of damage. This is a 4v5 with no jungler. And a Soraka on the enemy team. The Lux's ultimate does not hit, but...
Sutek needs to get near fishing for pike.
He needs to. The root comes down, the Everfrost comes in, and even without the jungler, even without the engage, there is a ton of damage coming out from this poke comp.
Yeah, and that was the entire build behind it, right? The actual game plan for this composition is harass, right? You said it when it happened, you said it before it happened. How fast can they run away? They can also run towards, right? The empowered Karma E gives you a significant amount of move speed with that AoE shield as well. The Zilean also gives you that move speed. You pop all of that onto a Lux, and you have a light binding actually traveling at the relevant speed of light to come bind you. Yeah. So it's a terrifying stack if it gets going, but it is still a big if.
Right. And I will say we haven't really seen these final sparks hit yet. You know, we haven't seen one of those, you know, get the light binding down, get the Caitlyn traps down, get the Karma roots down, and then light binding just blows somebody up. You know, so far, Raijin sort of been able to sidestep it. I think once we see those start to hit, like, again, we haven't even seen the damage from that come in, and they're still able to do so much, and Raijin Storm just haven't been able to get the turn. They're now prepping for the Drake. They're getting vision around the pip. They want to be there first, because again, if this Enchanter poke comp, you know, just completely keep all of the choke points locked away, team gets there first, it's gonna be impossible to walk in.
Yeah, on top of all of that, you mentioned, you know, the final spark. Oh, we haven't really seen it. It hasn't done a whole lot, right? It does 650 damage. Zillion bombs do 591. There's a 70 damage difference between those two. I'll take the bombs on cooldown all day. Top Dream on the backside.
Sutek goes in. The Rocket Belt is used by Top Dream to go in and proc the Death Realm as well as the Flash. This is a ton of damage coming through. The bombs are exploding. Shovi's just gonna die here to the bombs. All for Love has slain Top Dream. Shovi used the Zillion ultimate on themselves, and these health bars are getting exploded. Epic Fail Guy blows up. Caitlyn ultimate will take it down. A triple, a quadra for Alanin, and they win the team fight. That will be Bear. They don't have Gao Xiao, but they have the damage.
Thunder, what are my 3 favorite letters?
A-O-E.
100% my 3 favorite letters. Absolutely everything that we are seeing right here. Why? Why is it so devastating? Take a look at the team that Raijin has built. They want to run straight at you. They want to follow the Jarvan in. He wants to put a pit down over top of you. In which case it's like, okay, here's 2 bombs. Here's an empowered Karma Q. Here's a Caitlyn Q. Here's all of Lux's entire kit right on top of your face. And if you're still coming, I'm going to kick you backwards, right? Moonstone is blowing everybody's mind right now, and the more I think about it, the more this comp makes sense, and the more I hate myself for doubting.
I mean, it's like, I will say, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not, you know, it does to my brain, to my, you know, plastic 5 brain, it looks like it makes sense. I understand the concept behind it. I just thought it would be extremely difficult to execute. I thought Raijin Storm would be able to just roll over it and they wouldn't be able to play it well, but Slumber Pig, again, you know, it kind of hinged on Slumber Pig knowing what they're doing, and Slumber Pig does.
Yeah, at this point, I want to see Slumber Pig play mages more, right? Because what we saw in the tanks, he did well. But think about Gangplank. How does Gangplank play? Gangplank plays like a mage. It takes setup. It takes control. That is another pickup by Alanin. Like a literal snipe.
Yeah, the ace in the hole picked up alongside the final spark, and Shovi went from about 100% to 0% very quickly. We see the double bomb come through, the Everfrost in and fishing for Pyke is eaten alive. The Zillion ult will save Gaucho very, very briefly, dashes out, but the EQ combo comes in. Gaucho is on the back line, but from the back side, from the opposite side of the rift, the rest of the team come in and they go boom. Top Dream again is the only one left standing, and I think this Mordekaiser build is going to get rethought. I don't think we're going to see this ever again. This is a Baron push with only a Mordekaiser left to stand against it. Top Dream didn't even get a chance to top die. We're seeing the respawns come through. This is a Baron push. They have Baron empowered minions, but they don't want to overcommit. They take the Hex Tech gates out. They are happy with an inhibitor for now.
I gotta tell you, if I was Moonstone Gaming taking a look at Slumberpig right now, I would say he had a top dream. Without question. This lane was a dream for him, right? Sure, he stayed under tower for half of it. He traded kills out. I laughed at him. Keep that in mind. I will openly admit, I was like, this is stupid. Your opponent had to take 7 tower shots in order to die. Why are you doing this in lane? Because it had nothing to do with the lane. We spent way too much time thinking about the lane, not enough time thinking about how good Moonstone is at executing team fights, right? How did they win the first game? They didn't have a team fight comp. What did they do? They outfought them anyways. Not in champions. What did I say? It had nothing to do with the champion and everything to do with the players, right? I said it then, and then I totally forgot it, and it took me another full game to sit here and realize we're 31 minutes into this one. It was an hour ago that I was like, oh, well, you know, the players are just so good. And I just forgot.
Yeah.
And now look at it.
I want to mention, by the way, Jillian bombs do 738 damage now. Sutek can't get, like, legally, Sutek, if he gets near Epic Fail Guy or fishing for Pyke with a bomb on him, I'm pretty sure that counts as sabotage, because they're just going to die. And Baron buff has worn off. The siege certainly hasn't. This tier 2 is going to fall very, very quickly. It goes down. And, I mean, Raijin Storm, they can only stand by and watch. Top Dream has finally decided to join the team for the fight. And Sutek, again, the ace in the hole is forcing him back into base pretty much immediately, gets healed up. But again, this is only one Soraka. She can only do so much. She only has so many cooldowns, and ace in the hole will be back up rather quickly. So there's going to be a tier 2 or tier 3 falling. Moonstone, they have more range. They have more damage. The only thing they don't have is more health, but they don't need it when Raijin Storm can't even hit them.
Worse than that, take a look. I mean, look at everything that's going on. It's awful. It looks devastating. Who's the carry right now? Alanin. What does Alanin really need? Like, what really helps Caitlyn? Attack speed. What Drake do they have 3 of?
The best attack speed Drake.
Yeah.
Oh, Sutek dashes out. The bombs force out the flash. Top Dream uses the Death Realm. I can't even quite tell. Uses it on All for Love, who flashes over, but that's not who you want to try to target. The Death Scraps come through. Top Dream is in the middle of the entire enemy team. We see the final spark force stop, or the Zonias rather, in Top Dream, and finally gets the chance to top die. And that is, I mean, Alanin with the IE. This is a 4-item. Caitlyn still is not dead yet. It is Slumberpig and Gaucho taken out. Chovy, and for all the damage you were able to do previously, uses the Zillion self-ultimate. They are fighting. They are trying so hard. Alanin goes legendary. 13-1 and 3 epic fail guys. Falls. 2. That's the double kill for Alanin. The range he has is Chovy and fishing for Pyke. There's the triple. Are we going to get another quadra? It looks like we might. It looks like Chovy wants to try to be the hero. Can you do it? That's the shutdown on 1. The minion wave is getting cleared out. The turret shots, they are winding up. The second kill doesn't get a chance to come in. And Alanin, 16-1 and 3, gives Moonstone Gaming game number 3. Take it up to 2-1.
Again, I will call myself back and say, I didn't have faith in the top lane. Of course.
I repent.
Who could? But I did also say, in order for them to win this, I didn't say they can't. I said, in order for them to win this, Alanin must show up. 42,000 damage. 4-2. That is double what we have seen carries pull out in the other games. Okay? That is nearly triple the highest on the opposing team. Okay? I mean, What do you want from me?
Slumber Pig had more damage than Slumber
Top
Pig had the
Dream.
second most damage in the game.
Look, I'm going to say the rudest possible thing that I have, like, unquestionably the rudest thing that I have said on this stream. Top Dream through that.
Yeah.
Look at the build. Just look at his build. Look at his damage. Compare that to what he did last game. Top Dream through that.
Compared
Top Dream
to what
could
we
have
know.
built. He could have built the same way that he had before, and it would have been a totally different game.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know a lot of people out there are going to be like, well, but other people on the team. Yes, you're very right. But like he played that lane poorly.
Right.
Ultimately, he built terribly. Ultimately, he wasn't with his team. He didn't have a teleport to support them. They expected him to simply dominate that lane, and he didn't.
That was, I mean, looking at these endgame stats, again, I recuse myself. Moonstone, I cannot believe we doubted, quite frankly. And, you know, they FF'd, you know what, it should have been a sign. They FF'd game 2 because they knew what they were going to do game 3. They had their draft plan, they executed it, and they executed it flawlessly. So we are now going to go ahead and start getting set up for game number 4 now. Game number 4. Look, hey, all I'll say, I said, it's a coin flip. We got to get 3 or we get 5. Moonstone Gaming, they're probably riding that high. If you are Raijin Storm, you got to figure out what to do because this weird draft, it worked. Maybe you just build a little differently on the board. Maybe you play a little bit differently. Maybe this was just karma for killing the DC to Lee Sin, who ended at 3, 4, and 19. But we'll have to see in game number 4. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. As you can see on the scoreboard below us, Moonstone Gaming did indeed win Game 3, and dare I say, it was dominant. Oshi, we both, I think, need to apologize to Moonstone for what we said at the beginning of that draft, or at the end of that draft phase, at the beginning of the game. My apologies. I am now a disciple of the Church of Slumber Pig. I have complete faith. It can never be shaken again because those zillion bombs were doing like 850 damage at the end of the game.
I mean, we've heard like you literally will hear Lord Mordekaiser. No more.
No, that
No.
Mordekaiser loses to an old man every time now.
Yep.
Like,
Hey, you know what? We had this whole medieval armor gun conversation, and we forgot about
bombs.
wizards.
We did forget about
sure.
wizards.
Bombs, I guess.
Both. We forgot about both, and with their powers combined,
Wait.
they blew that game
Time
apart.
defeats all.
I mean, that's probably the better way to say it.
There
But
it is.
seriously, that was, I mean, again, Moonstone Gaming, they've been having kind of, they do the drafts, right? That's one of the things that they do. They'll pull out the funky things, they'll pull out the strange picks, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Against when they played Raijin Storm the first time, it didn't work, right? Their drafts, their game plan was completely ineffective, and they got 2-0. But now they're up 2-1. They have the chance here to make this a 4-game series. Their mental is probably feeling really good. If they're watching the cast, they get to give a big old bird to me and Oshi and be like, hey, guess what? We're too good at this game. But again, if you are on the side of, Raijin Storm, 1, you probably should have won game 1. 2, there are a couple of things that that left us scratching our heads about, there's some probably pretty, not necessarily basic, but like just questionable things, right? That felt maybe this game could have been winnable had you picked 2 or 3 different choices in your overall game plan. So we're gonna have to see now coming into this if they're going to adjust that game plan, maybe play a little bit smarter. And we already see Raijin Storm say, all right, you know what? You're not allowed to do that one again. Nope, take it off the table. That was disgusting.
Keep in mind the Lux had been banned every game except last one, right?
Right.
Like that was their first ban, gone, no chance. You didn't get anywhere near it. And I mean, sure, like Ovo didn't dominate his lane. He wasn't this massive one-shotting. It was still incredibly effective.
Right.
Right. So respect for recognizing where the strong points were, while also Caitlyn was an insane carry, right? But Caitlyn is not always an insane carry. You look at what allowed Caitlyn to get to that point. It was the karma, it was the Lux, the shields were massive. We even saw serpents come out on the J4 last game, right?
Yeah.
However, the misfortune is not banned this time around, and Raijin Storm says, thank you.
Yep. Look, that's what happens when when you dominate a game, you get to shift around what you get to pick. But Raijin Storm, they pick up the MF. It's not on Pro Banduni. Moonstone Gaming, though, honestly, they pick up the Caitlyn again. It was, more recently buffed in terms of the ADC pool, so it's going to be quite powerful, and we're probably going to see Allen pop off again, and that's just the Caitlyn Soraka bot lane that gets pulled through. We've seen Soraka in every game so far, and I mean, for Oa picked up the Lux. I will have to see what she ends up doing, now that it's been taken away, but some fairly good mid lane picks so far. And it looks like we actually might be getting another enchanter pick, the Jana pick potentially for fishing for Pike. Nope, that's what we wanted to see. The namesake comes out. That's the thing you want to see in these elimination games. Pull out the Pike.
This is where, and this is hilarious to say, but this is where ping matters. Okay. No, I'm serious. Ping actually matters here. Right. Because if you're in a situation where there's a team fight happening, right, and you have Wish up, and you have Pike ult up, and you both press R at the same time, whoever has the lower ping, because cast time is very similar, will end up being the one that takes the victory. If the Wish goes off first, the execution doesn't go through, the player lives, and you don't get the resets in order to keep executing people. Other way around, you get the execute off. The Wish is essentially wasted.
Yep.
And oh my god, these teams already.
Speaking of trying to execute somebody, Moonstone Gaming, this is Gaoshu once again picking up the Kayn again. Kayn and Soraka, remarkably high priority in this series for both teams. Now, Raijin Storm, they pick up the Sejuani. We talked about it a little bit. Quite a strong pick. Can technically be flexed. I think most people like it in the jungle these days. And Moonstone Gaming, they now ban the Silas. They don't want Owo to go in on that one and pick up any potentially good ultimates. But and Raijin Storm, these are all the picks that have caused them what will probably be nightmares when they go to bed tonight. Even if they end up, coming back, they win these next 2 games. First off, the GP game from Slumber Pig, game 1, and then the game 3 that just happened. You want to get rid of as many of those things as possible, and they are on track to do it.
So here's the thing, like, what else are you going to ban? What's the next one, right? Do you go back and do you ban the Graves again? Maybe, right? Lulu.
I mean, they did ban Zach, but okay, they take away a Lulu, right? More enchanters. So, just take away every enchanter possible, and they can't play enchanters.
Think about the way that Moonstone has won the games that they have won. They have played a significant.
Keep talking. Just keep talking. That is the Braum pickup, a very different bot lane than the Caitlyn karma that we saw before. So this
where's Soraka going?
Mid. Soraka mid.
Braum top.
100%. No. Look again.
Soraka mid can't. Soraka mid can't heal herself. She loses the utility of one of her abilities entirely if she goes mid. Full stop. Unless she heals the jungler every time he runs by.
But Braum's literally useless. Braum's a useless champion outside of lane. Literally useless.
Stuns as well as self-building magic-resistant armor with his W passive and active. I mean, as well as move speed with his E and the ability to negate an attack with his E. Right?
There's no way. We've
got a lot of flex on the Raijin Storm side too.
We do. Wukong, Sejuani can definitely go either way. Technically, Pyke could even go mid and Sejuani, Victor top, Pyke mid, Wukong jungle, Sej support. Technically, it's a flex. I'm not doubting this Moonstone. Look, if they put Braum top, I am not doubting Slumber Pig. I am going all in on Slumber Pig. I'm absolutely going to believe it. That's the hold. Oshi, I need help.
Okay,
I need assistance.
I have been playing this game since 2008, give or take. Okay, 14 years I've been playing League of Legends. Okay, some of you in chat won't even be that old yet, I'm sure. I've been doing analytical commentary for multiple video games and esports for 7-8 years.
He's having to pull out. He's having to pull out the accolades.
I have no idea what is happening here.
We're about to find out.
Flay, if you're still in chat, can you confirm whether I have like a single F-bomb for the season or something like that? Because I need it now.
Are we giving a?
Don't smoke. I don't drink, but I swear that is my vice.
Give him this one. But I mean, I will say, I do think that, I don't think this is a Braum top angle then.
Okay, so Redacted says I can have one, and that's close enough. Moonstone, what the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. The Kayn goes top, but I'm going to be honest. I don't, Oshi. Okay, well, you know what? Let's ignore what Moonstone is doing for now. Let's ignore
anything.
We have to. Okay, hold on. But just for like a few seconds, we're going to look and we're just going to see. We're taking a look at what Raijin Storm is doing. Okay, because here's the thing, y'all. By the way, we're all confused. So is Raijin Storm, right?
Caitlyn mid. Damn it.
No, they picked the Soraka. Okay, I'll say this is slightly more reasonable. Kayn top, Slumber Pig, whatever. I have faith. I believe in you. But, Sejuani is top. Wukong goes jungle. Victor goes mid. right? That means we're going to get that Pike support for sure. We're not going to see anything funky, nothing crazy on one side of the map. Again, the Pike can be exciting. It'll be interesting to see, right? Moonstone. It's Soraka mid. Here's the thing: the Soraka mid isn't even that weird for me. Oh, we've seen the enchanters, we've seen the supportive picks. It's the Kane top.
Yeah. So I mean, okay, I guess, right? If that's what you want to play. So here's the thing: Gao Xiao is insane, right? We saw that, and we saw him just time of his life flying around the map on Lee Sin.
Right.
Can't do anything even remotely close to that on Fiddlesticks. Has to be incredibly patient, has to very much weigh out his engages in a much stronger sense.
Right.
I like the Braum in this lane in the bot. I like Braum Caitlyn. It is a good setup duo lane. The Soraka Ovo, I have faith in you. Right,
Yes.
Slumber Pig has built that into me at this point. He has grounded into my very bones. I have no choice. I am bound by spells at this point to have faith in Moonstone Gaming.
Maybe
If
that's the problem. Maybe we can't have faith in them. Maybe if we do have faith in them, then they'll just lose. Maybe the Kane just runs it down.
So let me get this real solid then. Okay, Kane into Sejuani is going to be okay. A little bit, not very much. Right? You're not going to be able to harass Sejuani out of lane too well. If Top Dream lands his abilities, this is going to go very poorly for Slumber Pig. It's going to feel very, very bad. And he's definitely not going to assassinate her. Right? It's just, you're going to have to wear her down bit by bit. In the jungle, early on, very heavy Wukong favored because Fiddlesticks isn't going to be able to sustain a whole lot. As the game goes later, though, my money's on Fiddlesticks in a 1v1 situation, as well as the overall gank situation, just with the abilities that come with it. Vision is going to be incredibly important there. Fiddlesticks, the passive, provides some vision, which is always nice. However, it's going to be a matter of clearing vision, not having vision, in order for Fiddlesticks to truly act properly. In the mid lane, I mean, Soraka, it's all on you. You are literally burning a wish to make this work out, because it's going to be a trade of silence for slow, and you're going to have to land all of your star calls to keep your health up. Otherwise, if you can do that and you can harass the victor out of lane, well done, you win that lane for sure. Bot's a crapshoot. Basically, right? It's stuns versus pulls. So overall, in the straight heads up, it's very 50-50 and player based. And you know what, guys, chat, I'm not doing it again. I forced you all into a prediction last time. This is my rundown. If you want more information on people's drafts, go through all of this to our sponsors.
Of course, our wonderful sponsors. ProComps, of course, are all-in-one drafting tool that you can use for both your professional and casual play. If you are a player or a coach, you can take advantage of our ProComps offer. An all-in-one drafting tool will give you analysis on the enemy team's win conditions, what they might be aiming for, what their goals are going to be, and how you can counter and counteract it. Go check out ProComps. We got a link in chat or down below. CCS at checkout will get you 50% off. And then, of course, if you do indeed want something more personalized, more one-to-one, you can go check out Medify. They have coaches across the board, not just for League, for pretty much any game that you could want. You can book coaching sessions with them for varying rates, but if you want a discount on it, you can use code CCS10 at checkout. Seriously, if you want to get better at anything gaming related, go check out Medify. They have the resources for you. So we'll be back in just a few minutes to see how these drafts go. Will the faithful be rewarded, or shall the monkey's paw curl? We shall see in game number 4.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Da, 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 da. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh my.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are getting into game number 4, and we are already seeing another cheeky level 1 come through, this time from Moonstone, seeing if they can't catch anybody out early. We've seen some bloody early games, but doesn't look like Epic Fail Guy is going to push too far forward here. But, you know, I will say, again, this is a weird draft, but one, Slumber Pig, Cane Top, you know what? I've learned to have faith.
No.
If any of you out there haven't learned to have faith after that previous game,
I promise you, chat has 100% learned faith because I'm looking at the channel points now, and it's 64,000 points on the side of Moonstone to 14,000 points on the other. That is literally the inverse of last game.
Yeah. So,
oh
you know,
my God.
that is, chat has faith, and again, that just might be the downfall. But you know, notably, Olo again on these enchanters in the mid lane has performed. You know, that's her bread and butter. She performs well on them. We saw the Lux in the last game. Soraka, not quite the Lux. You know, mid lane Lux, a little bit of a different champion overall, but I expect greatness yet again. Again, my big question was just once that Fiddlesticks came up, I was so convinced Slumber Pig, or you know, I was so convinced Gausha was taking the cane again, but Slumber Pig picks it up, and so now we're just gonna have to see how this turns out. And I mean, Gausha, I mean, they're just gonna be jumping at people from all angles, Slumber Pig and Gausha.
Yeah, it's gonna be constant, right? They basically have to fight together once that top lane opens up. I mean, in the meantime, Slumber Pig is going to have to do everything in his power to really, really harass down the Sejuani. Otherwise, like I said, if Sejuani manages to line up these skill shots and hits enough of them, it's going to end up very, very bad in that top lane for Slumber Pig because he'll just get out-sustained by sheer number, like health numbers alone. Level 2 coming in for Moonstone Gaming's bot side first. That is very good. Top Dream trying to force his advantage with a split second. He had the level 2 advantage as well and saw nothing of it.
Yep.
And notably, then we have mid.
Yeah, the mid laners just be duking it out. This, you know, who I'm not gonna say. You know what? I'm not even gonna say what I was about to say because that will just caster curse it. But up in the top lane, Top Dream is actually rocking the ignite. Both top laners are using the TP this time, so I think Top Dream might have learned their lesson. Sutek is on the way for a fairly early gank, but Slumber Pig flashes out. Flash for flash traded. and that's a flashless Kayn. So in the top lane, I don't really know what to make of that, quite frankly.
No, I mean, Kayn's going to be able to kind of dive into the wall a wee bit to get away in some situations, right? The big thing is if he's over pushed and the Wukong comes up, Kayn is going to be able to actually dive into the wall and go into the blue side bush up there. Right. So something to pay attention for to make sure that that W doesn't get used by the Wukong too early, because that's an easy way for him to be able to follow. And as you mentioned, the no flash on the Sejuani is actually very standard, right? We see it all the time. Sejuani in the jungle will take Ignite Smite. In this case, the Teleport Ignite. It's going to be a huge difference maker because of sustain. It's the key word of all of the games so far today is sustain. You know, tied with AoE, but that's just me. That rhymed. That was funny. But overall, I mean, Slumber Pig is not. This is what I was saying. Top Dream is landing these skill shots, and Slumber Pig is having a bad time.
I mean, if you're Top Dream, you definitely want to make up for the performance from last game. Slumber Pig, you're going to try to make the most of it. The turret shot onto Top Dream doesn't quite get the kill. First blood going over to the Sejuani, along with the Ignite invested. The bottom lane is duking it out quite a lot. The concussive blows haven't quite landed a stun yet, but Epic Fail Guy is rather low. Now, notably, in the mid lane, Shovi's starting item was a Cull. Oh, maybe some action. Again, these concussive blows, only one more will get the stun. Gaosho, if he goes into the bush, doesn't actually get the Fiddlesticks utility used quite yet out of it, coming out of the bush. Not even level 6, so it doesn't quite matter. But again, the concussive blows are not able to proc, but that does push Epic Fail Guy and Fishing for Pike away just enough for Alanin and crew to get a turret plate.
Yeah, definitely would have liked to see Gaoxiao drop his passive over the wall or something. Just drop his passive so that he had access to his ward in that situation in order to get sight, get the concussive blow stun off. It would have been quite different. Situation didn't happen, so be it. That's one of the things. Gaoxiao, again, spending a lot of time in this lane now. We saw this last game, or the game before last, actually, in the top lane, where he sat there for a very long time. Was eventually able to pop a flash as a result, but it's given Sutek a lot of time to get down here, and now we have a 3v3. Health bar is definitely in the favor of Moonstone, though.
Yeah, we see the engage come in, but we see the fear get placed down onto Epic Fail Guy. That's a lot of the damage, but Alanin is taking a ton themselves. That's the Caitlyn. That's a majority of Moonstone Gaming's damage. All for Love tries to dive in, but they just don't have the range. They don't have the damage because Alanin is gone. It's a 1 for none.
And guess what? One of the major differences there is summoners. You see on All for Love playing the defensive summoner Exhaust versus Fishing for Pike, back on his namesake, playing with the Ignite, that excess damage, the healing cut that comes with it, paying dividends. The kill picked up there by the Wukong, by the way, but an assist on each side, and that is Slumber Pig.
Ooh, trying to get out of there. Gets pulled out of the wall. Top Dream's trying to come in. Slumber Pig goes over the other wall and makes it out. But Top Dream winning this lane matchup by a lot. In terms of the health, should get quite a few CS here. Slumber Pig should be able to pick it up underneath the tower, but this is a fairly dominant lane for Slumber Pig for Top Dream. My apologies. On the Big Pig going into Slumber Pig. Oh, that's oh no. The level 6 comes through, and yeah, Slumber Pig goes to sleep.
Oh man, props for the Big Pig comment. Adore that. Definitely going to be using that for the rest of this game. The Big Pig versus Slumber Pig match. That's just way too fun. There is a Fiddlesticks up there. He's just going to go catch a bit of the wave. Not going to be able to kill Top Dream for sure. 2 levels down. Probably has to be a little concerned himself, but should be able to sustain through. And now we've got some danger.
Yeah, the pull comes through. That's a hook. That is a Braum does have to just get a bit of a heal off there. Sutek actually just dies. Alanin, again, the damage from this Caitlyn. I'm not expecting it, and Raijin Storm are not expecting it either.
Oh, whoa. She hit R and got an assist. That is the benefit of the Raka, right? It's no different than having a Karthus in the mid lane. You've got that global ult guaranteed to do what it does. Picks up the assist, keeps the Braum alive with that wish, and ultimately Alanin with an incredible flash E. Kind of twists your head, right? You see the Caitlyn fly forward, fly backwards, landing the E guarantees the headshot, which gives you the excess damage, and more importantly, the excess attack range to hit it with. Picks up a kill themselves, puts them up a couple hundred gold in that straight matchup, and only a couple hundred gold behind. Beneficial, but not necessarily tide turning.
Yeah, notably, there is about 1,000 gold lead right now for the favor of Raijin Storm, but Top Dream is going to have to try to use his current health advantage to make the most of it. Gaoxiao ends up using the channel to get a little bit of the fear down, but was not quite unseen. Top Dream literally just walks away.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of having so much HP and versus so little CC, right? There's a bit of a slow, there's that silence and a fear, but ultimately, when you are the big pig, you don't have a whole lot to worry about in the interim. I mean, we have to see this Kayn go insane if it's going to 1v1 Top Dream. Like, there's no two ways about it.
Right. We saw the jungle Kayn prove to have some effectiveness. It wasn't, the wildest thing in the world, and now top lane Kayn doesn't seem to be doing as much. Gaoxiao this time does manage to land the fear. The silence comes in. The shutdown gold goes over to the Fiddle.
Yeah, and that is the advantage side of the Kayn, right? Is you have that ultimate as kind of a get out card. It really lets Slumber Pig bait Top Dream in there. Great regank by Gaoxiao as well, having the ultimate this time around. It was only level 5 when he came in the first time, right? So it comes back around, gets the ultimate, and then, of course, what are you going to do in that situation as any top laner would? You try and trade it out. You don't have any choice. You're not getting away, right? You don't have a flash. There's no way you can dash and run away with the fear and the slows. So you try to trade it out, and then the Kayn ultimate is the difference maker in that situation. So well played by Moonstone Gaming there, bringing that top lane back around a little bit. Unfortunately, the kill doesn't go over to Slumber Pig. I say unfortunately, and then I put a little more thought into it, and it's actually probably better spent on Gaoxiao.
Oh, yeah. I will say that, does get to see a little bit of where the, jungle support duo is roaming. They are going for the Herald. Again, Raijin Storm, they've been dominating these neutral objectives. That story has not changed at all now in this game. So they're going for the Herald. They've taken the first dragon, and honestly, Gaoxiao doesn't even want to contest it. The Misfortune ultimate used just to clear the wave and gets a little bit of damage down onto All for Love, but not too much of a threat, just keeping the Misfortune safe.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, as the game continues onward and that Braum gets a little tankier, he'll take that all day. He 100% wants that MF ult right into his shield, right? Because that's the entire idea. If he can get right up in her face when she ults, he's taking all the damage, which means his team is not great. Zoning with the traps there. Slumber Pig, not this time.
Yeah, we see the engage come in. Fishing for Pike wants to go in, maybe get an execute here, but the Glacial Fisher disengaged. The wish comes in, but it's not enough. The execute comes through. That is gold going over to the team, and Fishing for Pike with the flash and the ignite picking things up.
Yeah, that's 3 flashes and the ignite spent bot lane, by the way, traded out for 1 flash exhaust heal.
Ooh, Gaoxiao goes over the wall. We'll have to see if something happens on the bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, Slumber Pig is underneath the turret, but Rift Herald did charge. Got a few plates. Top Dream is tanking the turret shots right now. Sutek starts tanking them afterwards. Takes another turret shot, and it's a 1-for-1 for Slumber Pig on the bottom side. No other kills were picked up, so 1-for-1 across the map.
Again, Slumber Pig picking up a 1-for-1 in a gank situation, a tower dive situation. He is making the absolute best of this. Gaoxiao wants this kill. Don't think he's going to find anything for his time, though.
Pike is running interference. The fear comes in. We start to see the Caitlyn ultimate come through. That is the ace in the hole. Fishing for Pike is so weak, but he's able to heal up with that gray health and get on out of there. We're going to start seeing that ace in the hole do more damage, but for now, it's still only doing 460.
Incredibly well played by Fishing for Pike, making sure that he was the one that tanked that ultimate that would have unquestionably been a dead Misfortune. Otherwise, team work makes the dream work. We witnessed it there. We have witnessed it basically every game. It's been the deciding factor as to who wins more often than not. Some solo plate gold going over to Alanin in that bot lane right now. That top turret is gone. We've seen that almost every time. So Slumber Pig, just kind of going to farm up, taking advantage of the sustain. You see him picking up the golems up there, the Krugs, if you will. I'm sorry, I'm still caught in that old term. Top Dream, though, doing what he does best from what we've seen and just being all over the place.
Yeah, was waiting in a bush. There's plenty of vision on the top side river, so it feels very, very safe. Was potentially waiting for an engage with Sutek in the bottom brush, and has a flash. We'll have to try to get out of there. Does indeed do that. Sutek, again, does a phenomenal job, time after time, of burning Owo's flash, just pressuring this mid lane so hard, and it's caused Moonstone some problems, but not too much. And Gaoxiao puts the fear down onto Sutek and gets on Adder with the blast cone, gets away, the ward gets cleared out. And notably, Alanin wasn't able to fully get, that 4th plate. So bottom tier 1 still has 2 plates on it, only has about a minute, probably only needs a couple auto attacks or 2 to get that gold. But again, the more gold onto Alanin, the better you feel, especially after that performance in the last game.
Yeah, without question. He is once again going to be the carry that they are going to turn to later in the game. I mean, we saw just how much a Kayn can tank out on his own with the sustain that comes with it. Red Kayn coming through as well, by the way. The big thing to pay attention to right in the immediate, Gao Xiao already picked up the tier 2 boots because he's got Predator, and here it comes.
He goes over the wall. That is a 4-man fear into a 4-man drain, but Misfortune ultimate over the top. She gets silenced. She gets stunned up. 1 kill is traded back and forth on either side, but Misfortune goes down, and Alanin with the ace in the hole cleans 1 more up. It's a double kill for Slumber Pig. Wasn't doing too well in the lane, but that doesn't mean he can't do well in the game. A triple kill taken down top. Dream to close it out. That'll be Dragon. That'll be bottom lane tier 1. Moonstone Gaming picking up right where they left off.
In Pig we trust.
In Pig we trust.
Right? I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that gameplay right there. That fight was phenomenal on all fronts. I mean, the Soraka is doing incredible amounts of healing just because it's Soraka. Actually already has 3 points in the Astral Fusion, that W, so the heal is definitely coming out. I mean, I was talking Soraka mid lane. I didn't like it because the W wasn't useful in the laning phase. I'm not wrong in that. The thing is, the way that Moonstone Gaming plays, the laning phase doesn't last that long, right? Consider the fact that they've had how many actual team fights already. The fact that the Rocket gets to level 6 earlier, that Wish has made such a difference. 6 assists, right? That's 6 for 8 already on this Rocket KDA with the assists. I mean, she's doing an incredible job on just playing the lane safely and smartly.
And I mean, that's exactly what you need. You don't need to dominate the lane. You don't need to put the Victor super far behind, because guess what? Alanin will just win the game for you if you keep Alanin alive. Again, looks like going with a similar build. Kraken Slayer, Zerker Greaves already booted up, feeling strong, feeling good. And looking at this, Gao Xiao, I mean, we talked about, Gao Xiao was on the Lee Sin engage before. That's like a 1-person target. You can get some additional damage, but now you Crowstorm over the wall, you get the fear, you get the drain. That is absolutely what I would call a bountiful harvest. And again, it was effective there. I can only see it continue to be effective. And silenced Epic Fail Guy out of the ultimate, which was a majority of Raijin Storm's damage in that fight.
Yeah, it's a very, very important thing to do. And the big thing is they stack the Brommel on top of the whole thing as well. So even though, the fear doesn't last forever, and the fear does make you run away from the damage, you're not running very far very quickly when you're doing it on ice. So All for Love with an incredible job stacking that in. I believe he actually W'd into Gao Xiao as well, so adds that passive resistances from the W there. Just beautifully well stacked for that entire team fight. I want to keep talking about it because I know we're gonna get another one really soon.
Gao Xiao is sitting on a ward, was maybe trying to pretend that he was one of his doppelgangers, but Top Dream just goes in for the smack, and the Scarecrow has to run away. It was, looked like, letting Slumber Pig know what was up. And again, Raijin Storm, they take the Herald. The question is, will this actually help them take the game? They're going up towards the top side. They might want that tier 2 gold. And no, never mind. They're not going up to the top side. But it is, that is up here to clear this side lane. Doesn't have TP. Sutek gets briefly silenced and goes for the Krugs. And Starfall. I'm interested to see how this will go. Looks like they're just clearing out some minions, getting some CS. Gao Xiao is up there to assist, and everyone starts to back off. I mean, looking at this overall, I will say I like the Sejuani build a lot more than the Mordekaiser build in the previous game. This definitely feels like, you're built to do your job. But again, I think it's going to come down to that team fight execution. And so far, again, Moonstone, while they might not be able to win the 1v1s as well, they've really been able to win these team fights, Oshi, consistently. Where are you looking for to kind of start performing in these team fights for Raijin Storm to, keep Raijin Storm alive in this game?
Right, what we just saw right there. for Pike had a huge hook on Gaosho over the wall right there, completely negated everything that the Fiddlesticks is going to bring to the fight. No time to, or wasn't able to finish channeling the ultimate, which means the damage doesn't come with it, the CC doesn't come with it. On top of that, you get to pull him into where you want him to be. Very important setup right there. Why? Vision. Right? That is the difference maker. I said they're going to be reliant on not having vision for this to work, but denying vision for it to work. So good on Pike.
Lumber Pig goes in with the Umbral Trespass. Top Dream just dies. Slumber Pig getting revenge. I was going to mention how there were 5 ultimates burned in that mid lane and no actual fight happened. But now Top Dream, like a pig to slaughter, just gets harvested by the scythe.
I almost wish Slumber Pig was playing Lilia into the Sejuani right now, because Slumber Pig, right? It would have been hilarious.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness.
But
Yes,
anyways,
yes.
instead, we have phenomenal gameplay coming out on this Kayn, and it's exactly like we said. He's just chipping the Sejuani away bit by bit, taking advantage of the sustain that he has bit by bit. However, the Thornmail has now been completed, so that's going to be a little different in those fights now. I mean, that Thornmail, yeah, it's got some healing cut to it. It deals 49 damage in return right now. Immobilizing applies grievous wounds up 40% by the buy, so that knockup will do that as well as the stun. So, gonna have to pay attention to those 1v1s a little tighter. Great positioning, very good force off of the dragon area right here. Moonstone, I don't think they're going to be able to get in and contest this, which just means the neutral stack continues.
They're going for it. They want the push. Braum is leading the charge. The shield is up already. Burn before the Misfortune ultimate is used, and Gao Xiao takes the Drake. Gao Xiao managed to get 1 kill. They're looking for more. The fear came in absolutely massive. Slumber Pig is dominating. Top Dream is coming in on the backside. A double kill for the Fiddlesticks. Gao Xiao is absolutely popping off. Chovy tries to keep the game in their favor, tries to pull it back into their hands. Top Dream is the only one left alive, and Slumber Pig is on the hunt yet again. We saw this happen in the bot lane before, and Alanin is gifted the kill. A 5-for-2 ace, and the dragon goes over to Moonstone Gaming.
I have no idea how they forced their way into that fight. Honestly, the pre-engage in the mid lane was so good. It was so well set up by MNG. I'm just like Raijin had everything going in their favor. They just couldn't burn the Drake down fast enough. The engage came through. The MF ult never even got to be popped. They had so much pressure once they got into that zone. I am amazed at Moonstone Gaming in these last 2 games. I mean, they are showing sheer individual prowess. That is the best way that I can put this. I mean, their compositions are wild and wacky and fun, but honestly, it is individual ability to just destroy in team fights that sets them up.
Yeah, Slumber Pig again on the Top Dream. Misses the knockup, but it looks like the top laners want to keep fighting. You know, it is a legal CCS requirement that you must fight. But yeah, like, again, you know, it's not that we weren't super surprised by, like, weird team comps. I think the one thing that, you know, shocked us a little bit was picking multiple of the same role and having to slot them into weird places. Like, again, you know, Kayn top exists, but we saw the Kayn has been in the jungle this entire series. Expectation, Kayn jungle. We sent the Fiddlesticks get picked up. That throws us off our rhythm. That certainly throws Raijin Storm off their rhythm, even if they're expecting the Kayn top. It's been in the jungle the entire time. And the game before that, Zillion top? What? That's like, it's an entire team of supports, and then a Caitlyn and like a Lee Sin, who, you know, ended up popping off. But like, it's just these unexpected things that Moonstone Gaming are doing really, really well. And again, if they win this, right, they go on to face the winner of CB Rush Hard Hat Zone, which we already saw that matchup once. Hard Hat Zone dominated. CB Rush are feeling much better about it. But, I mean, you know, that's kind of, I think, where we'll see, really, if Hard Hat Zone comes out on top, or CB Rush. They play, you know, much more standard comps, and they play it really, really well. So I think that might be a challenge. You know, that'll be a good challenge, these weird comps, if they win. But if Raijin Storm can make the comeback here, they're down only 1,000 gold right now. But again, they have to win here, and they have to win the last game if we go to Silver Scrapes. Again, it will be just a major challenge to either team, and for Moonstone, I think you kind of, you get a little bit of "I told you so" if you end up winning this game.
Yeah, like Raijin is incredible. Like they are a very, very good team. They're a very strong team. Chovy is an insane mid laner, right? So I feel like these wacky comps that keep getting played is what's throwing them, right? The more standard of a comp that Moonstone plays, the worse odds they have. That's all I can see right now.
Because game one wasn't that weird. It felt somewhat standard.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad at all. And then it got really weird really fast.
And then it got funky.
But here's the thing. If Raijin wins this, I feel like they have a very good chance of success at continuing on in the bracket, right?
Right.
Just by playing what they play, because it's meta for a reason, right? If Moonstone wins this and moves on in the bracket, how do you counteract them? I think you need to out-tank them, right? Because they're not going to build things that can shred through multiple brawlers.
Right.
Right? You're not going to burst someone down. You need to be able to continually DPS the same way. You need to play things like a Zeri, maybe even like a Vayne, right? Hyper carries that are going to shred their targets as just continuous damage rather than trying to assassinate someone. Because that's what we've seen tried so far. And when you're playing into a team of multiple supports, you're not going to assassinate anybody. That's the entire point of the supports. Right. So out-tank them and then out-over-time DPS them. You're not going to outburst them. That's what I think would work, but then the execution behind it is a totally different story because, like I said, the individual performances and the overall team fight capabilities of Moonstone in their compositions is phenomenal.
And that has continued to this game. Again, they are 14 kills to 8. They are up a dragon. Concussive blows lands onto top Dream, but the slow does not come through. All for Love gets hooked in. That is absolutely massive. Wish comes down and heals quite a bit. We see the Misfortune ultimate. The bullet time is making it happen. It's paying off. It's doing overtime, but the Fiddlesticks doesn't care. He will be in your nightmares. Chovy gets hit with the Umbral Trespass. Slumber Pig trying to make it happen. It is currently 2v2. Epic Fail Guy is the one that gets the first kill. Slumber Pig trying to go in, manages to miss the Scythe, and Chovy and Epic Fail Guy are pushing the top laner away. Gets spotted on a Trinket Ward and has to run. That should be Dragon. Now, for the side of Raijin Storm, but no, they're going to go clear the bottom lane is going towards the tier 2, and that might actually give a chance for Slumber Pig to come in and make something happen. No, spotted on a ward. And both teams just back off.
Yeah, they don't have the health on the side of Raijin Storm to pick this up. So be it, right? That's the situation that he's in. There's no sustain on Epic Fail Guy. He's not going to be able to tank the dragon out. And quite frankly, you're looking at a Victor that has 400 HP after he's been regenning this entire time. Right. So not able to take that, which means we're going to go right back to dragon in a 5v5 situation. That fight went incredible for Raijin because the MF ult covered almost the entire team of Moonstone. It was incredible. It was so well placed. Although she couldn't keep everyone alive this time. There was no two ways around it. And here we are yet again as the trap wall begins.
Notably, Bullet Time is down, but Crowstorm is back up. Those were the two major ultimates in the previous team fight that made an impact. Top Dream and Fishing for Pike, they both get knocked up. They take quite a bit of damage. There is a line of Caitlyn traps that are not going to let them in. The Glacial Prison goes wide, but the fear comes through. Sutek goes in with the Cyclone, the first proc of it, and Slumber Pig is the first one to fall this time instead of the last one alive. That is the very, very low HP bar for Top Dream. The Dragon goes over to Moonstone Gaming, but the Bullet Time has arrived. It has come back up. We see a triple kill coming through. Alanin manages to get one more kill, still has the ace in the hole, but does not want to lock themselves down. Chovy is on a killing spree. That's the ace. Dragon for ace. Dragon for one kill. Raijin Storm have given us a series.
Dragon in one, and what do we end up with? Less than 2k gold difference, right? Yeah. Like, what an incredibly elongated fight. Once again, long enough for the Bullet Time to come back up and finish that fight off with style. Epic Fail Guy, even after all of the brawl and everything that happened, had phenomenal position to get that Bullet Time off across multiple members, deal a ton of damage. I really wish that we could see, like, damage dealt in fight metrics right now, because that would be gross on his part, for sure.
Okay, that was nearly a whole infinity edge for Epic Fail Guy. That is a lot of that coming from the oh goodness.
No.
Okay, all right, shoot tech. Well, farewell. Go back to the fountain. You'll enjoy the sepia tone screen for 40 seconds. But yeah, Epic Fail Guy. I'm pretty sure picked up the 700 gold shutdown on Slumber Pig, so feeling pretty strong right now.
I'd like to point out, because I know you guys can't see chat, but they're pinging that Fiddlestick's ult was used there. Fiddlestick's level 13, so he does have the second set of it. It's only a 64-second cooldown right now. So keep in mind that when he hits 16, it's going to be even shorter, right? It's going to be a sub-minute cooldown. Oh my gosh.
Ooh,
and
that is the support, but it is still a Braum, and Shovi did not even drop the Chaos Storm. That was just the Death Ray.
And this is why so many people have been saying in Shovi we trust, right?
Yeah.
Because the man knows how to play. He brings damage every single fight. We haven't talked about him because we haven't had the opportunity to. So let's take a quick look. 5 kills on him already, 3 completed items, and he's sitting on 10 stacks of a Dark Seal. Right?
Yeah.
Like, gross. 500 gold bounty, second only to, of course, his own 80 carry at a 650 bounty. I mean, he's sitting on 12,000 gold, the highest in the game, and we haven't even said his name until now.
Yeah, and I probably a little bit of a misdemeanor on my part. Shovi has been doing a ton of damage in these team fights. Epic Fail Guy has been picking up a lot of the kills in the more recent ones, but Shovi again, notably didn't dominate the lane necessarily against OO, but is having a phenomenal time in these team fights, which again, it's whichever team is performing really well in these team fights, and Gaoshou just doesn't even get a chance to try to use the bush for a surprise attack. And Slumberpig and Top Dream, they are here once again to duke it out. They do both have TP, but Slumberpig has to get this wave cleared out first, and neither top lane is going to be able to TP while they are duking it out with each other. This Baron is going very, very quickly, and Fishing for Pike runs interference. That is the dragon, or that is the wow, Baron, my apologies. Taken by Sutek. Slumberpig is trying to make something happen on the bottom side, get a little bit of a trade back, but that is it. That is just Baron, and everybody is out.
Fishing for Pike with the tide turning Q again, just like I called when it happened in the mid lane and he pulled Gaoshou over top from the Wraith Pit. He once again interrupts the Fiddlestick's ultimate right there. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. He had the Q prepped, it was already cocked and loaded. As soon as the ultimate started, it was pulled out.
Slumberpig goes in, gets a knockup on the Sutek. We are seeing a TP into the middle of the enemy team coming out of top dream. Immediately gets knocked up, cannot throw out the Glacial Prison until now. It doesn't hit anybody directly, but the bullet time comes in. That's on Alanin. That's a majority of the damage. Gaoshou still does not have the Crow Storm, and it's not like they're going to get the major fear boost anyways. And Raijin Storm, they are pushing aggressively. Alanin does not spawn for another 30 seconds. They want to win this game. They want to win it here. They want to win it now. Wave is mostly cleared out. Slumberpig wants to go in. Gaoshou uses the Crow Storm and immediately goes into stasis, but falls as soon as he comes out. Sutek might fall, but no, manages to stay alive. Just barely a double kill for Epic Fail Guy. As soon as Alanin comes up, there's not going to be anybody left for the team. MNG Raijin Storm, they are still sticking around. They have not been able to get any of the gold from these fights. OO gets jumped on and OO dies. It's all for love. Alanin will be up very, very briefly. These health bars are low. Sutek does fall. Alanin has ace in the hole. Top Dream is pretty weak, but we don't see the damage come through yet. And there we go. Alanin falls. It's game number 5. Raijin Storm, take us to Silver Scrapes.
What an incredible set of team fights out of Raijin Storm at the end of that game. I mean, this is why his name is Fishing for Pike, right? Like, it's first off, it's an incredible pun. I love it. Pike are one of my favorite fish to fish for. Great fight. Great fight is all that we saw out of him every single time. The number of interrupts. I mean, the Baron take was the tide turner, right? No questions asked. Having that Baron buff is what allowed them to push in and end that game. Full stop. Fishing for Pike interrupted the Fiddlestick's ultimate that was supposed to go over the Baron wall, which could have changed everything, right? And he did that multiple times prior to multiple fights, and every single one of the fights that he managed to do that before went in their direction. That is a single person heavily influencing the game with a single ability. Big ups to him for doing it. But again, we tried to talk about him briefly. We're going to go back again and say Chovy, 39,523 damage is a gross number.
Yeah, this is like Alanin had a ton of damage in the last game, and Alanin had the kills to show for it. Chovy didn't have as many kills, but Epic Fail Guy was cleaning them up. Those Chaos Storms on top of the bullet times just tore through Moonstone Gaming. And again, y'all, I think we go ahead and get ready to get into it. We will be back in just a few minutes. We've talked enough about these teams at this point. Moonstone, the draft didn't work out this time. Raijin Storm have adapted. We'll have to see what these two bring out in game number 5. Get your popcorn, get your hot chocolate, whatever you're drinking right now.
Get your pillows.
Get your pillows. After this, you're going to bed. It's already midnight. We're going to have a wonderful time in game number 5. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is it. This is game number 5. Silver Scrapes has been played. This is it. This is legendary. Look, I will say we had the coin flip. It didn't land on the game 4. It landed on the game 5. You know, Oshi, we had to have it, right? It had to happen. You know, we've been in bed by 11. In our previous series, we had to have one go late. It was inevitable. And
think about it. This is where we started.
That's true.
Right? You and I, this is it. Not even just like game 5s where we started. Literally, this part of the bracket,
Yeah,
game 5s, is where we started, right?
exactly.
So here we are, high, and like you keep saying, quoting Michael Jackson himself, "This is it." So we are in it. We have the draft going. We have a Vlad ban and a Lux ban. Nothing that we haven't seen yet. And that's probably going to be the last. Like, I think bans are the only thing we can say that about in draft. We have no idea what we're going to see. We have absolutely no idea what to expect. And for the love of chat, don't ask me to predict anything because I'm done. I'm over. I have no idea how to do. If I say Moonstone could win, I don't know if they will or not. I don't know if I'm cursing anybody. I don't know if I'm responsible. I sure hope that I'm not. I'm pretty sure that our producer is though.
Yeah, you can always blame Ludi. Okay,
Yeah,
if
it's
you're not
always
blaming
Ludi.
Flay,
Yeah.
always blame Ludi. That's just how it goes. But coming into the bans here, Moonstone Gaming, notably Raijin Storm actually banned Victor in like game number 2. Moonstone, I understand why you ban it this game. That makes a lot of sense. Raijin Storm, they have banned out as many enchanters as they have legally been allowed to ban. We'll have to see what Moonstone end up picking. Brief notification: the support for Moonstone had to, the support for Raijin Storm had to restart PC. He will be back before draft, or he'll be back. Don't worry, he'll be fine. But again, the picks are coming through, and I'm just interested to see what Moonstone Gaming pick. Again, we've had the funky drafts. I hope that loss didn't scare them into going back to something normal. Instead, they say, hey, you know what? We liked that. Let's do that instead.
Yeah, they kind of said, you know what? The Misfortune did a lot, right? I mean, the Victor did a lot.
Yeah.
But the Victor's gone away. We don't have to think about the Victor anymore. So they picked the Misfortune. And in turn, the Twitch comes out. And the Twitch, the last time that we saw it, did a lot.
Right.
Right? So far, all we're seeing is things that we've seen before and that do a lot. My cat is now yelling at me. In case you guys were curious as to what that means my wife has decided that she's going to roll over and fall asleep, which means I'm now in trouble.
Of course, it's the cat. The cat always has to let you know. And Raijin Storm, again, this is, let me go check real quick. 1, 2. Oh, there was no Kane in game 3. Kane in game 4. Kane in game 5. So this is, the Kane priority. Okay, and notably, there was no Kane in game 3 because it was banned, right? So Kane has 100% priority in this match, which again, I think is definitely notable. We'll have to see what else gets any priority. The GP was left up, and Moonstone Gaming are the ones to pick it up.
Yes, they should be. Slumber Pig had so much fun in game 1. Was a guaranteed tide turner in every single fight. Gangplank is such a strong champion right now. The thing is, what do you play into it? Because guess what has not been banned?
That doesn't feel
Tax
fair.
Man.
There's a lot of
the Tax Man.
Mordekaiser hasn't been banned. I will say, do you think Top Dream wants to go back on that? Like, not just because of Euros, but also that last game that he had it on was not fun.
No,
and
but
notably, Moonstone pick up Viego, which we have not seen at all this series.
No, but Viego is an incredible counter to Kane, right? Very, very similar playstyle. Much better CC, right? You actually have a full stun. You don't have to wait for Do we have the teams on the right side?
We do. I'm looking at it. We 100% do. Raijin Storm pick up the Quinn. I'm looking. I'm checking. That's a real pick. We are not seeing any notifications in chat. There is no misclick. That's a real pick. Bans coming in now. Raijin Storm, again, they are taking away every single enchanter possible they can from Moonstone Gaming. They're taking away Moonstone Gaming's namesake, essentially, at this point. If they could ban Moonstone Renewer, I think they would. And now Moonstone, and if you're Raijin Storm, you're now throwing Moonstone for a loop. Because, Quinn? Again,
so
this
Quinn
could
top.
definitely be something that Top Dream is comfortable on, but it's not something you normally see in a pick ban phase for a competitive team.
Note, still up also is Pike, by the way. Huge tide turn in that last game. However, it was a big tide turner because of the specific champion counter that it played out with. Not necessarily something that they need to think about banning. Yes, that, on the other hand, is. That is what gave them the biggest amount of problems in the Gangplank game that they did eventually win. However, the Kale was devastating in that matchup. Love it. Mordekaiser is still up. I'm pretty sure that is a Quinn top, though, so I very highly doubt that we will see Mordekaiser picked this game. Raijin Storm did ban Lulu last game as well, so they picked that up themselves. That's the first enchanter, by the way, picked in this entire game. Every other game we have seen at least 4.
Yeah, six enchanters are banned. 1 has been picked. That leaves Moonstone with, a few to select from. Nami is a potential one. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a fan of Nami Misfortune bottom lanes. That's what I play whenever I play support. I'll pick up a Nami, I pray my ADC goes Misfortune, and there is a Vex for Owo in the mid lane and a Rel. This is not like Rel is an old champion, but this is not something that we see very often. It feels like a major departure from what Moonstone have been doing during the rest of the series that's been giving them their wins.
This is a normal team comp.
Very normal.
But Raijin's isn't. How's this, right? How easily can Raijin Storm adjust to playing a slightly off meta comp versus how easily can Moonstone adjust to playing a meta comp?
Right.
That's where we are, right? So
I guess the question is right now, if you're Moonstone, what are you going to do against A, an Anivia wall, and B, a Twitch that's just going to shoot you while you try to jump over the Anivia wall?
I can answer both those questions with one.
Okay.
Throw a barrel at it.
Throw a barrel.
Right? Like, oh, there's a Nivea wall. I'll put a barrel on the other side and chain them. Oh, there's a rat over there. I'll throw a barrel at it and chain them. Like, right?
You got a problem? Throw a barrel on it.
Okay. Here's the whole thing. You put up a wall. I'm Vex. I go over it with my ult. I'm Rel. I jump over it with my abilities. I'm Gangplank. I throw my barrels on the other side and ult behind it, so now you're the one that's in trouble. I'm Viego. I dash over it and then come at you and reset and reset and reset. I'm MF. I just ult it. And it goes through it because it just ignores it, right? So yeah, overall, for sure, Anivia is going to give them significant amounts of zone control, but it isn't the kind of thing, like the Anivia wall is not the kind of wall that they're going to be fighting behind with the composition that they have, right? You're not dropping the Anivia wall and then throwing Ziggs Qs over it or something like that. You don't have the champions for that. You have Quinn, right? Your Quinn is going to be looking to flank. Your Quinn is going to be looking to fight 1v1s. The Quinn is definitely not looking to team fight too frequently, and if they are, they're looking to be slightly off to the side, namely, I would say, getting into Misfortune's face and getting into Gangplank's face. You want to get that blind on them. You want to be able to interrupt the ultimate with your E, which is something that we're going to have to pay attention for, and more importantly, you're going to want to get those procs off. If you're not getting the procs off, you're not maximizing your damage, which means you're just ultimately not playing Quinn properly.
Yeah. So I guess then my question is, Quinn's going to want to be in a side lane. GP's going to want to be in a side lane. Who has the stronger 4 and who has the stronger 1?
Super dependent, right? Think about it. You have Gangplank versus Quinn. You hit the blind, Gangplank's not auto-attacking you. That's not good for Gangplank, really, in some ways. The interaction with his Q, once upon a time, if he was blinded, his Q would miss. I don't know if that's still the case. We're going to have to find out. Interaction to watch for. If he hits Quinn with a barrel, Quinn is not tanky. Quinn is an 80 carry with slightly more health. Quinn is going to take a lot of damage from a crit build, right?
Yes,
so
very much
watch for that. On top of that, Vex is very mobile, right? With the ultimate, has a lot of range, can definitely get around. Vex is going to be able to pop Quinn very easily, right? Quinn is not very tanky. Twitch is not very tanky. Lulu is not very tanky. Anivia is not very tanky. Right?
Yeah.
You see where I'm going with this? We have an 80 carry with massive AoE damage potential and decent 1v1 fighting. Gangplank with massive AoE potential and decent 1v1 fighting. We have a Viego and a Vex that are both very, very pop heavy, and Viego sustains like very few other. I was gonna say like nobody else, but that's not really accurate. He sustains very well, right? And then there's a tank in Rel in and of herself, right? Kayn is a tank under the assumption of sustain, right? You have some with Lulu for sure. You've got a shield and you've got the ultimate. Okay. Otherwise, you have nothing supporting the Kayn. So this is a very, very different Kayn than what we have seen in any other game so far. Ultimately, It's going to come down to individual performance, which Moonstone honestly has had the upper hand in, right?
Right.
The games that Raijin Storm has won have been comp-based wins. They have played incredibly well, don't get me wrong, especially
Right.
in the mid lane. But
Chovy has been, if there is, Chovy definitely has been putting on a class performance, but I do understand what you're saying. It's taken a team effort while Moonstone has had some you just 1v1 them.
yeah, I don't know where to go with this.
We'll have to see. Well, if you don't know where to go with this either, Enoshi, maybe you should take up this wonderful offer as well. You can take a look at Procom
should.
not only in your draft, but looking forward into your games. Procom can assist you in assessing your opposing win conditions, how you can tackle them, and how you can play against them. It's an all-in-one drafting tool for both you and any coaches you have, both casual and competitive play. Use code CCS at checkout for a big 50 is, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I think that's right. I think that's right on the camera. 50% off. And again, if you want some more personalized coaching, if you want someone who is going to be able to look at this, if you want a Grandmaster Quinn player to tell you how the Gangplank matchup works, you can probably find that over at Medify. Use code CCS10 at Medify for 10% off of your next coaching sessions over there. We will be back in just a couple of minutes while we try to figure out what's going on in this final game. It has been an up and down ride, an absolute roller coaster, but the ride ends soon. Stick with us.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is Game 5. This is Elimination. If you are just joining us, my name is Thunder. This is Oshi. This is another disconnect. Looks like we are already back in, ready to go, though. This is just a brief stutter. Don't you worry about a thing. So, you know, it's poetic that comes in once again. We'll have to see. I will say, maybe that's a good sign for Moonstone. Gaoshu disconnected, got absolutely beat on. Hold on. Shovi's in top lane. Seaborg is in the middle. I believe we have a substitution here. Top
What?
is out. Again, this is Shovi in the top lane on the Quinn. Seaborg, a newcomer on
What?
the Nivea. Oshi, this is why we need to check our Discord matches. Or Discord messages. Did we not see anything? Okay, you know what? Look. All we're saying is Seaborg is an anomaly to us. This might be just what Raijin Storm need to really dominate this game. The unknown, the new factor.
Yeah, like I've got nothing in my chats about this substitution, but we're here, we're going. It's not just Seaborg. I mean, what have we seen out of Shovi if not absolute destruction of his lanes, right? Sure, doesn't necessarily happen like in the lane at the time. It happens over time, right? He just runs damage in the games. And now he's on a Quinn after what we've seen him on Victor almost solely, right? And doing incredible.
Right.
Every time he does it, doing so much damage when he's on the Victor. Now he's on a significantly more single target and physical damage focused champion instead of the magic damage massive AoE that comes out of the Victor instead. So it's a huge change. How does he adjust? He has the Ignite. He does not have Teleport, though, which means overall, I mean, there's 2 teleports on Moonstone's side plus the global ultimate out of Gangplank. That is a lot of map control. I have a hard time with Shovi taking the Ignite. I understand it, though, because if you can get ahead of the Gangplank, you just steamroll him.
Right. And again, it's just the 2 TP advantage could be absolutely huge. Slumber Pig will be able to interact with, the team fights from across the map, as you said. So it's going to be interesting to see how it works. Now, notably, Alan did reconnect. Hopefully, we don't see any connectivity issues happen during a big team fight. Teams aren't allowed to pause, during a fight for competitive integrity. So even if there is a disconnect, so fingers crossed on that. Now, notably, we haven't really specified this too much, mostly because the early games have kind of been jam-packed. We talked about it a little bit, I think, in the first game, but Gaoshu is starting on the bottom side of the map with an actual leash, and Sutek is starting on the top side red buff. Notably, we didn't see really any aggressive invades to get vision on where this Kane was going to be, unless there's a blue ward in that red buff pit that I can't see right now.
Nope, we did happen to see it on the other side, though, so they do know where the Viego is starting, right? But no idea where the Kane is instead. But at the same time, you take a look at the lanes, and who are you putting your money in this game? You're putting it into the Gangplank, right?
Right.
So you have your Viego start top, start bottom end top. That way, on the off chance that the Kane is up there, you're up there to protect it. Big fight in the bot lane already.
Epic Kill Guy takes a ton of damage, even gets hit with the Ignite the Lulu shield, coming in for a little extra protection. And Alan and All for Love performing quite well so far in this bot lane 2v2 Misfortune Rel. I mean, when Rel first came out, this was like one of the lanes to play. Now Sutek, though, wants to play up in this top lane. Slumber Pig just starting to run back. The knockup comes in. Shovi gets a little bit of the bounce off, but Slumber Pig is absolutely fine. Doesn't even have to commit the flash.
Yeah, very well played by Slumber Pig, using a lot of the just side steps, very simple movement, but still very good movement to make sure that there was no easy knockup for the Kane right there, knowing that it would get chained into a second knockup, ultimately taking the knockup when he was basically under tower. Not a big deal. Now we have Viego rotating up, though, into the Kane. If the camera wants to show us.
If the camera wants to show us, indeed, that's always the question. We do have both junglers up here. The flash is forced out of Shovi. Still very mobile. We do see the bullet rain come through. An epic fail guy falls. That's first blood, but it's traded back onto the Lulu. Meanwhile, we have a 2v1 essentially on this top side of the map, and trading going on in the mid lane. Ovo is rather low on mana. We see the wall come up, but it is behind Ovo, so it does not lock the Vex in. And again, aggressive trading all over, resulting in a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane. Flash and heal used by Alan.
Not just that, though. The 1-for-1, yeah, it's a kill. Okay, Gaoshu in mid now, too, and Slumber Pig dying up top.
Sutek might be able to get this kill. He does indeed on the Slumber Pig. Seaborg is in very, very deep trouble here. It's just in between two auto attackers. Egnivia will certainly fall again. Even kills, even trading. But Sutek on this Kayn managed to pick one up.
So the big thing that happened in this bot lane, and a reason I very much support Alan and going in and flashing for that dive under the tower, is the wave was pushed all the way up. Take a look at the farm. 10 CS difference down there right now. Not going to be making that up very soon, so long as laning phase continues. And now we have Rel and Viego both on their way into this bot lane, stopping to take Scuttle. And looking in, they don't see that they do see the blue buff hasn't been taken, but they're not going for that.
It looks like they maybe want the gank here in a little bit, but again, Slumber Pig did get a death. Chovy goes in with the vault, but nothing comes of it, and Gaoxiao is taking this time to go ahead and come up. He is going to meet with Sutek in the jungle, fishing for Pyke. He's going to have the turn first, and nobody gets too frisky yet. First dragon is spawning in 10 seconds. Seaborg, again, this is not Chovy. The wall comes up. It manages to isolate things for a little bit. Offlove goes over with the crash down. Seaborg is very, very low and is going to have to back. Dragon is up. That should be going over to Moonstone Gaming.
You saw the electrocute proc right there. Keep that in mind as the game goes, because that does continue to grow piece by piece. Right there, very small interaction, but you got to see it. Chovy killed the barrel. That is the advantage of playing a ranged champion into the gangplank. It is significantly more difficult for him to set up barrel chains, because you have the ability to destroy the first barrel that he puts down as soon as it times out and before he can utilize it. Very important, very well played by Chovy, and probably a large part of not just the pick overall, but why Chovy is up here.
Right. It's just a very large impact in this top lane that they were kind of able to generate a little bit here and there depending on the matchup, but this is what we wanted to see, and especially for Slumber Pig, who picking up the gangplank performed really well in game 1. Now this is probably a tougher matchup overall with such a dominant laner as Chovy coming into this. We'll have to keep an eye out on it. Ovo this time does get trapped behind the wall. The personal space is procced, and Ovo very low on mana. Needs to be careful managing this one. Good news is Sutek is up on the top side. Neither jungler is really poised to take any action right now.
Yeah, ultimately this is what you see in mid lanes when you're both playing mages, like we see right here, is one of you opts to trade for health, the other trades for mana.
Gaoxiao knows what they want. The Volt from Chovy does not get them far enough away. There are no ultimates in use yet, and Sutek is trying to get out of there, or at least get a trade before anything happens, but the oranges come through. A double kill comes in for the Viego. Gaoxiao now 3-0-0 on the Ruined King.
Gaoxiao showing the absolute importance of knowing not just your champion, but the champions you are playing against when you are on Viego. They kill the Quinn first, and then he takes over the Quinn body. Sutek goes into the wall, and he uses the Quinn E to get the knockup, which disrupts the wall walk and pulls Sutek back out, ultimately resulting in the demise of Kayn. Well played, Gaoxiao.
The Demise of Kayn would be an awesome YA fantasy novel for any religious folks out there, honestly. But Seaborg with the wall procs up. Ignore what I just said. We don't have to go too much into it, though. I know. Look,
no, it's a great title. I'm with you.
But anyways,
it sounds like a Keanu Reeves movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Keanu cast. Oh my gosh, it'd be a wonderful drama. It'd be a tragedy. Oh, I'm seeing it. But we'll have to see. Again, things might get tragic here, but so far, this game has remained relatively close. There's a 1.4k gold lead for Moonstone Gaming. Again, they seem to just lane better. They seem to just CS better in general. That's where a lot of this lead has come from, along with those 2 kills. They've gotten a couple of plates as well. They've been able to translate this gold lead a couple of times. We're seeing a recall now from Alan and rocking 750 gold, so should be pretty close to completing that first item. So we're going to have to see where these mythics are going to come in. Instead, it is just the Zerker Greaves for now. So all in all, again, first mythic time I'm very interested in. Our earliest in this series was 9 minutes and 25 seconds. I don't think we're going to get anything that fast anytime soon, but watching those first item specs will be big, especially as Cloud Dragon will be spawning in just a couple of minutes. And I mean, again, I feel like the nameplates have swapped, Oshi. Moonstone Gaming have priority over the neutral objectives. Alanin is underneath the turret, goes with the bullet time. That's going to be a lot of damage, but the Umbral Trespass was used from Sutek. Is underneath the turret, is taking a lot of turret shots, and Alanin gets the kill. Sutek dived in too deep. Alanin with the very, very smart use of the bullet time.
Bullet time not only hitting the champions, also hitting the minions, clearing that wave out, and stacked on top with Slumber Pig dropping the cannon barrage. I mean, wonderful, wonderful play. That is the difference in the global pressure that I mentioned at the very start of the game. It wasn't the teleport that bought them that kill. It was the Gangplank ult that picked up the assist. And now we have the Rift Herald in the top lane. Chovy has been forced out. Alanin is just alone down here and has been left to thrive by his partner in crime, the Rel, as they roamed around the map and provided pressure everywhere else. Now we see this Gangplank sitting at, what's he at? 3,300 gold total. The Viego at 38 total, sitting on 2K in the bank. We may just actually see, he's going for that blue buff. Never mind, I thought he was recalling it. I was like, we might see a 9.5 mythic now, but not so.
Not quite yet, not quite yet. And I mean, honestly, this is something that I think if you are registering, you're maybe a little worried about. Like Moonstone, you know, kind of their weakness has been they haven't gotten these neutral objectives. That's what allowed Raijin to keep up with the gold lead in terms of turrets, keep up, you know, get those extra stats padded in with the dragons. And this time, so far, they don't have it. They have 30 seconds to start hovering around that dragon pit, but Moonstone Gaming, they're there first. Again, they're at a more standard draft, and they're playing it very, very well here in this game number 5.
Exactly. And I mean, so I said, who's going to be able to adjust easier? Right now, Slumber Pig needs to adjust his position a little bit, getting dove by everybody.
Barrel will do a lot of damage, but doesn't quite do enough. Sutek does manage to get out. That is a fairly clean kill, though it does require both the flashes and the ignite.
My apologies for stepping on your toes. I saw you go for water, I think, there for a second. I didn't mean to take your job from you. I just wanted to give you a breather. You know how the CCS is,
I'm always ready. I'm always ready.
Is what it is. Giving the blue buff over to Ovo, though, that is very important. This Vex, she is definitely a mana-hungry champion, and it's proving beneficial over all 12 CS up in that lane, as well as the assist from the gank that came earlier on. I mean, right now, Moonstone Gaming is dominating, or not dominating, but they are ahead in every position.
Yeah,
every single one of their champions is ahead in gold, except Rel, who is 100 gold behind.
All for Love is very weak. The Spray and Pray has already been invested in, didn't do a ton, but Epic Fail Guy finally does get the kill. So you take that, it's support for Dragon, but the Dragon stacking still continues.
Yeah, and I mean, you'll take that most of the time, right? Because even support, great. Tank, great. Tank support, wonderful. Take that trade all the time.
Right. And
I mean, oh, go ahead, please.
You know, the thing is, like, even with that kill, there's no more objectives to really get. You know, once you're in a team fight, that really feels pretty good. And we're seeing Sutek take a little bit of advantage of the tempo. Alanin is playing very far up, but yeah, taking down those engaged tanks. Oh no, Alanin. I mean, this is a consequence of it. Gaosho has arrived. The bullet time comes in. The stun comes through. It was all a bait. Slumber Pig is the one that picks it up with the cannon barrage over the top, and Sutek can only run away.
Yeah, Alanin knew that was coming forever. Played it incredibly well. Gaosho was the twitch, popping the ultimate to get the hop over. I mean,
Sutek trying to get away, but simply cannot. 4-0-1 on this Viego.
Gaosho doing everything right. Now he gets to play as Kane for a little bit, you know, something that he's done a lot of so far. But I mean, the tides have turned just in compositions alone and in map control as a result of it. We had said, who's going to be able to adjust better? Well, you know, the weird comp players going to the normal comp or vice versa. I mean, we often forget Quinn is meant to be a top laner. Right? That is her design. That's why her W gives you so much vision and the such is to keep her safe from ganks. When you just kind of, you know, the hair on your arm stands up a little bit, you're kind of like, it's been too long. Where is he? You can pop that W and find out. Has paid dividends as well so far. Has saved Quinn from a couple of ganks that I've seen in particular. But Slumber Pig is now at the point, has that Essence Reaver on deck. Quinn has absolutely no completed items yet, sitting on a pickaxe. At the most, or at the largest, I should say. So definitely a threatening situation because Slumber Pig able to pick up that kill and an assist with that ultimate, and that is incredibly important.
Yeah, and Gaosho using that Herald Path to sneak around a little bit, but Sutek managed to spot him on a ward. It's a 2v2 in the top side for now, just as it is a 2v2 in the bottom lane. Ovo and Seaboard keep on trading, but Chovy is going to go ahead and recall as the wave is getting pushed in, cancels it. Notably, Gaosho has come down to the bottom, or the mid lane here. Seaboard has already used the Glacial Storm. It's on a very brief cooldown, and the Anivia managed to get out of there with the Flash and the Cleanse. Those are 2 ultimates burned. An epic fail guy even invests the Spray and Pray down on the bottom side of the map to help clear the wave.
Yeah, they're just burning ultimates and summoners across the map right now. I mean, Moonstone Gaming, this is not something that we have seen out of them so far, right? Every single game that we see has been incredibly tight, incredibly close, over and over and over and over. The fights are kind of questionable. You know, one wins one wins the other, and then there's one big blowout fight that turns into an objective, and that's game. Right now, we are seeing a Moonstone Gaming that is domineering. Not dominating, they are domineering because it is intentional. There is command behind it. There is absolute well-thought strategy going into every little move that they are making. They have vision going out to the right spots. They're rotating at the right times. The lane ganks have been incredible. The baits that have followed have been incredible. And now what do we have to top it all off? They're going to be, it looks like they're going to be rewarded with a River Soul.
Yeah, the Oshi. I mean, look, if they're gonna get healing one way or another, Oshi, and look, I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting delirious. I'm sure the players are getting delirious, which I will say it's also kind of a testament to Moonstone. They've drafted a more standard comp, but they're playing it well. They're very, again, they're organized. They know what they're doing. These players are clearly not delirious yet. Hey, maybe they've picked, maybe they're chugging some Red Bull, but again, this feels like a more cohesive game than what we have seen so far. Seaborg is taking some, some damage from this Vex. The poke comp is, the poke damage is coming through. The Spectral Maw with a very brief stun, but Sutek jumps into the middle of 3. Fishing for Pike is going to be the only one here to help out, and Sutek just gets carried into the rest of the team, has to flash over the wall. Fishing for Pike has to flash away as well, and already used the Wild Growth on Sutek to keep them alive. Those are engaged tools and team fight weapons that are down. Sutek is going to try to go over these walls, maybe try to steal this Drake. This will be soul point for the side of Moonstone Gaming. Chovy is over here just scouting things out, using that Quint to the best of their ability. Valor, quite a strong companion there, but again, it is a 5v5. We haven't even seen All for Love be able to get the crash down in. That's the Magnet Storm as well. The bullet time over the top takes down 2. That's the main source of damage. Sutek has to run away, goes over the wall, but Ovo follows. The Vex takes another. That's a double kill for the little Yordle, and that is going to be soul point for the side of Moonstone Gaming.
What do you want when you have an Anivia? You want control. That is the entire purpose of the champion. You have so much zone domination, your ultimate, your Q, your wall. If you are not there first, you get nothing out of her. That is problematic to a T for Raijin Storm in that setup. Led to the great fight that was taken there, and overall the Drake that was taken as well. And now the eyes turn to the top lane. I mean, Chovy, you got up there quick, you got the push in, you deny a bit of farm. Great, wonderful, that is definitely correct. If that fight went really south, or if, honestly, if it got delayed any longer, the fact that Slumberfake has teleport means that if that fight went poorly, or went well, he teleports up.
Ooh, Ovo, weak from the spray and pray. Gaoshao now has to get out of there, use the ultimate to get over the wall, but that is going to be it. No shutdown gold goes over. And notably, objective bounties are up, which is going to, they've been up for like 4 or 5 minutes now, so Raijin Storm, what they need to do, it's plastered in gold all over their minimap.
Yeah, I mean, the game is literally screaming at you in the fanciest of colors it knows.
Yes.
Meanwhile, we have Alan and 1v2. Oh.
Epic fail guy. Once again, the Wild Growth gets used, and Alan, we're seeing just how scary this Misfortune is getting.
Yeah, I mean, you flashed, so great. I mean, the other team will take that for an ultimate, but...
Sutek again uses the Umbral Trespass, another ultimate burned, and that is all, that's all that's happening here. Notably, the Magnet Storm did get used for All for Love, but Rel doesn't, that ultimate's not the only engaged tool. The crash down is fairly effective as well, and that has locked them down. The second Rift Herald of the game. Raijin Storm have not been able to take a single objective so far.
Yeah, not a tower, not a neutral, nothing. Honestly, I mean, in so many of the other matches, we spend so much time thinking about the junglers that we talk about the Scuttle Crabs almost endlessly. I have not once looked to see who's taking Scuttle Crabs, but I can only assume that it's Moonstone.
Oh, we see a good engage here from Chovy going in, but Bolt Time comes through for the disengage, and Ovo is the one that goes in the killing spree. First, we see TP coming in the Shadow Surge. Gifts Ovo a double kill, going for a triple, but fishing for Pyke went the other direction. They are underneath the turret, but they have the minions to help mitigate the damage, and Slumber Pig with the barrel blows up the Lulu. Sutek is the only one still alive, and there is a barrel right at the corner where he is trying to live, and he would not be able to live for long. The barrel chain comes through, Sutek gets chunked out, 25% of his health with one barrel. This is still only a level 12 Gangplank with one item.
575.
Gaoshaw's gonna be able to stop the back here. Is a level down. The Glacial Storm comes through. Gaoshao has to ultimate over the wall, and Seaboard keeps trying to back, but All for Love is here to join. This is a 2-for-1. Gaoshao is rather low, but it does not matter. Anivia falls as well. This is a nearly 9,000 gold lead. Wait, hold on.
Yep. It had us looking at entirely the wrong spot. It wanted us to watch the Anivia down there instead of watching the huge fight that just happened up at the red buff, where both the Slumber Pig and Alanin fell, giving over 2 huge bounties that had been built up right there. So a 2-for-1 across the map. Ultimately, some more gold over onto the Cane is what we ended up seeing. Really got to see Sutek make use of that now.
Yeah, you know, Rito, we love you. I'm not going to say anything else. You know, small indie company, send them their money, get them a good, you know, casual observing tool. We could all appreciate, we could all love it. Hey, maybe, you know, maybe sub to the CCS, get us some good observers. We could always use it, but that being said, that recoups a little bit of the damage done, but it's still an 8,000 goldie. You know, instead of 9,000, it's only 8,000 at the 20-minute mark. So Moonstone are still feeling pretty good about themselves. Again, gifting over 2 kills to the Cane with the shutdown gold. Probably not ideal, but you'll manage to live with it. Well, actually, you know what? Maybe you won't. A brief item check-in, though. Speaking of the gold, Gaoshu is the one with 2 items. The first to get to 2 full items. Epic Fail Guy with the Bork as well. There's 2 Blades of the Ruined Kings. This has got to be some type of multiverse situation going on. And otherwise, there's mythics across the board, save for the supports. Notably, All for One does already have Azonius completed.
Yeah, as his first main item. I mean, yeah, if you're the primary engage, it gives you armor, I guess, as well. So sure, why not? That is a flash for the bullet time traded out there. It is only the flash on fishing for Pyke, but it is something that he has used incredibly aggressively in terms of keeping his teammates alive.
Right.
So now we have, you know, we've got the Rift Herald in mid. I don't know if it's actually going to get a charge off. It doesn't look like it.
They're laying down a lot of damage. The eye is open. Rift Herald just dies. Dragon spawns now. So I don't know if that was just, you know, it was, I think it timed out and they needed to summon it. That must have been what it was. But, you know, somebody in the mid lane, it ends up falling. They do have priority over the Dragon Pit for the time being.
Yeah, the big thing, look at this barrel. We're going to have a chain shot for sure. It does not hit anybody. Tried for Chovy and missed. The bird is too quick.
Ooh, but All for Love goes in. The Magnet Storm, absolutely massive, and Ovo picks up another kill, but on the backside of the fight, that is the misfortune down. That is a major source of damage out of there. Ovo goes into stasis, but the blue team, that is Moonstone Gaming. They have stolen the dragon. That's sole point. Now they get to heal up the whole time that they are damaging. All for Love is the one that picks up the next kill. The Quinn and Sutek are the only ones left alive. Sutek is trying to get the damage and trying to make it happen. All for Love and the Slumber Pig, the only 2 left for the side of Moonstone. And Moonstone and Raijin Storm, they are battling nearly evenly despite a 6,000 gold lead, but it's an Ocean Soul now, 17 kills to 9. Moonstone Gaming, they are feeling firmly in control of this game.
Sutek did all of the work. Sutek did all of the work on the Drake there. He didn't fight with his team. As soon as Moonstone was no longer in the pit, he pushed in, he continued on it, and then what happened? Gaoshu just hopped the wall, smited it casually, and BD. That's how it was stolen. Nothing spectacular. There was no incredible 1 HP. No, he just used his Viego dash and went, and then smite, and then has stolen the Dragon Soul. And that's it. Yeah. That's all that happened for that Dragon Steal. There was nothing miraculous about it. The team fight that was going on was incredible on all parts. A lot of rotational in and outs. There was a couple of missed opportunities on both sides, and really that's a huge part of why it ended up being so even. There was no immediate quick burst kills like we've seen so many times out of Moonstone Gaming. The bullet time was not up for that fight. It was used just previously in the mid lane. So there was just a whole lot of missing factors that really led to a much more fair fight.
Oh, Slumber Pig trying to get as much damage on as possible as the Seaboard. Gets the slow with the barrel. We see the Prowler's Claw dash come in, and that is Egg Nivea, and that is dead Nivea. Seaborg is the one that falls. Gangplank Ultimate is up now, so this is a somewhat more even team fight than you might think. Shadow Surge lands on Fishing for Pike, and Lulu goes down. Now the engage is coming in. The Gangplank ult layered on top of the team fight will provide the slows for Moonstone Gaming to start to take this down. Sutek is gone, sent back to the base, the major source of their damage. Epic Fail Guy and Shovi, the only two left alive. That is going to be Baron for Moonstone Gaming.
Every single team fight, Ovo gets at least 2 ultimates off. She has managed to reset her ultimate on this Vex in every single team fight, which is insane because it is a long range, not too fast moving skill shot to do. It's not like Viego, where if someone dies, you just reset onto them and move on with your day. It is a little more difficult than that. However, the combination of those 2 champions being able to reset for insane amounts of damage in terms of, I mean, Gaoshio's ability to simply play every single champion that is in the game at the moment, on top of the AoE damage that is coming out of Alanin, who is playing phenomenally right now, sitting at just short of 10,000 gold himself, but looking like he's well into the 15,000 gold range.
Oh, Sutek just dived in as soon as the turret fell, used the Umbral Trespass only to die, and that is Jungler down again to barely even help clear a wave.
Yeah, and then we've got Gangplank sitting in the bot side. Chovy showing up down there as well, just kind of hanging out. He's not going to have a good time against Slumber Pig anymore. That is just over 30% of his HP to a single barrel. Slumber Pig wanted to dive that. I mean, here we are.
I will say, you know, again, this is a 12,000 gold lead. Maybe I'm huffing copium. You can't get too cocky, and like going underneath the turret like that is a little bit bold. Alanin takes a ton of damage. Notably, that's the one member of the team, along with the GP, that does not have a bounty on them. But Chovy you can't even be under your turret safely.
No, there's absolutely nowhere safe in this comp. And honestly, there hasn't been since about the 7-minute mark. Gaoshu has been a fiend, 100% bloodthirsty on this. And on the note of we finally have a sustained item built on the side of Moonstone Gaming with a Bloodthirster picked up by Misfortune. I mean, yeah, the Blade of the Ruin King has been there as well, but I had to say it because I said bloodthirsty. I apologize. I don't. It is what it is. And we are where we are.
Yeah, and like Alanin, you know, Bloodthirster is a very powerful item. The sustain coming through will help a lot. I mean, if Epic Fail Guy can get onto Alanin, probably won't really matter too much, but this is just going to come down like Oshi. Again, this is Ocean Soul. Baron has been used. Base is broken open. Top inhib is gone. Middle inhib is probably going to fall relatively quickly. Sutek is behind indeed. However, so is Gaoshao. Gaoshao is behind Sutek, who is behind the rest of the enemy team. So we have flanks on flanks on flanks here. And it's just going to come down to who blinks first. Baron buff is leaving in a moment. I'm fairly certain Gaoshao just wins this 1v1 if Sutek is not paying attention. They almost just walked right past each other. Sutek is trying to get out of there. Gaoshao gets knocked up. Heartbreaker can be used to just get the stun in and get the kill. The stun goes through. Ovo, the ultimate goes in, manages to get the kill, and flashes right into Ovo's waiting arms. That could have been so good. We see the reset ultimate go in, and Chovy ends up dying to Alanin. You were talking about it. You called it. Ovo gets the reset again. Might as well just fire it off one more time. Why not? Let's see it. It goes through. Seaboard just manages to dodge it by sticking close to the wall, but Ovo putting on an absolute masterclass on this Vex pick.
Gaoshu and Suteke passing like 2 warships in the night. Damn near missed one another, and then when they did see, it was guns blazing on all parts. Slumber Pig not even with his team anymore, doesn't have to even consider it. I mean, Epic Fail Guy is trapped in the base just clearing minions right now. That's it, right? Chovy is going to end up being in a similar situation very soon. Rel just picked up a Thorn Mail into this mostly AD damage team. I mean, this Anivia has got some burn damage, but it's not a very strong Anivia composition. Like I said, Anivia wants to be controlling areas, and they have not been in a position to do so, and the rest of the team does not favor that situation either. I mean, Lulu does, I guess, sure, but that's kind of it, right?
Yep.
So it is a tough situation. And I don't know if you were watching the barrels right there. They're hitting minions for well over 1,000 at this point in time.
Yeah.
So,
they're
yeah.
That's a lot of damage. So and again, we can, gold lead, massive, 1,600 nearly. We're 100 gold off of the 1,600 mark. There's, if you're like if it's 30 minutes into the game and you're more than 15, I'm sorry, I said 1,600. It's 16,000. I got the numbers wrong. An epic fail guy nearly just dies, has to flash out of there, even with the wild growth, still falls. Ovo is on a rampage, just blows them up. They don't even need the Elder. A double kill for Slumber Pig. The ult goes wide. It's the miss again. Slumber Pig with the triple. Seaboard, the sub. Last minute is the only one left standing. All love goes in. Who cares about the turrets? This is going to be the ace. Moonstone Gaming, 29 kills in 29 minutes. This was game 5, but this didn't even feel close. They take it home. They move on to the lower bracket. That is the series.
I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it in a very devastating manner. But game 5 felt like the last series that these two played inverted.
Yeah.
Very much so. The very first time, the last time that these two played each other, Moonstone Gaming got O2'd. Wasn't even a conversation. It was one of the fastest series that we've seen ourselves. I mean, we've seen faster in other places, but it was destruction.
Right.
The turn of events that led to where we are right now is absurd. Because here's the thing. We saw over and over and over again, we saw Shobi do incredible, right?
Right.
Every single win for Moonstone was on the back of a different player. Right?
Yeah.
There are 3 wins. There was one on Slumber, there was one on Alanin, and this time it was on Gaoshu. Don't get me wrong, Gaoshu has been a factor in everyone. Slumber Pig has been a factor in everyone. Alanin has been a factor in everyone. But we saw it on the backs of. Being able to spread it all the way out that way says a significant amount, not just about the players overall, but of the team, and more importantly of the IGL. Being able to rotate your target priorities and your overall map priorities, who you're funneling gold into as an IGL, continuously rotating based on who's doing what champions you're playing, etc., is incredible. Big ups to Moonstone Gaming's management staff and their IGL for just doing phenomenal.
Yeah, and they have shown their flexibility. They have shown their capability. They've gone to game 5. They've shown their resiliency. And again, they'll have a best of 5. I'm going to have, we will have to see. We're not going to see for a few days. I'm pretty sure the match is going to be streamed. I believe it's on Sunday between Hard Hat Zone and CB Rush, another rematch. But either one of those teams is still going to be a tall task for Moonstone Gaming to take down. They both look like absolute title favorites. Moonstone, this was scrappy, to say the least. Last game, their performance was phenomenal, right? It looked great. So it's just going to come down to, are other teams going to be able to exploit their kind of weird drafts more? Can Moonstone just pull out these types of drafts every game if they have to? Was this like their secret, like, you haven't even seen my final form, where they actually play seriously?
They just play normally?
Yeah, who knows? We'll have to see. We'll have to ask them some questions, which we will be doing in just a few minutes. We're going to be setting up an interview here for the winners, Moonstone Gaming, in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have our interview set up with two of the members from Moonstone Gaming, the one and only All for Love, aka Noah Talk. You know him, you love him. You might also hate him. That's your personal decision. And then we also have the jungler Gaoshu from Moonstone. Congratulations, fellas. That was a banger of a series. But I guess the first thing I have to ask, that Game 5 draft, that was very different than what you had played before. Was this your secret? We knew how to play normal the entire time and just weren't? Or was this a special occasion pick?
Um, we like to stunt ourselves by picking very bad Moonstone enchanters. We actually can
Yeah,
play all of the good picks like Lee Sin and Rel.
right.
So I knew that their support was bad, and I was hoping that he would blind pick Lulu. So I was definitely looking for the Rel, ban the Jenna out, and I can just play them out better than them. So
Right.
yeah, that was the plan for me for Game 5.
That is a statement to make.
It is indeed. Hey, we
Uh,
always we get spicy on the CCS.
that is an understatement. I used my first F bomb during this series, and I used it when you guys decided to play Zillion top lane. What happened there? Like, I mean, Gaoshu, walk me through this. It seemed so strange, and the Lee Sin seemed so strange. What happened? What was going on with those two picks?
Well, Zillion Top was pretty much introduced to our top winner Slumber Pig by our ingenious coach, Coach Mommy Guy, and it's just so broken, man. You win every lane. Zillion
Apparently,
Top has no bad
okay.
matchups, period.
Okay.
And me, I picked Lee Sin because these guys suck, and I was down to just ego pick it. So I had like the worst start possible. I got
Yeah.
cheesed off. I got cheesed off all my HP on blue, and then I DC'd 2 minutes later and
Yeah.
died on my blue again. I'm like, yo, what?
Oh, you
But
didn't die to your blue.
or
You died
Mordekaiser,
to the Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser just piss chilling in my blue and brought me to Pound Town. I don't know. But then I was so mad that game. I was literally ready to use FF, but they started just fighting me when I wasn't super behind. And then since I'm a better player, it just works out.
Yeah.
Better players oftentimes will win. And so, I mean, it definitely turned around that game. And I felt that game was like the crux of the series. It was either going to be it was either going to be a 3-0 or it was going to come to this all the way at game 5, which we got there. Now, I do want to ask, like, Slumber Pig going from, or actually, you know what? I want to actually ask about Oo, who had a phenomenal performance on the Lux, but on the Vex pick, y'all picked it out, goes 10, 1, and 8 on it. She had a phenomenal performance overall through the series. When it comes to these drafts, is she kind of like a linchpin? How does she help facilitate the team? Because she really she can. It seems like she can do it all.
Yeah, typically we're looking for her to just play those really control-y mages because she's perfectly fine blind picking them most of the time. And then
Right.
whenever we need her, she just, plays the world's best Soraka mid I've ever seen. So
Yes. Very correct. We know that their jungler is bad. He will not punish her. He can try. He'll pick Wukong and permagank, but we knew going into the series that regular season meant nothing. And if you get first rounded in Ages with Solbert and Hypnotic Scruff, you're fucking dog shit.
Well, there's your one F bomb for the stream. Congratulations on getting
And
to use it.
and the S bomb and the S bomb as well.
Yeah, you threw them both out in one sentence. I appreciate it. Good for you. Uh, I have to say, like, I personally spent a lot of time talking about the fact that on an individual basis, you outperformed. Um, you obviously have no issue saying that yourselves, which we all appreciate because, as Thunder brought up, CCS gets spicy, especially in these interviews after the fact. What I want to ask about, though, I was saying after that last game that I gave it up to your management staff, your coaches, and also your IGL for really being able to rotate who you were putting your focus on for the carries, because every one of your games you won on the back of a different player. Who's your IGL, and what are team fights and calls for team fights normally like for you guys?
that's a good question. I don't think we have an IGL. Honestly, when we play, it's usually just someone is just randomly gapping someone on the other team, and then we just play it piggyback off them. It just happened to be that way tonight, where we had 3 different people gapping their opposition.
Well, it
Okay.
turned out, yeah. Hey, that's, I will say, if you're Hardhead Zone or CB Rush listening to that, I don't know, maybe depends on how you're looking at it. You either hear that and you go, oh goodness, maybe they're pretty good, or you hear that and go, oh goodness, they're a little cocky. So we'll have to see. Y'all, you do have potentially Hardhead Zone or CB Rush. This will probably be my last question. Who do you want to face, and who are you more potentially scared to face?
I think we want to face CB Rush because me and Joe Peener played against them in BOL. We had a little bit of some more connection issues and unfortunately lost, so it would be a
Right.
salty run back. I mean, I definitely think Hardhead Zone is just way better though.
Right.
So I think we can definitely take both of them on. So
Yeah, Hardhat Sun's definitely better, but CB Rush, they're like Rutledge is like the king of robbing people, so who knows? Maybe he'll rob Hardhat Sun and we'll get to play against them, and I get my salty run back.
True enough. King Rutledge, we trust for certain. Before we clock out, is there anything that you guys want to say that, I don't know, maybe is nice to somebody that supports you out there? Pass love off to someone, anything along those lines?
Good vibes,
Shout out to all my biggest fans. You know who you are in chat.
shout
All
out to
70 of you.
There's only 49 viewers. Good job.
There were 70 earlier.
Of course,
I checked once.
all here for you.
All for me.
And of
I'm
course,
the
no
face of Moonstone Gaming.
Yeah.
shout out to Doki. Doki told me when I first started playing comp that regular season means nothing, and we proved it right here. So
Yeah.
Indeed. Well, we'll have to see if you can continue to prove it in next week's matchup, whoever it may be. But again, Noah Talk, aka All for Love, and of course, Gaoshu. Thank you so much for coming on for the interview. Once again, congratulations on winning the best of 5. Oshi, thank you so much for being my wonderful. I looked the wrong way. Thank you so much for being my wonderful color caster this evening. And Ludi, our wonderful producer, who you can't blame for everything, just most things. And of
Everything.
course, to chat, to Flay, everybody that came out and watched and supported tonight, we greatly appreciate you. And also our sponsors, ProComps and Medify. ProComps, CCS at checkout. Medify, CCS 10. You've heard the spiel. Click the link. You'll figure it out. Until next time, be safe, be smart, make wise decisions, and farewell.